I want to welcome everyone out to our Wildlife Board for December 1st, 2014. My name is Jake Albrecht. I'm from Glenwood, Utah. I'll make some introductions before we get started. Starting on the left, as always, is Steve Dalton from Teesdale, Southern Region. Kurt Woodward from Vernal from the Northeast Region. Calvin Crandall, Springvale from the Central Region. Bill Fenimore, Vice Chair from the Northern Region out of Farmington. On my right is Greg Sheehan, the Division Director and Acting Executive Secretary, but he will not have a vote today. Sometimes we'd like him to. Next to him is John Baer from Springville from the Central Region, and he always has a vote. And then Mike King from Prairie from the Southeast Region. And then we also have Stacy Coons, who is the Wildlife Board Coordinator. She is on her own today, so
Stand up and take a bow.
be an interesting meeting. Also, board members and audience, we are on live video this morning, so don't scratch your ear, whatever you don't want to there, okay? Also want to introduce our RAC members. Starting on the left is Kevin Albrecht, Southeastern Region, Dave Black from the Southern Region, Wayne McAllister from the Northeast Region. Gary Nielsen will be a few minutes late. He's from the Central Region, and then Robert Burns is from the Northern Region. So I think that's our introductions. So our first item of business today is approval of the agenda. Motion by Mike King to approve the agenda for today, second by Calvin Crandall. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Approval of the minutes from October the 2nd. Motion to approve minutes by Mike King, second by Kirk. All in favor? Motion carries also. Okay, old business and action log. I'm going to turn a few minutes to Bill Fenimore.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're going to cover these items that are due from the action log in the presentation when Justin Shannon is doing his presentations, and they'll cover these items.
Okay, so we have no new action log items that need to be covered at this time. They'll be discussed during our board meeting today.
Yep.
Okay? Moving right along, we'll get to item 14 for too long. Director Sheehan, DWR update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may not be as brief as the first few items, but I'll try to keep things moving along. It hasn't been too long since we've met, but there's quite a few things to give you updates on and report on here today. First of all, a couple of things in our aquatics world. Last year when we passed that fee increase, part of that funding was to go towards increased warm water fisheries development efforts here in the state. Upon receiving that fee increase, we kind of dug in and started looking at how do we best accomplish additional warm water fisheries efforts in the state. And our public has a lot of demand for that, be it on some of our bigger flat waters or our community fishery waters. There's an interest and a need for some of those sorts of species. It looks like the approach that we're going to take is, rather than go build some big hatchery out there, probably to fragment and at different hatcheries around the state, enhance and develop efforts there that will allow us to grow warm water fish species. Out at Lee K Center Hatchery, we opened that last January, and we're continuing to expand that. We're building a hatchery building and improving the ponds out there. Down at Springville, our effort there will be to raise sterile walleye and sockeye hybrid fish that are sterile fish that we're able to put in a lot of waters throughout the state. Down at Wahweap Hatchery, those ponds have been in drastic need of repair. They're a lined pond. They kind of would remind you of a sewer pond type thing. They're a little bit different than most of our hatcheries. That big liners, big black liners and things in them. So we're working on repairing those ponds, and down at those ponds we're raising largemouth bass, bluegill, hybrid striped bass, red-eared sunfish, among others. Up at Midway Hatchery, we're doing some minor efforts there that allow us to raise fertile walleye there to be used primarily at Willard Bay. And lastly, at Fountain Green, we've been working there for some time now on a recirculation facility. We went on a tour down there. A couple of you were able to attend that. I think Calvin was able to come down, and we toured that center here this summer and looked at some of the efforts that we've got going on down there for channeled catfish and hybrid bass. So those are the efforts we've got underway using those new funds for warm water fisheries. In the southern region, they've been doing a great job on restoring some of our native Bonneville cutthroat. That's been a focus of the division for a number of years now as we've continued to battle the Fish and Wildlife Service's petitions to potentially list that species as threatened in the state. They've acknowledged the good work we're doing there, and we continue to do that work. So we, one, recover the species as best can be, and secondly, they don't ever become listed as threatened or endangered. A couple of weeks ago, I think 2 weeks ago today, in the northern region, there was a Weber River Symposium. It was largely attended, and it was really sort of a look at that watershed. And we were, the division was involved in that, but it had a lot of community partners, the local water folks. Weber Basin Water was there, the Mayor of Ogden, a number of folks. The Department of Water Quality, Division of Water Quality was there. I sat on that panel. But it was a 2-day event really looking at that watershed and what we're able to do for our fisheries there. And it was an excellent community effort, and our folks did a great job with that. Over on the Colorado River, many folks seem not as interested in these, but it is an important effort that we're doing. We've got a Colorado River recovery program, and those dollars come from federal partners and others to help us run that recovery program. But a couple of the fish species up there, one's called the bony tail, and another is a razorback sucker. And those fish were almost extirpated out of some of those waters there. And now we've gone from seeing just a few a year to hundreds of fish a year now. And the reason that matters is, first of all, it's good to see a species recovered. But secondly, that a lot of our state relies on the water out of that Colorado River system. The Uinta Basin, down at Lake Powell, those efforts, and if those fish cannot stay in those waters and thrive in those waters, it could really have an impact on our ability to use our water in the state. So our folks are doing a great job with that out in the northeast and our southeast regions. Last item in the aquatics world, we still are planning a March kind of one-day board meeting, informational meeting to teach our board members and some of our RAC folks more about what happens in our aquatics world. Again, it's not an area that we have lots of board and RAC meetings on, so it's an opportunity for us to share some of this information. I don't know if we've nailed down a date just yet, have we, Stacy? But that'll be forthcoming. Other items, the deer plan. First item that we've got after this update from myself will be the deer, a survey that was done, and then the planning committee efforts that took place as part of that. I just want to thank everybody now for the efforts. That was a very large committee. I think we had somewhere in the neighborhood of 23 folks involved with that, which is a big group of people to bring together to try to plan anything or to agree on anything. But that being said, I can't think of many species in the state that if we ask for the public to become involved, that they'd be more interested than mule deer in this state. It's a big deal in our state. And I appreciate those who participate. I'm looking over the audience. I see several of you here today. It was a difficult process, a painful process at times, but I think it just showed how many different sets of values exist out there for our mule deer as a resource and how we participate in hunting and pursuing that species. So there'll be a lot of dialogue about that today, but I do want to, again, thank everybody who participated in that committee. A few weeks ago, federal judge Benson made a ruling that the Utah prairie dog, which has been listed as a threatened or an endangered species in Utah for the last 43 years, was now back under state authority on private lands. In southern Utah, that's a pretty big deal. That authority granted it back to the Division of Wildlife Resources because it's a state-controlled species. We are now beginning a planning process to develop a state plan, a management plan for the Utah prairie dog. That will involve lots of folks in the community. Ultimately, by probably the first part of February, we'll call for a RAC meeting that will likely just entail the southern region, and then a wildlife board meeting, probably under the realm of an emergency board meeting, to address this Utah prairie dog plan. This is necessary because when that control left the federal government and came to the state, it's important that we have a plan of how we will implement the management of that species. It's been fairly actively managed for the number of years. There are permits for take of that species under, it's called the 4D rule on agricultural property. There are habitat conservation plans and programs in place that have been developed to allow the communities to move those prairie dogs when they get into trouble in people's property or when they're causing agricultural damage. Without a state plan, we don't really, there's not a way to move forward to, even to allow those efforts to continue. So we'll be starting this process pretty shortly here. And again, some of you who are RAC and board members will be hearing more about this in the coming month or two.
Greg, can I ask?
Yes.
Is that's just on private lands?
On private lands is how the federal judge ruled on that. So
And
it's kind of
outside private lands, it's still under?
still under the coverage of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So the lawsuit that was brought before that judge was based on a contention of private lands, sort of takings or rights of those private landholders. So when that federal judge made the ruling, it was based on those private lands, not on the entire range of that species. So it's a little bit peculiar to work through. I'm confident we'll do a good job. This is certainly being watched very closely by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who may at some point opt to appeal this decision or not, or others in the community who feel like this was not a favorable decision. In our perspective from the state, we've always maintained that we can manage our wildlife best. The state can do all of our wildlife best, and we appreciate, any species we cannot have listed under Endangered Species Act and leave under our control and authority. So we want to demonstrate a solid plan that will ensure the viability of that species, but also protect the interests of private property owners. And I think we can achieve that balance. Kevin Bundle, our Southern Region Supervisor, is here today, and he'll be sort of heading up those efforts as we move forward with this effort. So.
Is there any concern about the precedent being set now for other endangered species that are on private lands?
There's a pretty big concern.
I mean, maybe not from the state, but from others.
About 68% of the listed species in America under the Endangered Species Act live within a single state, and in many cases largely on private land. This is potentially a precedent-setting case that could ripple nationally to a lot of other states and cause similar actions to be filed. So the Fish and Wildlife Service probably has a lot of internal concerns about this, but that's their issue to deal with. Our issue is we've got the authority now, and we're going to demonstrate that we do good things for our wildlife under state control. moving on, if you've not seen some of the emails, we've really been moving a lot of bighorn sheep in the last month or so. We've got sportsmen's groups here have been actively involved in that, and I want to thank them. I want to thank Teresa and her staff, Teresa Griffin, where's she at, and Dustin Shibley, and all of the folks who have really, Justin Shannon, have been so involved in this, Kent Hersey. It's been a real success. We've moved many sheep from Nevada. I think you're aware of that. We talked about that at the last meeting here. We've moved a bunch of sheep from Zions at different places. Teresa, I saw your email, but I'll make sure. How many have we moved in the last month? 100 or Kent, either one? 140, 150, something like that, I think. So some of that is restoring those to populations that have been lost from disease or other issues, predators, whatever may be the case. Some of that's just getting into some new areas where we've really not seen sheep for a long time. So it's been a good project and a good success, and that will continue on. While I'm on that topic, we also are preparing for a big pronghorn transplant down in the Parker Mountains. That will occur on December 16th. And I would invite and encourage all of our wildlife board members or RAC chairs or others in the public who'd like to come be involved with that effort. That's quite a day if you've never been to one of these pronghorn transplants. It's done with the use of helicopters and big wing traps or big traps that have wings that bring them in, and you get to go in there and wrestle antelope. And I'd really encourage. We've not done this for 4 years, I think.
You're looking for some cheap labor, aren't you? I can see in that.
I see the rodeo in you there, Calvin, and it's a lot of that rodeo
like
thing.
wrangling cows and calves, pretty much the same.
Yeah,
Yeah, you'll really enjoy it.
we'll put you in the cage and off you go. Yeah, so please come down to that. We'll move those pronghorn will be moved throughout all 5 regions of our state. So we've lost a number of pronghorn in recent years from drought and other situations. It's good to have some stock to help get those populations up and running again throughout the state. Okay, a couple of things that maybe you've heard some about. Wolves. At the last meeting, I updated you that we had a collared wolf that had been identified in eastern Utah. We now have, it's not in Utah, but it's certainly a wolf of much conversation. There's a northern wolf down at the north rim of the Grand Canyon that's found a home there. It's a mature female wolf with a collar who's in some form or fashion managed to make its way from way up north down to the Grand Canyon. There's different speculation of how or why it's there, but nevertheless it's there. The Fish and Wildlife Service has not expressed a lot of interest in moving it away from there. It's hanging out now in an area where there's some late season bison hunts going on and finding plenty of food source in that area. Don't know where it will go. We're pretty convinced it's alone down there, much the way the one in eastern Utah is. There have also been reports of one, maybe some of you have seen it on the internet, of above Cedar City. There's been some pictures. There's a picture on the internet that certainly appears to be a wolf, appears that it may have a collar on it. We just don't know. We've got a picture of it and seen some tracks. We sent it to some of the wolf specialists with the Fish and Wildlife Service for confirmation with the photo. They said maybe it is, maybe it's not. Kind of hard to tell with the single picture that we have of it, but it's possible. That's all we can say on that. If we see it again, hear it, we'll follow up as we often do or always do on these matters, but I can't tell you more than that. Unless there's, Kevin, is there any updates on that other than what I've covered? So that's as of last week. We've gone out on site where those pictures were taken to verify that really was a place in Utah. We did verify that where the picture was actually taken. So it could be a wolf. It could be a hybrid of some sort. Could be a dog. It's hard to say without having it in hand. We are quite certain the one down on the north rim of the Grand Canyon, they've found some scat from that animal and done DNA analysis, and it's definitely a northern wolf. So,
Greg, can I just ask a question? Sorry
Yeah.
to keep butting in, but is there any concern from anyone about that wolf down in northern Arizona that there would be any chance for hybridization between the Mexican wolf and that female if it is in fact a...
we felt like that would be an issue, but Mexican wolves are not in Utah. We don't want them in Utah. But yes, that has been a concern of the service all along,
Yeah.
which is they've got between last year there were 77, I believe, wolves, Mexican wolves left out in the wild, and if they get a northern wolf that comes down and breeds and messes up that gene pool, they're got some concern there. But I think at this point they feel it's still far enough away, and it's got a Grand Canyon between it and their Mexican wolf population that they're comfortable leaving it there for now. But we'll see how that moves forward. Our pheasant hunt went well. We again did the releases around the state in partnership with SFW and the help from many public as we released about 11,000 birds. That was well received by the public. Our hunt continues. We extended our seasons this year on our public areas by a few weeks, just to make sure those birds that have been put out there, we've got ample opportunity for folks to get out and pursue those. So I think it's been appreciated, and I expect we'll continue on with that program. We started off on a good duck hunt and goose and swan hunt this year. Kind of got cold up here a few weeks ago and froze up a bit, and we lost a lot of the birds migrated on through. It's now since thawed out. We're still getting a few birds in from the north, so I think we've still got a pretty good duck and goose hunt going on this year, but we'll see. Almost done here, but bighorn sheep. The Forest Service has taken on a viability analysis in Utah to look at where bighorn sheep have an opportunity to roam freely without interaction with domestic sheep. This has been a very contentious issue between the domestic sheep industry and the Forest Service and their supervisors in Washington, D.C. Our governor's offices in the West have engaged in this. Congressional folks have engaged in this. We have expressed concern with the Forest Service about becoming over rambunctious about removing domestic sheep off of public lands, and in many areas we felt like we've been able to work well with the domestic sheep industry and put our wild sheep where they can do well and still leave those domestic sheep on the mountains where they've been in the past. Our concern, of course, we're love to see the expansion of bighorn sheep. We talked about that a few moments ago, but we also don't want to in any way become confrontational with that domestic industry. We feel like that really may hurt us in the long run as we expand our bighorn sheep rather than helping us to create that roadblock. We've had very good working relationships with the wool growers here in the state, and I think they're not upset with us, the Division of Wildlife, or our efforts right now, but certainly they're concerned about this analysis that the Forest Service has undertaken, and we've had many months of meetings on this topic with both the domestic sheep folks and the Forest Service. Last item I have, Sage Grouse Forum a couple weeks ago, a little over 2 weeks ago, we held the Sage Grouse, International Sage Grouse Forum was in Salt Lake here. I think everyone in the room's well aware that the Fish and Wildlife Service is contemplating listing that as a threatened species or an endangered species, but most likely a threatened species in America, which that species occurs in 11 states. All of the 11 states have worked pretty diligently to not show or demonstrate that there's a need for that listing. think the service appreciates that, but they're still under a court order to make a decision by next September on that. So there was a forum held in Salt Lake City. It was a chance to bring many parties, the federal folks, private folks, elected officials, others all traveled to Salt Lake. There were several hundred people there. The governor spoke at that, as well as director of the Forest Service and other federal agency chiefs, NRCS and others. So it was well attended, a very important meeting, and Utah State University, Terry Mesmer and his folks headed that up. They did a wonderful job with that, but there was also a lot of assistance out of the Division of Wildlife, and so we're glad we could help make that a success. So I know I've covered a lot of material, but I think these are all important topics, so I'll defer to any questions or turn the time back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from the board members? Calvin, you got anything there? You good, Kurt?
So there was a decision with the Gunnison sage-grouse.
You know, I had that on there, and I think I skipped right over it. Yeah, the service did elect to list the Gunnison sage-grouse as threatened. That ruling came out not too long ago here, a few weeks ago. And the Gunnison occurs in Utah only in San Juan County, in the eastern part of San Juan County. About 10% of the habitat of it. The other 90% is in Colorado. Colorado is pretty furious with that decision, as are we. We feel like conservation measures have been put in place, a huge cooperative effort with landowners both in Utah and Colorado. And it's, as we stated in our news release, we're pretty disappointed that when so much voluntary conservation has occurred to convert efforts that have a permanent nature about them for those protections. It's unfortunate to see a decision come down like that, and we certainly hope and expect we'll not see that with the greater sage-grouse here 9 months from now. So, but thank you. I skipped over that on my list.
Okay, we're good there. Thank you, Director. That was very informational. Before we get started with our agenda, I want to go over our board meeting procedure for today. First, we'll hear and view a presentation from the DWR personnel. Then we'll have questions from the board, questions from the RAC chairs, questions from the audience. Then we'll have RAC chair reports on the motion, votes, and discussion that happened in the regions. And then we'll have comments from the audience. Everybody is allowed to speak once. They can either represent themselves, which is 3 minutes, or with their group, that's 5 minutes. And after that time, the mic will be turned off. The board chair summarizes the RAC motions and the votes. Board discussion and motion follows, and go on from there. But anyway, with that, we'll go on to our next agenda item. And if Gary doesn't show up in a few minutes, if we could get a representative down there for him. We're good there? Okay. So we'll turn the first item of business today, which is an informational item. Aunt Hersey. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So today I'm going to be talking about a survey that we conducted this past spring. And what we did is we surveyed mule deer hunters in Utah, and we wanted to get an idea of what they wanted to see with hunting and management for deer going forward in Utah. So specifically, the purpose of the survey was to seek input from the deer hunting public about their preferences and options regarding deer management in Utah. Then we also wanted to take the results from the survey and use it in conjunction with the Mule Deer Committee to help develop the 2014 statewide mule deer management plan. So what we did is we took a random sample of anyone who applied for or obtained a hunting permit for any 2013 buck deer hunt, and then we stratified that group, which is about 141,000 people, into 6 different categories. Those who were dedicated hunters, those who put in for or obtained a general season archery tag, general season muzzleloader hunters, general season any weapon, those who just put in for or obtained a limited entry deer permit, and those who put in for general season and limited entry. So what we did is we had two meetings with the deer committee, and we developed the survey through them. We had a old 2008 survey that we did, and we used that as a starting point, and we went over all the questions with them, removed some questions that we didn't feel were relevant anymore, added ones that we felt we missed, and we came up with a good survey that was supported by the Mule Deer Committee. We had an email invitation then sent to 9,156 hunters, and that was out of a total pool of, again, nearly 141,000. And so that 9,156, basically what we tried to do is we wanted to hit about 1,500, or we wanted to get a sample of about 400 from each one of those 6 categories. And so we sent the invitation out to over 1,500 from each one of those categories. And the survey was about 15 minutes in length. And the questions were primarily rating, their agreement with a certain statement, yes/no type questions, or multiple choice. And then the survey was open for a 3-week period, and we sent them a reminder after the first week and then after another second week if they had not completed the survey. So overall, our return was about what we expected. We had 2,654 total returns, which equaled a 30% response rate. We were trying to hit that 400 in each one of those categories, and for the most part, we hit that. We were a little short on the general season ending weapon. We had about 380 some, and then also those who just put in for limited entry had about 355 or so. So we fell a little short in 2 categories, but we still had enough of a return to make some good inference. And then what we did with those results is that we weighted it by the percent of each one of those groups that was in that total application pool, so that we could combine the answers into one answer to see what the general hunting public in Utah wanted to see with mule deer management. So getting into the results I'm presenting here for time purposes are just a subset of what the total questions were. I believe you were emailed in the rack packet all the questions and all the results. But we kind of focused on which ones were most pertinent for the deer plan, which ones we use most. So to start with, a question that we use on a lot of our surveys is, why do you hunt? And with this, number 1 was being with friends and family. That was followed by harvesting a large antlered buck, putting meat on the table, getting away from the usual demands of life, being close to nature, and then bringing back pleasant memories. And then we had a lot of other choices that didn't make this slide. But overall, the social aspects of hunting, as you can see, that in the top choices, they play a large role in why people hunt in Utah, which isn't surprising. It's something we find on a lot of our surveys. What was a little surprising was that harvesting a large antlered buck was the 2nd highest ranked choice, which in the past it's ranked a lot lower. So that seems to be gaining a little more traction in Utah, and shows that certainly is important to a segment of the hunting public. We next asked about their hunt satisfaction. And whether they agreed with this statement. Are you satisfied with your hunt, with harvesting any buck, regardless of size? And over half the people, 55% or so, said they did not agree with that statement. We then asked whether they were satisfied with their hunt, even if they didn't harvest a buck, which about half the people said, yeah, I do agree with that. And then we added on to that one a little bit with, are you satisfied with your hunt even if you don't harvest, as long as you see bucks? And 70% of the people indicated they did agree with that. So when you take all 3 of these questions combined, it kind of shows that people don't need to harvest a buck to be happy with their hunt. They do like to see bucks. That certainly improves things, and they want to feel like they have a chance to harvest a buck, but they don't necessarily have to harvest it. Next question dealt with hunter crowding, and a question we ask on most of our surveys as well, and we find similar results most of the time. Of the people who hunted, about half indicated that, yeah, they felt crowded during their hunt, and about half indicated, no, I didn't feel crowded. And that it just really comes back to with crowding, it deals with the person's expectations and their personal thoughts on whether they're crowded or not. So we actually find that on some of our limited entry hunters, where we have a lot less permits out there, people feel more hunted on those hunts than to do our general season hunts. And it's just because of that expectation that they have withdrawing one of those permits. Next questions dealt with hunt satisfaction, and we asked whether they're satisfied on their last hunt, whether they were satisfied with the number of bucks they saw and the size of bucks they saw. And in both cases, over 60% indicated that they were not satisfied with these groups. And so we followed that up with asking whether they were willing to take additional restrictions in order for us to manage for bigger, larger antlered animals. And over 70% said yes, they were. So we gave them 4 choices after that we felt as an agency we could implement to improve buck hunting in Utah. And then we wanted to see whether they supported or opposed those options. The first one was to convert general season units over to limited entry, giving fewer tags, increasing the buck-doe ratio. 45% indicated they did not like that option. About a third said they did. Next option was to have more archery and muzzleloader tags, fewer rifle tags, so we lower success and improve buck-doe that way. 45% again indicated they opposed it, with only a third supporting it. Could have road and trail closures during the hunting season, lowering success through limited access. Over 50% did not like that idea, with only about 32% liking it. And then the last one was giving up hunting every year. Basically, that's just a cutting tags option so that we can reduce harvest through reduced permits. And again, nearly half the people did not like it, with only a third liking it. So even though 70% indicated that they would like or are willing to see more restrictions, the 4 options that we feel that we could actually do as an agency, none of them had support. Next group of questions deals with our current management options. We outlined what we currently do, and we wanted to get their opinion on whether they'd like to see changes in those. So the first one, we gave them a list. We have 30 general season units. We have 7 limited entry and 2 premium limited entry. And we wanted to see whether you wanted to see no change in the current distribution, whether you fewer of those or more. And so if we look at the red columns here, that's premium limited entry. And over 60% of the people said that they were happy with the 2 units we have. They don't want to see any change to that, with only a little over 20% wanting more and 15 wanting fewer. For the blue columns, which is the limited entry, over half the people liked where we were with the 7 units. About a third said they would like to see some more, and 12% saying less. And then with general season, 45% of the people liked where we're at with the 30. 35% or so wanted to see fewer, and about 18% wanted more. So in all cases here, the majority of people wanted to see, kind of liked where we were, didn't want to see a whole lot of change. If there was any support, it would be switching some of those general season to limited entry by the percentages, but you remember from the previous questions that the majority of people said they did not support that. Next question was with our permit distribution. Currently we give 60% of our permits to rifle hunters, 20% to archery, 20% to muzzleloader, and wanted to see what their thoughts on that distribution was. For all cases, nearly half the people, or more than half for archery and muzzleloader, liked the current numbers and didn't want to see any change. There was some support to about 38% of people. They would like to see fewer rifle tags and more of the archery and muzzleloader. But again, we go back to the previous questions, and there wasn't support for that. So although there is a percentage that want that, the majority certainly do not. We wanted their thoughts on our season lengths, which are 28 days for archery, 9-day muzzleloader, 9-day rifle hunt. Similar, 50% of the people in each category or more were satisfied with those current lengths. A little bit of, a few people, nearly 30%, indicating that the archery hunt may be a bit too long, but certainly the majority are happy with where it's at. Season timing with the August, early September archery hunt, that late September muzzleloader hunt, and the mid-October rifle hunt. And again, the vast majority liked the season timing the way it was. Then wanted to get their thoughts whether they were wanted to see a rifle deer hunt that was shorter than 9 days. And the majority of people opposed that option. They like that 9-day hunt. Nearly 60% of the people say they like that rifle hunt to be 9 days. Only a little over 20% thought that they would support a shorter hunt. then we wanted to get their thoughts on whether they agreed with a rifle deer hunt that only had one weekend. And over 60% of the people did not like this option. So when we take those last two questions, people like our current up on 2 weekends, and it gives them 9 full days to hunt, and they like that approach. One of their thoughts on one hunting option we've done in the past and thought about bringing back was hunting deer and elk at the same time. Over 40% thought that was a good thing to explore. Only a third said they would oppose it. And then an option is also to have a limited number of deer permits in November on our general season units. And one of their thoughts on that, 50% said that yes, that was a good option and wanted to explore it, with only 20% opposing it. So in summary, the social aspects of hunting play a large role in determining why people hunt in Utah, and that's not surprising. That's something we see all the time, and I think most of us would generally feel is certainly a true statement. But although it's not the majority, there is certainly a portion of the hunting public who wants to see more large antlered animals out there, and we hear those opinions quite often as well. That it doesn't seem like they're willing to accept them, and then overall, hunters do seem to be satisfied with the current management system, as when we gave them what we currently do and asked for more or less, there seemed to be a resistance to change there, and they like the status quo. So in closing, I think, again, we developed this survey with the committee, and we used it quite a bit when we developed the statewide plan. And I think when Justin gives his presentation, you'll be able to see how we incorporated the results from the survey into that plan. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to questions from the board, and we'll start with Mike.
Have an inquisitive mind, I guess. I have 3 questions. The first one is, when you mentioned that you wanted to find out whether or not hunters were satisfied with the number of bucks and the size of the bucks, I'm assuming that was pooled and it didn't separate those that had hunted in quality units and opportunity units. Do that kind of separation?
Well, they were all pooled. We did separate it all by category for purposes of the presentation. It just condensed it into one, but they were weighted results so that majority of hunters are the general season hunters, so they're obviously carrying the most weight there.
Right.
So, yeah, that's obviously.
It should be an obvious answer that.
Yeah, and it was, one thing to say on that, it's an open-ended question, so it's probably a little biased that way. We said, are you satisfied with the number of bucks you saw and the size of bucks you saw? And it's kind of like asking somebody, are you satisfied with the amount of money you get paid? And almost always everybody's going to say, no, I want more. So it's a little bit skewed that way. But, obviously if you just focused on the Henry Mountains or Poncegut, you'd probably be seeing a lot higher proportion who were satisfied. But it did encapsulate everybody who hunted in Utah.
My second question kind of follows up on that one. You mentioned that the public is not real interested in any of the solutions that the division proposed, but I'm sure they gave you some suggestions on how to make things better.
Yeah, we had
those things viable options that you're looking at in the future?
The last thing we have on these surveys is a comment box, and we got comments all over the board on what people think could be done, from everywhere from 3-day hunts, a lot more different seasons,
Be like
point
Colorado or
restrictions.
Wyoming or somebody
Exactly.
else. Yeah.
And those are certainly things that we could look at. Some were proven to be successful or unsuccessful in the past. If there was anything that we thought was perfect solution that didn't have any negative trade-offs, we'd certainly be implementing it. But obviously, when you do one thing, you're going to impact somebody in other ways. So, we presented the results to the committee, and at the committee level, when it came to management options, we put everything on the table and went over the pros and cons of them and whether it would work or not. So, ultimately, the ones we focused on for the survey were just ones that we could just general ideas that we could implement that could have an impact.
And my last question has, again, to do with that same thing. Any indication, either in the survey or otherwise, that the dissatisfaction with the size and number of bucks is causing hunters to not hunt or to move to other states to hunt for where they perceive to be more and bigger bucks.
Not from the survey, but I think our application results are the best thing to look at, and we get more applications each year. Based on that, there's obviously there's more demand than there are permits. So from that perspective, I think certainly everybody wants a bigger buck, but they also want to hunt, and we found that in a lot of surveys. They want both, and how can we provide them both when they kind of go against each other is what we're always up against.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, before I go any further, let the minutes show that Gary Nielsen has showed up for our meeting today. We want to welcome you, Gary. Always glad to have you here. Okay, any other questions? Kirk?
Can that survey compared to previous surveys, say a survey before the current multi-unit system, is there a big change in the current survey as opposed to 3 years ago?
The last survey was 08. There's not a big change. I think it's a little different. In 08, we kind of had declining populations. Numbers were down a lot. We did have a lot lower buck-doe ratios. We made a lot of changes since 08 with the unit-by-unit system, and we've grown 50,000 deer in the state, which helps a lot. So even though conditions are certainly improving, and I think most hunters would definitely say they are, the overall results didn't change much. People in 08 generally were happy with pretty much the way it was, didn't want to see a lot of change, and I would think the same thing here. They are happy. And if anything, we ask different questions, so it's not totally fair to compare everything, but we were more targeted in this one, saying, hey, here's what we do. Do you want to see more or less? We didn't do that as much in the 08 survey. But with the relatively recent switch to the unit-by-unit, that might have had an impact with something's fairly new. Let's see how it plays out. And so that's my guess as to why we didn't see a whole lot of interest in switching.
Steve Dalton?
Yes, kind of got one question. Can you bring up that crowding slide? On your slide here, it shows that a third of your respondents did not hunt. Did you take that into consideration when you tried to make sense of the data you collected?
Yeah, and that's why we just kind of focused on the third that did and third that didn't. So you have about 34% saying yes, they felt crowded, and about 32 saying no, they didn't. So we just kind of focused on that group, and that's roughly statistically there's no difference between the crowded and those who didn't. So it's about half and half, and that's what we found in previous surveys. So it's not too surprising.
Is that surprising to find out that a third of your respondents that responded to your survey did not hunt?
No, because we're dealing with a pool of about 141,000, and we have 87,000 general season tags plus our limited entry tags there. So when you actually look at it, it's about exactly what we should expect when you're dealing with 95,000 who how to permit and 45 don't. That's right where we should be.
So that fact doesn't sway your decision in any way or at all, huh?
Well, I guess we didn't just want to focus on people who hunted last year, because we know the demand for hunting in Utah and the people who have an opinion on hunting in Utah is much greater than that. That's why we opened the whole thing up to those, that whole people who applied for or obtained a permit. And so when a third of your applicants are obviously can't get a permit because we only have 90,000 and there's 140 applying, that the results, I think it actually gives credence to the random sample of the survey and the fact that the results are random and valid. When you have situations like that, or same thing when you have people who don't have an opinion on certain things, you can kind of just drop those and focus on those who responded, and it's still a valid inference of what you're looking at.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that category of did not hunt, some of those would be folks who applied and didn't draw.
That's
Some of
exactly
those
what
folks would be folks who did draw, say, a general season tag and just didn't go. And we
Right.
know normally we'll have, I want to say I've seen around 23%, somewhere in that ballpark, of people who get a tag, a general tag every year, who just don't go for whatever reason, family reasons or
it
something.
varies by unit,
health
but
issues.
overall it's about 15% of the general season
15%,
tags
so it's a
don't.
little less. But so some of those would be people who had a tag and just didn't get out there.
Yeah, that's the part I didn't understand, whether these were successful applicants that you screened or anybody who applied. So,
Anybody who applied, so that's why it's right in line with what we'd expect based on the
yeah, that explains part of it for sure.
John Bear?
So Ken, just to kind of summarize, everybody wants more, bigger bucks, and they're all in favor of restrictions as long as those restrictions are on somebody else and doesn't interfere with their hunt, right?
That is a perfect way to put
All
it.
right.
Any other questions?
I mean, we all laugh at that, but
That's exactly what it says.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was gonna be, I didn't have a question, that was my comment, you know, it's, you know, not in my backyard.
Yeah,
You know, you can do whatever you want as long as it's not, as long as I get a permit, then yeah, everybody, you can cut everybody else, I don't care.
That is
So that's
exactly the
precisely what it said.
when you look at the 08 results, it's
Yeah.
identical to that.
You know,
People
one-
want it
one-
all, and they want to know.
One other comment I had, you know, a deer hunt is largely, according to your survey, is a lot of social. You have to have the deer hunt to go out and enjoy nature.
No, you certainly don't, but it
I mean,
gives people a reason. Sometimes if you have a permit and you paid for it, you need a reason to make yourself go out, and rather than staying home.
I
and
can
doing
say the
something
last
else.
time I went, I didn't have a permit, didn't take my gun, put my orange on, saddled the horse, and went for a ride. Enjoyed it. I have to have a permit or go hunt. Like I say, there's a lot more enjoyable times of the year than in the cold fall, you know, snowstorm, whatever. So just a comment.
that's true.
Okay,
But we're talking about hunting, we're not.
any
Yeah,
other,
that's hunting by proxy, Calvin, come on.
any other questions? I have one. When you put the questions before the deer committee, was there any discussion about a one point, which is either you apply limited entry or general season?
We didn't get into that in the survey itself. We did talk about that as a committee.
That's my question.
And certainly we have it, you'll see it in the strategy and the plan is to explore that option of going to a one-point system. It's not a recommendation at this point, but in the plan, we want to look at the implications of doing that and see if it is a valid option going forward.
Was there any other options of that similar limited entry general season discussed for questions on the survey? Is that too hard of a question
Not
to
that I
ask?
recall. You know, it was something as, one thing with surveys is you have to kind of keep it relatively simple. We can't possibly explain all the positives and negatives of going to a multi-point, of a two-point system versus only a one-point system in a quick survey without providing a ton of background information, which would slow things down and hurt our overall return. So, no, we did not get into that in a survey.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Questions from the rack chairs? Dave Black.
There was a question in the survey that didn't make the presentation today, or make the presentation for the RAC committees. And it was question number 13, and I was just wondering why that didn't get covered. It seems like that presents a fifth option that the public is willing to accept as far as a management tool.
Yeah, what question he's referring to is the 15 to 7, managing 15 to 17 units, more or less of those, and more 18 to 20 units. That did not make the presentation because we as a committee did not focus on that very much. So we focused on here on just questions for the more specific to the survey. And, you know, although the data for that, I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it did show a general preference for or willingness of people to go more 18 to 20 than less 15 to 17.
Kent?
But yeah,
Dave, pull the mic a little closer to you and repeat that question so that everybody can hear.
In this question, number 13, it presents an option that says, are you willing to increase quality but harder to draw? And then it says, by managing more units, 18 to 20. And it seems like that is a very clear option that the public was given. It's one that they accepted over 50%, but it didn't make the presentation for the RAC members or the board members that says, here's a management tool that we're willing to accept to improve quality. And it wasn't counted as one of the options. They mentioned there was 4 options. Well, here's a 5th one, and 50% of them are willing to accept it. And I'm just wondering why that didn't make the presentation for the RAC members or the board members.
Matt,
Camp, back to you.
To clarify, that wasn't an option as additional restrictions. That was a question as possible management options. And again, we as a committee did not focus on that. I don't know exactly why. The committee it never really came up as a major topic of discussion. Although we did put every possible option out there. We went around as a committee and everybody got to put anything they wanted to as something to explore and look at as a committee. And that, for some reason, that just didn't gain a lot of weight. The one thing that does go against that question, and what you'll see in this survey, is that you actually, people say one thing, but then in other questions there is stuff against it. We did ask whether they were willing to give up hunting every year. By going to that 18 to 20, we make it clear that they're harder to draw, and what that results in, higher buck-doe ratio, less permits, harder to draw, not hunting as frequently. And so nearly 50% said they aren't willing to do that. And so clearly, there's some discrepancy there. Although they want this quality, they're not willing to necessarily give up hunting as frequently. And so it's one of those social things that it goes back and forth. It's a very difficult thing to deal with. People, when you have contradictory answers on certain issues. Again, we are certainly recognize that people want these large antlered animals, but they also want to do it every year. And so it makes it difficult.
Any other questions from the RAC chairs? Questions from the audience?
Hey, I just had one question.
Come up to the mic and state your name, please. Use the north mic, and then Kent can keep the one on the south.
Yeah, I just had a question. First, Royce Bruce, just a general hunter. Hey, good job on your survey. I just was curious, from the 2008 to 2013 or 14, whatever the thing was, there was a lot of changes in regards to the unit size and also the drawing size. I noticed that for like entries for parties, hunting parties, it was limited since 2008. I was wondering if that also affected. I know you said 70% was being with family members, but also when you split down to those smaller sizes, that you have family members being broke up. Mine, for instance, last year, I had northern unit, and my dad and my brother and his kids had a different unit. So we couldn't hunt together. And so I chose to hunt with my dad and my brother. So that could also pertain to your 30% of why some people didn't hunt, because they didn't get the same units. Also, on the limited of the buck size, I know everyone wants a bigger buck. I mean, who doesn't? But also, I know people are willing to sacrifice a little bit to be able to get hope for a bigger buck later down the road. So if you could limit like the size of the buck instead of, I see people shooting like.
So do we have a question here?
The question is can you limit the size of the buck to like maybe a 4-point or a 3-point instead of, having all the bucks shot? Because also in your survey, you said 97%, the bucks are covering the does. So, I mean, you have enough bucks out there. I mean, I can see that as well, that you're trying to get the buck-doe ratio the same. But also, could you limit the size of the antlers that are taken to like maybe a 4-point or a 3-point maybe?
And a 3-point or better is certainly something we hear frequently. We did not include that as a restriction because we've tried it in the past. Every western state has tried it in the past, and although it seems like it kind of a magic bullet to make things perfect, the reality is we didn't see a major increase in buck-doe ratio, and it actually, you put all the pressure on your older bucks, and so what you're left with is actually a decrease in the number of mature bucks in the harvest. So although you'll save those yearling bucks for sure, The 2-year-olds and older get tons of pressure on them, and so you actually can have less of those really good antlered animals, and you have a lot of, because they're in that 2-year-old age class. So, we've tried it. Other states have tried it. We just haven't found it to be successful, and that's the bottom
Okay.
line.
I was just curious, because I've hunted other states like South Dakota, Wyoming, Washington, so some of them have that.
There might be a little more discussion on that in the next agenda item also.
All right. My bad. Thanks.
Okay, so do we have any other questions from the audience? Okay, so I don't have any comment cards on this particular item, so this is strictly an informational item. Both of the ones I have here say number 6.
She's by herself over there. We got to cut her some slack. It's a Monday.
Okay, so with that, I want to thank you, Kent. We'll move on to our next item, which is statewide mule deer management plan and revisions. Justin Shannon, good morning to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
While Justin's getting ready there, anybody who wants to comment today needs to fill out one of these cards here and turn it in to Stacy or some other person so that you can be heard on which agenda item you'd like to speak on. Thank you. Justin?
Well, good morning. My name is Justin Shannon, and today I'm going to present the statewide mule deer plan. Before I begin, I would like to recognize the Mule Deer Committee members that helped us draft this plan. It was a very diverse committee. We had sportsmen, unaffiliated people, landowners, CWMU operators, Farm Bureau, federal agencies, universities, United Wildlife Cooperative, Bowman's. It was really, really a diverse group, and then RAC and board representation, and Mr. Dalton represented the Wildlife Board, and then we have several RAC chairs here as well that also represented their local RACs on this. And the committee as a whole was great to work with. We had our ups and downs, and it was, but I think what we came up with was a good product that I'd like to present to you today. We held 9 meetings from the middle of April to the middle of September and spent nearly 40 hours drafting the survey, looking at the results, trying to incorporate those into the management plan itself. A great deal of effort, sometimes entire full-day meetings aimed at trying to figure out how to best write this plan. And I'm very appreciative for the efforts that this committee put together. The way that we went about this plan is we broke it down into three different categories. One was a population section, one was a habitat section, and one was a recreation section. And within those, they had goals and supporting objectives, and then strategies outlined that talked about how we'd carry those things out. And so the population management goal was to expand and improve mule deer populations throughout the state within the carrying capacity of available habitats and in consideration of other land uses. And the supporting objective was, over the next 5 years, to increase mule deer populations as conditions allow, and bring all populations to their unit objectives, which currently is about 425,000 deer. So with that, when we talk population, I know we share this graph a lot, but I think it's really important to identify where we are, where we've been, and where we want to go in regards to mule deer. So as you can see, right now we're just shy of 350,000 deer. We're about 333,000. And in the early 90s, we had quite a significant decrease in deer, and kind of some peaks and valleys since that time, climbing out of it. And right now the upward is the trend is going up, which we're excited about. So the strategies that support these goals and objectives under the population section, this is not all of them by any means, but what I want to do is present some to give you an idea of what this committee was working on and the tone of what we wanted to accomplish. So the first strategy is to conduct annual browse assessments to ensure that the habitat can support the current populations. And then on units that are chronically below objective and where habitat is not the limiting factor, We wanted to manage predators according to the current predator management policy. We also wanted to implement research to identify and protect migratory corridors. And then in addition to antlerless harvest, continue using translocation as a management strategy. Last year, at this time, we presented some potential release sites for mule deer translocations. And with this plan, there's a few of those that are updated. The first is the Raft Rivers on the Box Elder unit, Hardware Ranch on the Cache unit, Cedar Hollow on the Camas. And then on the Aviniquin, we have Horse Ridge and Lake Canyon. And in southern Utah, the Browse area, which is in the Pine Valley unit. Moving on to habitat, the goal here is to conserve, improve, and restore mule deer habitat throughout the state with an emphasis on crucial ranges. So the first objective is to maintain mule deer habitat throughout the state by protecting and enhancing existing crucial habitats and mitigating for losses. The second objective is to improve the quality and quantity of vegetation for mule deer on a minimum of 500,000 acres over the next 5 years. Strategies under the habitat section are to identify and rank threats and limiting factors within each unit. This is going to be really important as unit plans are taken through the racks and board process over the next 5 years. We also want to continue to support and provide leadership for the Utah Watershed Restoration Initiative. Emphasize improving sagebrush, steppe, aspen, and riparian habitats across all land ownerships. Continue to support the interagency big game range trend studies, and then finally use accepted guidelines for mitigating for energy development. Moving on to recreation, this is probably where a good chunk, the bulk of the discussion took place with the Mule Deer Committee. There were several meetings held on this section alone. The goal is to provide a diversity of high-quality hunting and viewing opportunities for mule deer throughout the state. And the first objective is to maintain a hunting program for mule deer that encourages a variety of quality hunting opportunities while maintaining population objectives. And then the second recreation objective is to increase opportunities for viewing mule deer while educating the public concerning the needs of mule deer and the importance of habitat and other limiting factors. So under the recreation strategy, there's quite a few of these, and so I'm going to highlight many of them separately. The first is to continue to provide 3 unit categories: general season limited entry and premium limited entry, in approximately the current distribution to provide a variety of hunting opportunities. And so when you look at general season, we wanted to continue to manage this for a 3-year average of either 15 to 17 bucks per 100 does or 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. So how this relates to the changes we made in 2012, we wanted to keep that moving forward. It's such a new thing that we've gone to, and I think it provides opportunity for hunters that want to go more often and a little bit more quality on general season units as well. So no change there. For limited entry units, again, no change. We'd still like to manage for a 3-year average of 25 to 35 bucks per 100 does. And where you see the changes in regards to the recreation strategy on how we hunt them is under premium limited entry. We want to manage these units for a 3-year average of 40 to 55 bucks per 100 does, with greater than 40% of the harvested deer being 5 years or older. And the way that this differs from the last plan is the last plan, the buck to doe ratio was 40 to 50, and this here is 40 to 55, so we can allow for a little bit more quality on it. And then the percentage of bucks that are 5 years or older, it used to be that range was 40 to 55%, meaning if we were under 40%, we would cut permits to try to manage for older deer. And if we were above 55%, we would recommend increases so that we could provide more opportunity. But what we've since done is looked at these units and said, what is the spirit of these units? It's to provide really good quality for mule deer hunters. And so what we did is we took that 55% cap off. And so now if your bucks are 40% of them are 5 years or older, then we keep permits where they are. So baseline permits for the public draw will be recommended at current levels, similar to what they were last spring. And we want to continue to provide management buck hunts to provide additional hunting opportunity with a minimum of 10 permits on each unit. Another recommendation is to recommend permits for the 3 weapon types based on the following percentages: 20% archery, 20% muzzleloader, 60% for any weapon. On some units, these percentages may be altered to help achieve minimum buck-to-doe ratio objectives. We have some units where we're below 15 bucks per 100 does, and we keep cutting permits, and all that we see is hunter success rates increase. So we're harvesting the same amount of deer. And so we'd like to get there, and we'd like to use some of these hunt strategies, weapon types, to get us there. So this 20-20-60 will be the norm, but there might be some slight alterations. On appropriate limited entry and premium limited entry units, we'd like to provide a multi-season hunting opportunity that will allow 3% of the hunters to hunt all seasons for an increased fee. Also, we'd like to establish season lengths that provide adequate hunting opportunity as follows: 28-day for archery, 9-day for muzzleloader, and 9-day for any weapon. There are some exceptions, again, where we have deer and elk seasons that overlap. Season dates might be a little longer. If we're trying to take advantage of hunting deer leaving or coming into Utah, again, season dates may vary from this established format. Extended archery areas would be longer in season length, and then management buck hunts would be shorter. We'd also like to explore hunting bucks in late October or early November on general season units to provide additional limited entry hunting opportunity. Hunting would only occur on general season units that are managed for 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does and that exceed their objectives. And permits would be very limited in number and would be part of the bonus point draw system. Some other strategies we have in the plan are for the division to look at things over the life of the plan, over the next 5 years. So it's not a recommendation that we're coming with today saying we're moving forward right now, but there's some things that we certainly can look at. And the first is to examine allowing hunters to harvest a cougar with their buck deer permit on units that qualify for predator management where the harvest objective quota has not been met. Hunters would not be allowed to use dogs or hounds during this hunt. That's one of the strategies. Another is to investigate issuing a preference point to future first-time hunter education graduates. The idea behind this was there was a lot of members of the committee who felt like their kids or neighbors or people they knew had taken hunter safety, had a lot of momentum, were excited to draw a permit, and then didn't their first year. And so we wanted to give them a boost, I guess, and provide a preference point so their draw odds would be a little bit better to begin hunting. We also wanted to explore additional opportunities to provide incentives to landowners that supply forage for mule deer. Our private lands are very important for mule deer management in the state, and so we want to look at some more opportunities for them. We also want to investigate consolidating the mule deer preference and bonus points into a single draw system. We had an earlier discussion on that. We also want to provide hunting opportunities that will encourage youth participation and maintain family hunting traditions. So explore things like increasing the maximum group application size from 4 to 6. So in summary, this plan provides guidance and direction for managing Utah's mule deer populations. It's being proposed as a 5-year plan. Mule deer recommendations that we'll make moving forward will be made in accordance with what is passed today. And again, I can't thank the Mule Deer Committee enough for their efforts. And one thing that Kent touched on a little bit was process and how we went about this. And as we had the 22 Mule Deer Committee members representing a variety of interests, we did have some days where we said, okay, when it comes to recreation, we want you to throw out every possible idea that you have. And we filled out sheet after sheet of flip charts on these ideas, and we spent a great deal of time investigating all those, the pros and cons. Should we move forward? Does this belong in a statewide plan? Is there support for it? And so, and that was a difficult process for many of the Mule Deer Committee members in the sense that it took a lot of time. It was a lot of discussion, a lot of back and forth, and again, really grateful for what this committee helped us put together. So, thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? Steve?
Hey, yeah, I've been asking questions for quite a while on this deal. When does the southern region meet concerning management for their deer units? How many are managed for 15 to 17? How many for 18 to 20? When does that meeting take place?
Yes. So what we'll have is, once this plan is passed, we'll go in a rotation around the state for unit plans, and they would be, this upcoming spring is when their unit plans are due. And I'm not sure if it was a question or not, but I think they have 12 units that they manage down there. 9 of them are for 18 to 20, 3 are for 15 to 17 on their buck-to-doe ratios.
There's only 3 that are 15 to 17?
Correct, yeah. And what we've tried to do with that, Steve, I know the question came up earlier, is years ago, when we were managing for 15 to 25 on general season units, we heard from the public that just wasn't good enough. And we swung the pendulum from 15 to 25 to 18 to 25. And then we heard from a completely different group of people that said, well, hold on, this is general season, it's our opportunity. And then through the public process and the racks and boards, we came back and said, okay, about half of our units are going to be 15 to 17, half are going to be managed for 18 to 20. And I think right now 16 are managed for 18 to 20 and 14 are managed for 15 to 17. But what I think what we found in that is a happy medium. Guys that want to hunt, hunters that want to hunt every year, have opportunities to do that. And then for those that want a little more quality on a general season unit, they have that.
Is that when there will be an opportunity to change that?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, that'll go through the process, yeah, as far as the buck-to-doe ratios.
What is the process? Yeah.
It would just-
statewide, what is the process? How did you determine how many units are going to be 15, 17?
Sure. The regions will have an opportunity to update their unit plans. And in the plan, we don't prohibit them from changing it from 15 to 17 or 18 to 20. But I think there is, in this process, a spirit of maintaining balance on our general season units. So we don't come out and say this one can never change from 15 to 17 or 18 to 20 or vice versa. We don't outline it that specifically in the statewide plan. But I hope as we move forward that we recognize the need for that balance on general season.
All right, thanks, Justin.
Kirk, you got any questions? Calvin? Bill? Mike? John? Okay. Justin, under predator management, was there any discussion about bear being part of the cougar and the coyote deal?
Yeah, there was a great deal of discussion on predators. When it came to bear, that one didn't come up nearly as much as coyotes and cougars. But what we talked about with mountain lions more than anything was that mountain lions had their own management plan, very similar to bears. So it's protected wildlife in Utah, so it has a species management plan. And then we have the deer management plans. And there was a lot of discussion about, let's put some strategies in that are very, very specific on these things. But what internally our fear was with the division is we'd have a deer plan that said how we were going to manage cougars or bear. And again, bear was a lot less than cougars. Very limited discussion on bear relative to cougars. But what we didn't want to have happen was very direct strategies that contradicted what the statewide cougar plan said or the statewide bear plan said. And so in this process, we refer to the predator management policy quite a bit because I think that does a better job and it's a more appropriate avenue to bridge that gap between what we're trying to accomplish with deer populations and what we're trying to accomplish with predator populations.
So if I follow your discussion there, you're saying that that plan should be more in the cougar plan or the bear plan and not so much of the mule deer plan?
No, I think we have strategies in the mule deer plan that say if populations are below objective, make sure that predator management is being conducted and different things like that.
On all predators?
What's that?
On all predators?
Yeah, predator management plans. So it could be cougars, it could be coyotes, it could be bear. Going into bird species, it could be ravens. There's all sorts of different things. So I think as an agency, we just view predator management plans as a more appropriate way to bridge the discrepancies between what we're trying to accomplish with one species management plan that may contradict with a predator plan like a cougar or bear. So.
Okay, on the education graduates that you discussed, that was part of the slide there, do you know approximately how many new people would come into the system if you gave them, upon graduation and they reach the right age, how many people that would be that would take a tag?
Yeah. So what we had for hunter education graduates, and if I'm off on these, correct me.
Don't have to be right on.
I think we have about 10,000 applicants roughly annually. And of those, we have about 4,000 to 5,000 that we're putting in for mule deer. And of those, only about 50% were drawing a tag their first year putting in. And so by doing the preference points, currently, it may be 2,000 to 2,500 people that we'd give a tag to that it would actually benefit them to draw a little earlier. So those are rough numbers. I can get you specifics if needs be.
So have you guys discussed that internally about a graduation automatically getting one their first year?
What it is it's a strategy in the plan for us to explore over.
No further than that?
No further than that. I mean, we've had conversations, but we haven't put any, sat down with licensing and said, how are we going to implement it, when, things like that. Because we haven't gone that route yet because we wanted the plan to be passed first if the RACs and boards and public thought it was a strategy worth pursuing, so.
On the late muzzleloader hunts that you're talking about, season dates, are they similar to what the CWMU people are hunting? For example, in the northern region, how long does the CWMU people hunt on their property? The latest in November.
The last date you can hunt deer on a CWMU would be November 10th. In the statewide plan, the strategy is a little more vague. It says late October, early November-ish. And so it doesn't come down and say these are going to be the dates, but that's kind of the rough time frame. And as you'll see in the next presentation where we get more specific and setting up the sideboards a little bit more for those limited entry, what you'll find is those hunts end October or November 5th for this year if that we'll be recommending. So.
Okay, do we have any questions from the rack chairs? Questions from the audience? If you do, come up to the north mic and state your name. Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the rack chairs reports on the motions, and we're going to start with Robert Burns since we started in the northern region this year. You got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did have quite a bit of discussion on the management plan revisions. We had a motion to recommend the Wildlife Board approve the statewide mule deer management plan revisions as presented. Subsequently, we did have a motion to amend to add a strategy that the division would study antler shed gathering, hunting closures with the potential of a May 1st season opening. The motion to amend passed unanimously, and the subsequent amended motion passed unanimously. So our final motion was to recommend the Wildlife Board approve the statewide mule deer management plan as revision as presented with a strategy that the division would study antler shed hunting closures with the potential of a May 1st season opening.
Okay, before I move on to the next one, have we not already done that study once? Not to put you on that.
I don't know if it was a study. We've got some restrictions in place on antler gathering now with the
Okay, we'll dig into that later.
I don't know if we have a study or not. Justin, are you aware of anything? I don't think there's a specific study.
Gary.
Thank you. I'm sure it was in all the racks. These were lively discussions about the big game management. As we listened to it and talked about it, there was quite a bit of concern about the late November hunt. But when it got right down to it after full explanation, they assured there'd be limited amounts of tags and it'd be early, it wouldn't be late November. Anyway, the motion to accept the statewide management plan was presented and passed unanimously in the central.
Okay, Wayne?
In the Northeast region, we did accept the plan as presented, 7-1. The one that abstained went on to express that you know, we were adding in additional hunt. So there was a lot of discussion and stuff before we made that.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Kevin.
So again, I'm embarrassed to say that we didn't have a quorum, but we are working with Chris Wood and have sent out some emails to all of the RAC members and I think are working diligently to address that. And after this meeting, I feel that we will be able to address that and take care of it. But with that being said, we had a lot of discussion, but we didn't have not being able to vote. But I feel very comfortable saying had we been able to vote, and I'm looking at Mike because he was at the meeting. I feel that most likely would have passed, no problems, because our conversations weren't. They were pretty in line. There were some questions, but I feel pretty comfortable in saying that we've probably been similar to what the other RACs have done.
Bill, you got a question?
Yeah, regarding a quorum, I know there are rules that if you miss meetings and don't have an excuse set, there are so many times you're automatically removed from the RAC. And I'm just wondering if in these scenarios, are there other people who would love to be on the RAC who give it an opportunity if we can't get people to come who are on the RAC? It's really disappointing to see subjects as strong as these as Kent put into the survey all the information and then to not have people there representing them.
Good point.
I just want to tell Kevin, I think he does an excellent job of being chair, and I know it's not fun to have to come and apologize for things that you have no control over. But that's unacceptable. Of all the meetings, especially not to have a quorum.
Totally.
I mean, they need to either if they can't do their job. I mean, sometimes you can't show up. I understand that, but man, they need to be there. We need to do something about that. So.
Well, I appreciate your guys' input, and I feel strongly. Chris sent out a very good email explaining that, and when I get home tonight, I'm going to do the same and just ask people to take the honest question. If they don't have time or the interest now to continue the efforts, that they please let us know so we can just go revamp the process and get some new blood in there.
You know, we're going every 2 years. We cycle through a percentage of our board members and of our RAC members. I think that is a good thought you bring up, Kevin. If we've got some folks who aren't scheduled to cycle through, this would be very timely. We'll start that process here in a couple of months, looking for new ones, and maybe they could just, ask to have their seats filled if there's some who may still have a few years left who want to get off. So we'd be glad to open that up more broadly to those other categories too.
Thank you.
I'll say no more. Mr. Black from the Southern Region.
Before I present this motion, I'd like to give you a little bit of background and description of some of the discussions and concerns that we had in the Southern Region. I think it's fair to say there was a lot of frustration at the meeting with those that were there that are hunting in the Southern Region. There was frustration I think in general we could put it into three categories: the quality of bucks, quantity or maturity, quantity, and overcrowding. And there's frustration in the lack of change that came forth with the new management plan. There was also quite a bit of discussion that was on the late season muzzleloader hunt, keep that very restricted and putting a cap on the number of tags. There was some concern brought up about camping near water holes. And I know if you're in northern region, that might raise some eyebrows. Why are we concerned about that? But if you're hunting in the desert and they have developed water holes that are very limited for these animals to use, and then people are camping on those, there's been some concern that we're harassing the animals, keeping them away from the water holes. And apparently, I'm not familiar with it, but in Arizona, they have some restrictions that don't, during the hunting season, that they don't allow them to camp right on these essential water holes for the animals. There was also some concern about the lack of emphasis for predators in the management plan, and they wanted to see more put in there, specifically with the predator bounty program being mentioned and emphasized. So with that, there was kind of two general themes that were going around to develop a motion, and one of them was to develop a motion that just addressed increasing the ratio of buck to does for all units within the southern region to 18 to 20 bucks per dose per 100 does, and that they felt would address overcrowding, quality, and quantity of bucks. The other thing that they mentioned was maybe approving the plan as presented, but only for 1 year, and sending it back to committee and see if the committee could address some of these things that they felt weren't addressed. And so it was intended to be one of two options, but the motion was kind of convoluted, and so let me try to walk you through the motion. The motion was to accept the mule deer management plan as presented for 1 year, and to ask the Mule Deer Committee to revise the plan to address the following: camping on water holes, overcrowding, and strict limitation on the number of late season tags. And then there is an amendment to the motion to change all southern region units to a buck to doe ratio of 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. The vote on the amendment was 6 in favor and 4 opposed. There was a second amendment, which was to ask the committee to add verbiage to the plan to address and support the predator bounty program, and that vote was unanimous. And so the vote on the amended motion, which again was to accept the plan as presented, but for 1 year, and to add these other two amendments, was 6 in favor and 4 opposed.
Okay, say the last of that again, please.
So the vote on the amended motion was 6 in favor, 4 opposed.
Yeah, but what was the amended motion?
Okay, the motion was to accept the mule deer management plan as presented for 1 year, to ask the Mule Deer Committee to revise the plan to address the following: camping on water holes, overcrowding, strict limitations on the number of late season tags. And then in the motion was to change all southern region units to a buck to doe ratio of 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does.
Okay, got you. Thanks. That was a long discussion at that meeting, by the way. So we have the RAC chair reports in motion now. So we're going to go to comments from the audience. And like I say, some of these are representing themselves, so you have 3 minutes. If you're representing a group, you have 5. I'm going to take these as they came in, so those who got here earlier in the meeting get to speak quicker. So Dave Black, I'm going to allow you to speak first, representing himself, not the RAC chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the committee was first organized, I think I was pretty excited about, what could come out of this committee, very optimistic that we could see some changes that would improve the quality of our herd. As the process went on and I was getting updates, I started to sense a lot of frustration. A lot of ideas were being brought forth that were being rejected, and I became less and less optimistic about what the outcome was going to be as far as the new management plan. I'd like to just focus real quickly on the survey. I think we can all look at this survey and maybe see something a little bit different. But to me, it's not as confusing as what it might be presented as far as what the public really wants. You know, again, it says right here that over 70% are willing to accept restrictions in order to manage for larger and more mule deer bucks. I think that's pretty obvious that we want to see better quality. They talked about some of the questions, and one of them was the ability to give up hunting every year. And to me, that question has probably the least amount of value, because right now we don't have the ability to hunt every year. For the most part, unless you have a lifetime license, the general hunt is a draw hunt. A better question would be, would you be willing to decrease your odds to improve the quality and the quantity of bucks? And they did that. And that's why I was really confused why they left this question number 13 out, because to me that's the most important question there. Is the public said that they are willing to increase quality but make it harder to draw. And over 50% said, yes, I'm willing to do that by increasing the number of units managed for 18 to 20 bucks, making it harder to draw. Also, as you go through the survey, it's really easy to see that as far as satisfaction, over 60% are dissatisfied with the number of bucks that they saw. Over 60% are dissatisfied with the size of the bucks that they saw. Nearly 60% says, I'm satisfied with harvesting any type of buck regardless of size, and they disagree with that statement. 60% are dissatisfied regardless of size. The other thing that I wanted to point out real quick in my time is there was a question on overcrowding, and the question didn't say, did you feel overcrowded? The question said, were there times during your 2013 Utah mule deer hunt that other hunters seriously distracted from the quality of your hunting experience? You know, that's taking away from your experience if
Thanks,
you're
Dave.
surely. Thank you.
Okay, our next one is Lee Tracy. He'll be followed by Troy Justison.
Lee Tracy, United Wildlife Cooperative. I sent you gentlemen an email regarding the mule deer plan, and we, as a group, approve the plan as presented with one change, and that we would recommend that the division study the possibility of including additional extended archery areas. There are many, well, not many, but there are several units that are both over objectives, population-wise and buck-to-doe ratio. And rather than issue more tags and make it a little more crowded, these would be ideal areas for extended archery areas. I happen to live down in Enoch, which is near Cedar City, and for me to take advantage of an extended archery area, I have to drive 260 miles one way. And I've done that, but it's wouldn't be as much fun as if I were able to go up on the mountains above Cedar City. Both Panguitch Lake and the Zion unit are over both of those objectives. And some of them rather seriously. So we recommend that you approve the plan as presented with that one exception. Thank you.
Troy will be followed by Bill Christensen.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. Like Justin, just like to thank all those that participated in the mule deer team committee that went through and explored these options. It's no easy challenge to go through and keep everybody happy. We appreciate the time and effort you put in there. And also to you, Greg, and the division, thanks for what you did. I mean, that report was nothing short of incredible with the time and effort you guys have put into transplants, both pheasants, bighorn sheep, and everything. Thank you to all the division personnel. We appreciate that. On behalf of the SFW, we support the mule deer plan as presented. We understand there is some challenges and some things that we have some concern with, but as a whole, we support this plan. Thank you.
Bill will be followed by Ben Lauder.
Bill Christensen, Regional Director with the Rocky Mountain Oak Foundation. Mr. Chairman and board members, it's a pleasure to be here, and I want to join with Troy in saying thanks to the division, Greg, your staff, and your crew done a great job. It's exciting. Also, thank you very much to the Mule Deer Committee. I've had the opportunity to be on every Mule Deer Committee since the mid-'80s until this last one, and we respectfully request that when we have the next one, that there's a representative from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Elk hunters are deer hunters, and deer hunters are elk hunters, and habitat's habitat, and there's a lot of crossover between the two species. I want to commend the committee. I think they've done a great job. The one reason why it's important to have representation from all, I guess, major organizations is because of the amount of information I've been getting from our membership in southern Utah. Mr. Black talked about that meeting. We've had a lot of input from our membership, and there's a lot of concerns. I think I've heard more about this issue than I have any elk issues in the last 2 years. So I think it's important for us to take a hard look at what's going on in southern Utah. I especially have had comments from the southwest desert, concerns about counts being done in the same areas and maybe not representing the whole area, problems with migrating deer between Nevada and Utah. There are some major concerns there, but overall, I commend the committee. I ask that the Southern Region work closely with sportsmen and with the Regional Advisory Council and the public to make sure that they address some of these issues. It is definitely one that has been brought to my attention. I'd like to wish you board members and the division staff and all the folks here a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Ben?
Ben Lauder, representing Utah Bowmen's Association. First, I'd like to thank Justin and Kent, Ashley, and Anita for all the work that they put into this plan. They put a lot of time into this plan, as did the rest of the committee, more so than the rest of the committee. We are happy with the plan. We are happy that we had a seat at the table and were able to contribute to the writing of this plan, and we support the plan as presented. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all of our comment cards on item 6. So I'm going to summarize, if I can, the RAC motion and the votes. Northern Region, we had a motion to approve the deer plan as presented, which passed unanimous, but they also had a strategy there that we would study the antler shed hunting closures with a potential of May 1 season opening. And it seems like we put that on the action log several years ago, and that's gone through there once. I can't remember for sure. Anyway, that was from the...
Bates Wildlife Section Chief, if you'd like, I could maybe give you a little bit of historical background on shed gathering and where we've been in the past on that. It seems like it was about 2007, we actually had a year where we restricted antler gathering in the northern region, and the next year we had a pretty big snow. Statewide, we looked at the issue, and that's when we came up with the program that we have now, where we have the voluntary, education program online, and where we restricted take on public lands. And we talked about this at WAFWA with the Wildlife Section Chiefs because it's an issue that's west-wide. But really, it comes down to you know, a land management decision on when people can be out. I mean, even if you restrict people from taking antlers, you can't restrict them from being there. So we just felt that the education option was the route to go on that. So, do you have any questions or anything? Or
Okay, so what I thought about that we put that on the action log, you don't think it's ever been there?
oh no, it was on the action log, and that's actually why we went through and evaluated. I think it was in 2008 we came back with our recommendation on that.
What I was thinking.
And if while I'm up here, I could make a comment on some of your another, you know, some of the other issues that came up, particularly with regards to the southern region. Or
Let's
should we
wait
on
until
that?
we get to
Okay.
that, okay? Thanks. The central region and the northeast region also voted not unanimous, but one was and one was 7-1 to go ahead and approve the mule deer management plan as presented. And then in the southeast region, once again, they did not have a quorum, but the general discussion was that they would probably agree with the mule deer management plan. In the southern region, and I'm trying to find it in my minutes, but yeah, that's why I was trying to find it. They had some amendments and different things, and the one thing that went through there that passed was that they change all of the deer units in the southern region to 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. And then they had another that added verbiage to the predator management plan to support the coyote thing that the division has going on statewide, to make sure that that continues down the road. Am I right on that, Dave?
Yeah, so it's the bounty program.
Bounty program, okay. And then they,
Can I ask a question about that? I'm not sure exactly what the intent of that is, but there's, I mean, the last statement of the depredation section in the plan talks about bounty program, doesn't it? Did I misread that?
okay, so in the southern region, the gentleman moved to amend the motion to include in the mule deer plan verbiage to address and support the predator bounty program. So he wanted that in the plan, that they were going to support it. And that motion passed unanimous. Justin, you want to comment?
Yeah, Dr. King is right. It is in the, we do mention the Mule Deer Protection Act of 2012 in the body of the plan. It just wasn't a strategy. And I think that was the difference, is they wanted to see it as a strategy. It is in the body of the plan under predators. So, I'm sorry, under management.
So they wanted this to be part of the overall plan before results from any study that might be done are available. Just determine, or any kind of analysis on how effective this plan actually is. They wanted that to be part of the plan.
It's my understanding that they wanted it to be a strategy, because what you have is you have the body of the plan where we talk about, you know, it's 12, 15 pages of content, and then the actual strategies, and they wanted this to be a strategy that said the division will continue to support the Mule Deer Protection Act. So.
Okay.
And in other words, the southern region supports the predator bounty program, and they wanted that to be part of the plan, that we would move forward with that type of program in the future. Okay? And then the next motion was to accept a mule deer management plan for 1 year and ask the Mule Deer Committee to address camping on water holes, overcrowding, and strict limitations on late season permits. And anyway, if you take out the 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does, which passed, which was an amendment, then what I just read passed in the southern region. So what we have is, we have 3 that was in favor of the mule deer plan as presented, one without a quorum, and the southern unit with asking it's on be on a 1-year plan with some other restrictions. Okay, so camping on water. I don't know how you take that away from where people camp and fish and do everything else. You know, it's if the division wants to look at something there that's why we went to 30 units. You know, all of them are different. If you want to put some restrictions on the Southwest Desert, Pontegant, places like that's got low water places, why, I think that's up to the people who are in charge of that unit, like Kevin Bunnell and some of the others. So I don't know how we put a whole restriction on the state of Utah. Bill Bates, you can come back up now.
Can I make a comment on that water, Jake?
Yes.
Almost inevitably, the BLM and the Forest Service has regulations regarding that very issue. You're not allowed to camp within so many feet of the water. You prevent the use of that water by wildlife or livestock, either one. So I can't remember what it is, but it has been addressed.
There are some laws on the books. I don't remember how far. It's I think in the comments that they said it was, I want to say, was it Colorado? They limit that to a quarter of a mile. I don't think Utah's near a quarter of a mile, but it's several hundred feet away from any stream or river or anything if you're going to pitch a tent and camp.
Yeah.
You have to be so far away from that.
The restriction really got important when we had the Hoods and Woods down in my area down there, those survival groups down there. And that's where they wanted to camp on that water every opportunity they had. And that just, I mean, geez, those cows wouldn't even come into the water source. So.
Yeah, that's what's going to be one of my comments is that, camping on water holes is really a land management agency function. But what I would recommend with actually all of the recommendations from the southern region is those are really unit management plan issues rather than statewide management plan. The statewide plan is supposed to be broad and give general direction, but all of these are basically specific things targeted for units in the southern region, even the 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. I think that when we get these committees together on units where we want to have changes, we're going to invite representatives from the federal agencies or Sittler, whomever, and if we have specific problems with water holes, then what we would do is work with them to try to, come up with regulations that they would implement. So I would recommend on all those issues that we put those to unit management plans rather than statewide plans. Thanks.
Any other comments from Wildlife Board members?
Yeah, I think I got to make one more. I agree with Bill. That's probably where they should be addressed, but these issues were brought up at the RAC level, at the RAC meeting, and I tried to bring up some of this discussion with the committee when we were there, not only the individual unit management plans, but predator management was the other one that really had me going. I felt like it's intertwined so basically with population trends and population in general that I felt like that committee should have really tried to address some of these issues with predators at that level. And the Mule Deer Committee has a driven agenda to try and help manage mule deer in the state of Utah, and the Cougar Committee and the Bear Committee has a different agenda. They're managing the predators, and a lot of those issues are not looking at the best interest of mule deer because they're a heavy user of mule deer. If you look at population estimates for cougar in the state, I tried to study that a bit, and I got estimates from over 2,000 cougars in the state of Utah to just somewhere near 6,000. If you take that low number of 2,000 cougars, and each cougar is killing one deer per week, that's 100,000 deer out of our mule deer coffer every year. The hunters in the state of Utah, how many did they kill? less than 30,000. And here we are trying to manage our hunter population for 30,000 of our deer, and we're not giving real credence to the management of the predators in the state. Cougars are very effective at killing mule deer, and they prefer to kill mule deer to eat. So the cougar kills a deer and the coyotes come in there and clean up the carcass, he's got to go kill another one. And I think that's part of what we're seeing with the bear population too. The cougar kills a mule deer and the bear comes in there and eats it, and the cougar go kills another one. So all of these predators are intertwined with the same resource they're using. It's a deer one way or another, and I feel pretty strongly about trying to establish some kind of a relationship with the management of the predators with mule deer, because that's their primary food source. That's my comments.
John Bear.
I got a question, Justin. How many, just so I'm not preaching false doctrine here, how many years have we been under 30 units? How many hunts have we had in 30 management units now?
We just finished our third year.
We just finished our third. I'm a little frustrated at some of the stuff coming out of the southern region only 3 years in. Where a lot of the recommendations to go to 30 units and to adjust our 18 to 20 and our 15 to 17 had a lot to do with our friends in the southern region, and now we're saying it's not working and we want to change things again, when in reality we got deer that are barely hitting 3 years old under this management plan. And I wonder if we're not, by saying, well, we want to make all the units, I mean, are we not putting the cart in front of the horse just a little bit? Because we know this is a process. We're not going to have big bucks overnight. It takes a while to grow them. I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse there a little bit. And then also, what if we went all 18 to 20, how many permits are we giving up? Have you looked at that?
Yeah, that's a really tough question to answer, because these you have to take into account what's being produced, what are the survival rates, things like that. But a general rule of thumb is when you increase or decrease by 1 buck to doe ratio, you increase or decrease by about 5% of your permits. And that's rough. I mean, it could be higher or lower than that. But as we were setting these permits in 2012, that was kind of the baseline of what we were looking at. So that's what it would be. Right now on some of those units, we are closer to the 18 range. So it's not as if we would be cutting that many permits. But what we'd be doing is we'd be limiting increased opportunity on general season units. And that's why earlier we were talking about having an appreciation for balancing these and having some that are 15 to 17 and some that are 18 to 20, because Dave's right. There's people have different expectations. There's a camp that wants more bucks per 100 does and wants more quality at the expense of going every year. But that's not the only camp out there. There's other camps that want to go as often as they can.
Well, I mean, it does say in here, yeah, people want more bucks and they want bigger bucks. It also makes it very, very clear people want to hunt. And and then kind of going back to what Steve says and kind of what Bill says, I don't know if, I mean, obviously we could say today, that we could go 18 to 20 on all these as a wildlife board. We could put that restriction on there. But then if we have unit committees coming up shortly, what's the purpose if we've already made that decision? I mean, don't we want them to look into it? I mean, have that discussion and then bring us that recommendation after it's been fleshed out a little better than what we've got here today?
I think so. My hope would be is we put committees together at the unit level that the focus is more on identifying the limiting factors and recognizing what can we do to get deer to our population objectives and things like that. that to me, I think, has much more value in these committees than should we go 15 to 17 or 18 to 20, but it's certainly something that should be discussed. I would hate to get a whole committee together that just talks about 15 to 17 or 18 to 20 without talking about what's in the best interest of mule deer on these given units. So,
'Cause, I mean, I'm not saying that I couldn't be convinced one way or the other, but I don't feel like I'm in a position to make that decision today with everything that's at stake there. I mean, you're talking permit numbers. We got the committees coming up, and I would feel a lot more comfortable if those meetings actually took place with the unit management committees that we're talking about than just making that decision today. I don't feel like I'm in a position where I can make that and feel good that I've done the right thing. So
It seemed like a couple of years ago, we had a similar discussion, and I believe it was it was based on the unit plans, and it was looking at the LaSalle's and this San Juan, or what's the unit down there, Kevin? San Juan?
Elk Ridge.
Elk Ridge, yeah. They were talking about the same kind of thing, and I don't remember the exact number, but it would have eliminated over 1,000 permits in that southeastern Utah region. So, I mean, it's considerable when you start looking at that.
But isn't the purpose of the 30-unit management plan so that we can take a look at each individual unit and manage it to the needs of that unit? We're talking about a statewide mule deer management plan here. We're talking about generalities mostly. The reason we have a 30-unit plan is so that we could, the southern region's talking about 3 units, right? Because all the rest of them are already 18 to 20. So they're talking about 3 of those 30 units. To put that in a statewide plan, to mandate that that's the way that those are managing, that takes away the 30-unit management plan. That takes away the individual units.
that's kind of my point. We're kind of defeating the purpose if we do that
So we're
today.
talking about a statewide plan now, and then we're going to manage each individual units. We've given them the opportunity to do that and look at each one of those specifically for that unit and manage it for that unit. I think by saying we're going to manage the whole southern region, 18 to 20, we just took away that 30-unit management plan. So I'm a little unclear on why we would. The southern unit says we want change, but in what they just proposed for change, they went back to where we were 3 years ago without those 30 units. So,
Steve, back to you.
Yeah, I have a question, Justin, for you before you leave. When we have these individual unit management meetings, will, for instance, in the southern region, what happens to the decision that these committees come up with? Do they then go in front of the Southern Region RAC for their discussion and approval before it comes back to us, or what happens?
Sure. If the region, I'm not convinced that every unit is going to have to put a committee together to update their unit management plan. But if the need arises and we have those, then what these committees would serve as is as an advisory committee, similar to what the statewide mule deer committee was. And if you remember, we had every committee member, we gave them a charter, said here's the time frame, here's the scope of your authority, different things like that. So yes, it would be an advisory committee to the division, and then the division would look at whatever that committee came up with internally and formulate a recommendation and take that to the RACs and boards. So.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and even then, when it comes back to the RACs, the RAC can make recommendations that are contrary to what the division would propose, right?
Yeah, we
they do it all the time. So, and that's exactly what happened with the Elk Ridge LaSalle Mountain issue. I believe the plan called for 15 to 17 buck-to-doe ratios, and the RAC recommended 18 to 20. And
Director Sheehan, go
to
ahead.
the board like that.
Couple of thoughts. A few topics are bouncing around here. Back to Steve's comments, first of all, on the the predator. There is a deer plan, there is a cougar plan, there is a bear plan. We're coming up on updating the cougar plan soon. But in between all of those is our predator plan, that management plan that's been talked about. So I don't think we're deferring. We talk about deer here and we talk about cougar here. That predator plan identifies certain triggers, and we're seeing instances of problems on our herds that are, predator driven. They're not habitat related. That kind of pushes in, and it really doesn't have to first go through a cougar plan or even through a deer plan. It gives us guidance on how to address predator problems when we're seeing certain triggers or events happening out there. So I think part of the question was, should more of that predator plan be incorporated into this deer plan, or does it work okay parallel? But I don't think it forgoes what it's been created to do over to a cougar plan and saying, well, there's lots of people who love cougars out there for a variety of reasons. So I think that connection is made. We did talk about this some internally. How much more do we need to link to that predator management plan? But I think there's some pretty solid links in there now. Maybe I'll have, I don't want to drag this out, but maybe Justin or Bill could speak briefly to that and what some of those triggers are that tell us how to manage deer differently, exclusive of the deer plan. The other comment, maybe you could think about that for a second, Justin or Bill. I was doing the math in my head. I think I've just had 35 years of buying deer tags in Utah. I'm dating myself a little bit, especially since when I was that age, you had to be 16 to hunt, not 12. 35, 36 years of deer permits. But there's one thing we need to keep in mind. We talk about these postseason counts, whether it's 15 or 18 or 20 or these various classifications we have. Those counts are done at a time of year like now, when those deer have all pulled in, they're on their winter ranges, they're with the does in this case, and it's pretty easy to identify a lot of these bucks. You've probably seen on the internet people write around, here's a big buck that I just got a picture of that escaped the hunt. And when we talk about moving age classes up and moving and putting fewer tags out there, we can't presume that there's going to be a one-for-one trade-off, because a lot of those deer we all know the majority of bucks that are harvested every year are the young, yearling 2-point bucks, and they're still pretty much not too smart. We pull away from hunting those a little bit to work on a more mature age class of bucks, which happens when we reduce some of these numbers. A lot of those bucks, I think you all know, they move into different country during times of year. They're not with the does, these more mature bucks, at the time of year when we hunt deer, which is normally around the 3rd week of October. And we got to know that you're not going to have a one-for-one trade-off. We're never going to trade off a 2-point for an equivalent 4-point by doing antler point restrictions or changing age classes and things. A lot of those deer, they get smart, after they get 3 and 4 and 5 years old, and they live in different places. I used to hunt above Fenimore when I was young, and we knew the places where the easy deer were, with the does and fawns, and we knew the canyons where you're going to have to go really work for it if you wanted one of those big bucks, because they'd park right down in there until the hunt was over. And so, again, I think to my point, we can't always presume that more big bucks are going to put an equivalent number of bagged big bucks. It's going to take some hunters that can get out and get after them, and they're going to get those good deer. But a lot of the average folks out there are not going to get those big mature deer, no matter what we ever change those ratios to. So that's a couple thoughts. But back to this predator thing. Justin, do you want to speak to that? Kind of explain how that works and integrates so that it's clear that the cougar plan isn't going to trump the deer plan, if you will.
What we were trying to avoid, Mr. Dalton, was having a deer plan that gave a set of direction that was contrary to direction given in the cougar plan. So then whomever could come and say, well, this is what your plan says. Well, which one? Because they're in opposition. So as we have these predator management plans, the way that they were presented to the Raxon board and approved was if we break it out into coyote and cougar. And so for coyote, we look at fawn to doe ratios. And if your fawn to doe ratio is below 70 fawns per 100 does for 2 out of 3 years, in northern Utah or central Utah, above I-70, if it falls below 70 fawns per 100 does, 2 out of 3 years, it qualifies for predator management. If you're below I-70, then that number is 50. You have to have at least 50 fawns per 100 does for 2 out of the 3 years. And then there's some catastrophic things too. So if you're south of I-70 and your fawn to doe ratio falls below 40 fawns per 100 does in 1 year, then those units could qualify for predator management. North of I-70, it's 50 fawns per 100 does. I know it's confusing. For cougars, it's a little different, unless you want to stay on coyotes for a minute.
No, that's fine.
Okay, for
Go
cougars,
ahead.
it's a little different. We've radio collared hundreds of deer throughout the state that represent individual portions and eco regions of the state. And we look at survival rates of adults. And so if survival rates of adults is greater than, or if it's less than 85%, 2 out of 3 years, those units qualify for predator management for cougars. If it falls below 80% for 1 year on a given unit, then it would qualify for cougar management. So, was that confusing? Was that too much? I apologize. That's a lot of numbers, and
You can't confuse us.
Too much information for this little pea brain, yeah.
let me just summarize it this way. Sorry, too much in the weeds. I recognize that. What we do is we set criteria for fawn to doe ratios. If it falls below that, those units qualify for predator management. For cougars, we look at adult survival. If it falls below a certain criteria, then those units become eligible for predator management.
I got a quote.
I think I understand how these programs were arrived at and what's in place. Maybe my confusion comes with, you talk about predator management, you're only talking about coyotes. When you're talking about cougar management, that's not coyotes.
Right, and that's why we have a different set of criteria for cougars. So with cougars, we look at adult survival rates. If we're seeing that they're low on these units for 2 out of 3 years or pretty low for 1 year, those units can qualify for predator management, and we can be a lot more aggressive with
And that's exclusive of the cougar plan. Right.
Yeah, that's the gap. That's the bridge that that's the plan that bridges the cougar management with your mule deer management. So that way we're not managing cougars at the expense of mule deer, I guess is a fair way to say it.
Okay, you probably helped me a lot. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I got one more quick question, if I could. When we're deciding what units are 15 to 18, or 15, 17, 18, 20, do we take into account, and how much do we take into account access?
Yeah.
Because the director kind of sparked a nerve there. I mean, we could have the best deer unit in the world. If it's flooded with access, I mean, you're going to have to really put the hammer on numbers to get, or number of permits to adjust your buck-doe ratio. And so how much is access a factor?
It's a huge factor because we have some units, as was said earlier, where you could continue to throw more permits at it, but you don't kill more deer. What you do is you lower hunter success, you increase hunter crowding, you increase frustration. And so on those instances where access is an issue, we've essentially managed most of those for 18 to 20. And then there's other components like the LaSalle's and San Juan, some of that where they were CWD positive in some of the Northeast region. We manage those for 15 to 17 because that can have an impact on older age class bucks. And so we were trying to look at all this. And one thing I want to point out with unit by unit and 15 to 17, 18 to 20, we are not that far removed from the division hosting open houses all throughout the state, meeting with sportsmen, meeting with anyone that would talk to us and saying, we're going unit by unit. We can manage these 15 to 17, 18 to 20. How would you like it? And where that settled was a pretty balanced place because I felt like we were giving the opportunity that was needed to represent a general season unit, but increasing quality on these units that we didn't have 5 years previous when everything was 15 to 25. And one other thing on predators, if I can go back to that for 1 second. One of the things we talked about as the Mule Deer Committee was the makeup of the committee that drafted the cougar management plan. And one thing we took away internally from that was we need to have more mule deer representation on the committee that's drafting the updated cougar management plan. And Bill Bates and Leslie McFarland, our disease coordinator, they've gone to great lengths to seek out those that would represent mule deer interest on the cougar management plan. So that's something we committed to do in the committee, Steve, and we've done it. So,
Calvin.
Okay, got a question back on predator management. So if your adult survival falls below a certain level, that will trigger predator management.
correct.
And that will trump basically your cougar management. So you're managing for X number of cougar with your cougar hunts, but if you have lower adult survivability, then you can go in and say, okay, we need to take out more cougar. We missed something somewhere. We're going to take more cougar out regardless of what the cougar plan says.
It allows for more, to be more liberal with permits. You can get more creative with your hunt strategy, go into a harvest objective as opposed to just a limited entry or a split, different things like that.
There's a way then for the deer management plan will trump the cougar management plan.
I don't know if I like that term.
Based on the parameters, the triggers that you've set up, you can go in and take more than what your cougar management plan says.
Yeah,
because they're affecting your deer herd to the point where, hey, we're going to lose our deer herd again. We've got to take out more cougar regardless of what the cougar plan says. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a more fair explanation of it, because
Okay.
we don't want to manage predators at the expense of our mule
Exactly.
populations. And so when we look at the data and we look at both sets, what are our deer populations doing? How are we managing cougars? Is there balance? And if there's not, we can certainly get more aggressive.
Okay. Another question. On the management plan, you said, you're wanting to allow, if I'm out deer hunting and I see a cougar, I can take that cougar in certain instances.
Yeah.
It's how likely is that to happen without hounds?
I imagine it's pretty low. I think this.
I would think it would be pretty low too, but you've got a lot of eyes. You've got so many more hunters out there at that point that the likelihood of somebody seeing one may be higher. Could they take it? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's not a strategy that we're saying, starting this next deer hunt, that's what we're doing. That was just for something for us to explore internally and look at and bring back a recommendation to the racks and boards once we've worked that out.
Okay.
If it's a strategy that
obviously you're gonna, if you see a coyote, the likelihood that you're gonna take it is pretty high. What if I don't have a deer tag and I'm gonna say, hey, I know I've been watching a certain area, I know there's some lions there, I'm gonna go out there with my Hunter Orange on, but I don't have a deer tag and I'm gonna go out and take a cougar. Is that likely to happen? I doubt it. John, enlighten me.
It's possible. I wouldn't bet your ranch on it or mine.
I wouldn't either, but it is possible. And then it brings me to the next question. 50 years ago, there was a sheep herder on every ridge, on every mountain out there, and there wasn't a coyote problem or a lion problem because they took them all.
That and other things.
I don't know. Are we okay with the sheep herders taking lions out of season without a permit to help the deer plan?
Again,
Probably not something you want to address.
well,
I don't know. Maybe
what we
not.
got to be careful with is mountain lions are still protected wildlife
Right.
in Utah, and they have
Right.
their own management plan, and that's what we were trying to avoid with this whole thing, was getting so far out there that we were making decisions for cougars in one plan that might be different than another, but
Right.
they're certainly worth having conversations.
Right.
These conversations are worth having.
Okay, last question on the management plan. We're trying to get some general direction. How hard is it to tweak that plan every year, every other year, instead of waiting every 5 years to cover the 17 to the 15 to 17, the 18 to 20 rules?
Well, you look at the last 5-year plan that we had, and we made changes almost every year throughout that plan. And so what we wanted to do this time was work with this committee that represented a variety of interests and get the public support needed to support a plan throughout its shelf life. Certainly, if there's things that need to be tweaked in the plan, we can look at those.
We're okay with tweaking those as long as they're not a major, huge course correction. But the little things here and there they're still available, and we can still do that.
This plan allows for a change in 18 to 20 and 15 to 17. It really does. At the unit level, we didn't lock those in per se. What we do is we reference a table in the plan that says here's the current distribution of the 30 units. They're 15 to 17, 18 to 20. And so I think if a unit plan were changed like that, we wouldn't have to reconvene a committee and go through all that. So.
And I think that's kind of what I'm hearing from several of the board members, that maybe, I don't know that we want to have the southern region 18 to 20 mandate put in there. Let that be a case-by-case basis rather than put that in the whole statewide management plan. Is that?
Yeah, I think this plan widened the sideboards. There's
Yes.
lots of new things you see talked about in there. And there are lots of things we can do in this plan that don't have to be spelled out in the plan. The water hole issue. If we come up with something like that, we don't even need to revise the plan. If this board comes up with a strategy that can work, we can do it. We have a wider set of sideboards now than we did under the old plan, and I think we're not going to be limited.
I'm gonna say that's the way I see it. The same way we're given some general direction. They're a little broader now, so let's not narrow it back up by being too restrictive on these other aspects. But I think you're right. I think they will work their way through the plan in the future.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up. We've had plenty of questions and plenty of discussion, but I never got to say anything all the way through there. So I'm going to say it on behalf of the southern members.
By design, Judge.
John, I got the floor. I want you guys to know that the southern unit has always been, and I shouldn't say the southeastern's always been a little more conservative than what people in the northern end of the state have been. And that's even when you go to the elections. So you can see that coming out of their discussion and the way they vote in these regions.
I'm not sure what you're referring to there.
Well, bigger bucks, not as many hunters, is more conservative than the liberal where you put so many hunters in and you have smaller bucks. So anyway, some of the questions said that they wanted 70% would take larger bucks. And I think that's where this discussion came from, the southern region. I'm not against going back and let them go through the management plans. I've been with some of their biologists all summer. I know where they're thinking. I'm not against that. But I want you to know that when you go unit by unit, every unit doesn't have to be the same. Some of them could go down to 10 or 12, if that's the way you want it. But some can go higher. And I think that's where you've seen the frustration in that meeting the other night, is no change again. So let's go back and go through the management plans and see what the area biologist wants to do. I'm okay with that. You ready for a motion?
I want to make one more comment if I could. Maybe it's more of a question, Justin. When we go through this process, looking at each unit and the recommendations made for the southern region deer herd units, then those recommendations will go to the southern RAC or all of the RACs, or what's the rest of the process there? Does the southern RAC get to decide what's going to happen in the southern region, or make those recommendations free and clear of the rest of the RACs, or are we going to still have the northern and northeastern RACs influences the decisions that are made on the southern deer herds?
That's a good question, because when we did the central region unit management plans this last year, they only went to the central RAC, but they also weren't changing 15 to 17 or 18 to 20 ratios, because even though those units are found in southern Utah, it's not just locals that get to hunt those. I mean, there's hunters from northern Utah, eastern Utah, all over the state. And so I think if we were going to make a drastic change on saying we're taking this from the 15 to 17 category and moving it to the 18 to 20, I think we'd seriously explore taking that statewide, because it affects hunters throughout that have ties to those units. They might have grown up down there, moved to Salt Lake, and still enjoy hunting down there every year. They still have a tie to that unit, and to make them drive to Cedar City to speak on it, I don't know if that would be fair. So,
But it should be. Okay. We beat this dead horse long enough. Who's coming forward?
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept the division's proposal as presented.
Motion by Calvin Crandall, present or make a motion to approve the mule deer plan as presented. Seconded by Mike King. Any other discussion? All in favor? All against? Motion carries. Steve Dalton is against. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and be back.
Can I make sure and thank our folks who worked on that plan? Ashley Green, I see him in the back. He facilitated that, and Justin and Kent and all those folks, as well as all those who participated. Thank you all for that.
You're all balanced back here, that's good. Don't worry, man. Almost didn't make it. I'm glad you did. You've been sick. Yeah.
Steve, will you grab your other board members out there? Not in there either. Secret room, huh? Okay, Justin, we're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today this morning I'm gonna present the Bucks Bulls once in a lifetime rule changes, season dates, and boundary recommendations for 2015. So starting with general season deer, no changes from last year other than moving it from a Sunday opener back to a Saturday. So the archery hunt we're recommending it starts on August 15th and goes through September 11th. For muzzleloader, September 23rd and goes through October 1st. And any weapon, we recommend going from October 17th through October 25th. For elk, archery spike bull would begin August 15th and go through September 4th. And archery any bull would start the same day and go through the 11th of September. Any weapon, October 3rd through October 15th, and muzzleloader, October 28th through November 5th. What I'd like to do is present these recommendations at a statewide level, those decisions that might impact various regions or units, and then we'll have a breakdown for regional recommendations. So the first is to provide limited entry deer hunting opportunities on general season units that are exceeding 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. These permits would be limited in number and would overlap with the muzzleloader elk hunts, which is October 28th through November 5th, and muzzleloader hunting equipment wouldn't need to be used on this hunt. Units that would qualify for this or that we're recommending for this hunt include the Chalk Creek, East Canyon, Morgan, South Rich, Camas, 9 Mile, Pine Valley, Southwest Desert, and Zion. And in the packet, Rule 657-5 was updated to reflect these changes. Next, we'd like to recommend providing a multi-season hunting opportunity on limited entry and premium limited entry deer units. Hunters would be able to hunt archery, muzzleloader, and any weapon season similar to elk and bear. The Crawford Mountains and Dolores Triangle would be excluded because weapon types and limited number of permits. And again, Rule 657-5 would need to be updated. We recommend adding 3 hunt days to the limited entry muzzleloader elk hunt. Traditionally, this hunt has started on a Wednesday and ended the following Thursday. And what we're recommending is to start this hunt Monday, September 21st, and end it the following Friday, which is October 2nd. The idea behind this is it would allow limited entry elk hunters more time in the field, closer to the rut, with less overlap with muzzleloader deer hunters. If you look at how we manage limited entry archery hunters for elk, we give them 7 days closest to the rut with no competition on general season archery hunters for elk, and then the early rifle, again, there's very, very limited overlap with other hunts during that time frame. We also recommend extending season dates on mountain goat hunts. This recommendation will allow for longer, thicker coats on mountain goats. And the season date extensions are in conjunction with access and road closures, so late October to late November, depending on what unit you would be on. And the idea there is if a federal agency closes a gate that doesn't allow for access to some of these areas, we didn't want to have the season date beyond that to give a false expectation that you can get to some of these areas. Next, we recommend updating Rule 657-5, our big game rule, to prohibit using drones to take big game. Also, we wanted to allow unsuccessful limited entry deer and elk archery hunters to hunt extended archery areas. We needed to correct a clerical error, which clarifies which permits allow a youth to hunt archery, muzzleloader, and any weapon seasons. Several years ago, when we went unit by unit, we had a portion in the rule that talked about how we would want to have any weapon hunters that are youth be able to hunt all 3 seasons, and what we were doing and what the rule said, there was a lack of alignment, and so we're just clarifying that to reflect what we're doing. Also, want to add moose to CWD and importation sections, and then other minor corrections and clarifications throughout the rule. Moving on to regional recommendations for the southern region. We recommend splitting the Zion bighorn sheep hunt into an early and a late season to reduce crowding. The early season would be September 12th through October 11th, and the late would be October 12th through November 10th. And then we recommend adding a muzzleloader pronghorn season to the Southwest Desert. For the Southeast region, recommend adding an archery hunt for pronghorn on the LaSalle, Potash, South Cisco unit. For the northern region, we recommend splitting the Newfoundland Mountain bighorn unit into an early and a late season. The early would be October 24th through November 13th, so at least 3 weeks. And again, the late would also be 3 weeks of November 14th through December 6th. We recommend adding an extended archery deer area on the western part of the cache unit to address urban deer issues. We recommend adding a limited entry deer hunt on the North Slope Summit unit, which is Unit 8A, that would run concurrently with the general season elk hunt of October 3rd through the 15th. So essentially what we're doing is reestablishing high country buck hunts. On this unit, we have deer on the north slope of the Uintas that migrate into Wyoming in early October to mid-October, and with the new deer plan that allows for deer hunts and elk hunts to overlap and widen the sideboards, as was mentioned earlier. This is something that we want to reestablish to take opportunities for Utah hunters for deer that are leaving the state. We also recommend adding a muzzleloader pronghorn hunt on the Cache, Morgan, and Southridge Ogden unit. And then finally, we recommend discontinuing the Pilot Mountain bighorn sheep hunt for this year. The Central region, we recommend discontinuing the Sanpete Valley extended archery elk hunt because of the conflict of harvesting limited entry bulls with over-the-counter permits. We also recommend changing the boundary of the Wasatch Elk unit to exclude areas that fall within the Wasatch Front extended archery unit. So season dates for the Wasatch Front extended archery will run from August 15th through December 15th this year, and the extended archery area will remain a limited entry unit to allow for spike hunting to occur in Summit County. And then finally, we recommend slightly altering boundaries for the Okra, Stansbury, and West Desert deer and elk units. For the Northeast region recommendations, no changes for this year. One thing that we wanted to do is, since we've been through the 5 racks and we've heard from our public and racks and various others, what we want to do is incorporate some of the things that we heard throughout those meetings and adopt those as the division's own recommendations moving forward. So if this is approved, these recommendations will be the division's as well. We recommend altering the Wasatch Moose boundary to include the Manti and the Nebo areas. This was not the division's initial proposal, but as we've talked with hunters and sportsmen and found out what they're seeing with bull moose on the Manti and Nebo and some of those areas south of I-70, we felt comfortable including that as into the Wasatch boundary. We also wanted to clarify language in Rule 657-5 to exclude landowner associations from qualifying for late season limited entry muzzleloader hunts and the limited entry multi-season permits. Finally, we recommend changing season dates on the Range Creek bighorn sheep unit to an early and a late hunt. They have that currently, but they're only about 2 weeks long. And so what we are proposing today is starting on October 31st and ending November 22nd, which gives 3 weeks and 4 weekends for that hunt. But then also starting a week later of November 7th and November 30th to again allow for 3.5 weeks of hunting on the back end of that as well, to separate the numerous hunters that we have on that unit. So, some key dates for your consideration for 2015: the big game drawing for Bucks Bulls Once in a Lifetime, new dedicated hunter applicants, and lifetime license holders. That application period will run from January 29th through March 5th. And if you're applying for a bonus or preference point or withdrawing an application, that date is extended to March 19th, and results will be posted by the end of May. Key dates for the hunters with disabilities for general season units. Essentially what we've done is taken the season dates and given either 5 days prior or 5 days post-season to allow for hunters with disabilities a little bit more opportunity. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board? Justin, on the muzzleloader hunt that starts on October 28th, ends on November the 5th, when the new hunt was designed it looks like the main part of those are in the northern region and a couple in the south. So my question earlier is, when does the CWMUs quit hunting in November?
They can hunt up until November 10th.
Okay, so my question here is, why can't this hunt until November the 10th?
Yeah, it's a good question. When we were talking with the Mule Deer Committee about even opening this up as an option to allow for more limited entry hunting opportunity, we started this discussion mid to end of November with the rifle, and there was a lot of discomfort with going mid to late November where your deer are rutting and using a rifle. And so what we ultimately felt like we could feel more comfortable with was having this overlap the elk hunt, because there's already an existing general season elk hunt there already with the muzzleloader. So we thought if we use those dates as a template and we allowed muzzleloader deer hunting to occur during that same time frame, you already have hunters in the field and with the right weapon type, and that's kind of where the recommendation came from.
Any other questions? Have any questions from the rack chairs? Have any questions from the audience? Come to the mic and state your name.
Excuse me, I got a cold. Lee Sorensen with the Sanpete Extended Archery Hunt. I had a couple of questions. The over-the-counter tag, after talking to landowners and the bow hunters that hunt down there, we wonder why we can't make that our own hunt. You know, make it so it's not over the counter, charge a fee for it. That way we can do the data on the hunt. Also, I've got 3 questions, and then I'll sit down. Do you want them all right now, or want to as they're addressed?
I'd say put them out there.
Okay. Second question is, we had a meeting with the DNR, the landowners, and myself at Fairview Elementary in June, and they presented a CWMU and which wouldn't fit our situation. And I talked to the landowners after, and they said it wouldn't fit the situation. Also, they presented deer kill on the roads, and that's it at the meeting. The question was asked there, what is the management plan if you do away with this hunt? How are you going to manage these elk that are on this private property? The second thing I have is, I talked to Covey Jones, which is the division manager in the central region, in the spring of 2014, and we're concerned about funding. If you do away with this hunt, how are we going to take care of the elk? Do you have the funding to do that? At that time, he told me the funding was all gone to help with things like that, and that was in the spring of 2014. One other question we have is, Spencer Fork sits right north of us, about 3 miles as the crow flies. For some reason, the cattlemen have fed that. I don't know whether DNR have given permission or what it is, but we would like to know. They have fed that for 5 months with their cattle. On the late rifle hunt, my wife had a tag. I counted 62 cows on that. They have forced the elk off the top because there's no winter range there. Now they are killing them with rifles as a deprivation hunt. After they shoot them up, they have no place to go but to us because we have winter on the south. The question we have is why was that fed off? I mean, it's putting everything on us. There's some comments in there, and I'm sorry for that, but the question is, why are they feeding that for 5 months and shoving those out where they don't need to be? And that's on us.
Well, stay close to make sure we answer all your questions.
Let's start with the first one, and then we'll work our way through it.
Okay, the first question was,
why can't we make this its own hunt so we can keep data? You know, we can keep data. We can charge an out-of-state price for that.
You got the question.
Okay.
I guess the answer is it currently is its own hunt. It's part of a limited entry unit, and what we're trying to avoid and work through with this is when we're asked, what are we trying to accomplish there? We have one, as we were talking earlier about alignment and what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to manage for a 5.5 to 6 year old bull on the manti, and what is on the Nebo? Is it the same? 6.5 to 7 on that. And so that's what we tell our hunters is that's what we're trying to accomplish. But then we turn around and allow for over-the-counter permits to harvest bulls. So there's a lack of alignment with our age objective and bulls in that area. So if we do away with the extended archery there, we still have a management strategy in place, and that's to manage for older age class bulls on the limited entry portion.
Okay, the management question I have is these bulls are on private property. And what are you going to do with those bulls? I have some literature
Second question
here.
was what?
The question is, how are you going to get these bulls, take care of these bulls? I mean, the landowners are feeding these bulls.
Let's let Covey have a shot at this.
Okay.
I think one of the things, Mr. Chair and the board, if it's possible, I've got a short PowerPoint. It's the same PowerPoint that I gave to Lee when we met on May 20th. If it's okay with you guys, I guess I could give that would review some of the history of this and how we are where we are with the extended archery. Is that okay?
Yeah, we probably should have done it part of Justin's, but let's sit down and let's watch through it then. Then we'll get to the second part of his questions.
And I think this will help answer some of those questions as to how we got those elk where they are and what's going on. So, okay, so this is a picture from the area in the late 90s, early 2000s. And this is what it looked like off the side of Highway 89. Okay, so in 98, had a few bulls hanging off the side of the road, 20 to 30. By 2001, they told all their friends. We ended up with about 107 bulls, not elk, but bulls off the side of the road there. Peak number of accidents was in 99. That 5 is right at Pigeon Hollow Junction. So we had an issue. We formed a committee, and they came up with several things that we could do to address this issue of having large group of bulls off the side of the highway during the winter. Hunts was one of the actions the committee felt strongly about is we can hunt and herd and push, and that works with elk. They seem to understand death. So we need to harvest a few of them. In 2001, we tried the guided elk hunts, 5-day guided elk hunts for those who were unsuccessful. It didn't work as well as we'd hoped. In 2003, they came up with a few more recommendations, extended archery, late antler elk, and went with extended archery as the choice there. Okay, so here's just members of who were on the committee so you can see who came up with these. A lot of landowners, a lot of private landowners, the Farm Bureau, UDOT, one representative from DWR, and other sportsmen's groups. And they had 3 main objectives when they established this hunt. 1, retrain and discourage bulls from wintering on agriculture in urban areas. 2, reestablish bull elk on public rangelands. And 3, not harvest any more bulls than necessary to accomplish the previous 2 objectives. So they understood that these were limited entry units, and it wasn't about taking away opportunity. Well, so here's a little bit about what these units look like. This hunt, this boundary encompasses both the Nebo and manti wintering herds. So on the Nebo, we've got a planned objective of 1,450. We're under that objective currently at 1,200 elk. We've got an age of 6.5 to 7, and we're under that as well at 6. And this year we cut 7 permits on that unit. So 7 limited entry hunters weren't able to hunt. On the manti, got a planned objective of 12,000. We're at objective, and we've got an objective of 5.5 to 6 for age objective, and we're right there. We're coming in 6.1. So we're able to add a little opportunity there, and manage that the way that we've agreed to in the plan. There is one interesting, maybe localized effect of this. It's not on the slide, and that is there is a CWMU in the area. And that CWMU right there is killing an average age bull of about 5.2. And so is this hunt having a localized effect? Maybe. I can't say for sure. So where are we now, I guess is the question. Goals, push elk off the highway. We accomplished that. We don't have 110 bulls hanging out on Highway 89 anymore. Goal number 2, push elk off private lands. And we had the opposite effect here. It was an unintended consequence of the hunt. It is what it is. And number 3, kill as few bulls as possible. And the answer is here, we really don't know. Or it's extended archery. It depends on who you talk to. Some guys will tell you they kill a bull on it every year, every other year. Some guys will say they never kill. But it's not consistent with the management of the unit. Finally, I guess I threw this graph in here just to show, this is a graph of several comparative stretches. One stretch is a little longer, the other 3 are pretty close, of elk mortalities on highways, 2005 to 2011. Some of these highways are inside other extended archery units, so not looking at extended archery versus not effect. The graph is just to show that we do hit a lot of elk on highways. It's not something we want to do. It's something we're working very hard with UDOT on several roads to change. 89 in particular, we've had a couple meetings down there about what areas we really need to fence. And with graphs like this, long-term trend data, we can see at what mile markers we're hitting these elk and where we need to fix things. So I guess the main point here that I want to stress is just that we're working on it. We're working on this with elk on 89. Okay. With that, I guess I can answer Lee's second question, which I'm having a hard time remembering exactly now.
Lee, back to the mic, please. And then just please stay to the questions and let him answer them.
Okay, I'm trying to remember which was the second question. Oh, the question, sorry. Elk management. How are you going to manage these elk?
Yeah,
Well, I'm talking the west side of the highway. The east side has nothing to do with me. If there's someone from the east side here, they can address that, but I'm with the landowners on the west side and myself.
I think west side of the highway, Lee will manage it the same way we do across the state, and that's with, we offer landowner depredation permits and vouchers where they can go and harvest the elk themselves to push them off. Now, this is on rangeland, correct?
No, this is on rangeland, private rangeland.
Yeah, so we offer landowner depredation permits where they can harvest the elk, they have the meat, and there's a voucher program as well. So I guess we would manage it in accordance with state law and the depredation program that we have in place that works across the state.
Okay, I've met with the landowners and they have some things and comments. The third question, you told me the funding was gone for helping landowners out in the spring of 2014. You're taking on all this property. Because the hunt's gone, we won't be able to help you manage it. You're taking on this property. Do you have the funding to take care of this property?
I don't remember saying that, Lee.
What funding are we talking about being gone? In fact, we enhanced our funding this year to resolve landowner issues by $200,000. So
that's the question we
statewide.
have.
I don't know what the.
That's what the landowners want to know.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. So I don't know
if it was stated,
John.
that's the question I have. Maybe I misunderstood.
I guess Greg and I would ask. We've always met our depredation obligation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've increased payments that we make. We've increased costs for technical assistance to landowners. I don't know if there was a miscommunication. I wasn't at that
There
meeting.
might have been.
But nothing
Maybe
has
I
been cut. It's
misunderstood
only
him.
been enhanced. Yeah.
I've been in 5 meetings with him this summer, so
Okay.
I could have misunderstood that, and I'm sorry if I have.
Next question.
Whatever question it is, the Spencer Fork area, it's been fed off for 5 months with cows. Now, we're seeing the problem now. I would like to address why we've fed all that winter feed off with someone's cows, and they're down in the valley. You're shooting them with depredation tags because you forced them down there. With the depredation tag, or hunters, they're forcing them south on us, which is only 3 miles away. So we've went from, and maybe you don't want this now, but we went from 20-some bulls to 47 bulls in the last 2 weeks when the snows got there. Has not one thing to do with baiting. We don't have the manti bulls that commute across yet, because we won't get those until, and I can do that in the comment portion. But
I think the answer there is we're aware that we have some trespass on Spencer Fork. We all know that we had the fire 2 years ago, and we have some fencing issues, and we're working on them. And it is a trespass issue, and we're aware of it, and we're working on it.
Is that private or public?
The Spencer Fork property, it's division land, but it butts up to private, and that's where some of the
So
issues.
that's what you're saying, you're getting, is it they're using it then in the summer? The cattle,
Yeah,
it's
the
a
cattle
summer
land.
grazing on the private next to
They
it.
came in July 1st, but they've been there through, my wife had a late tag, and we were there for 10 days on November 8th, and they were there every day.
Okay, so
And there
we
were
have
62.
a trespass problem there it's on division property that you need to address then?
Yes, and we've been working on it.
Okay, all right.
We know the issues there.
So is that the last of your questions?
That's the last of my questions.
All right, thank you. Is there any other questions from the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to RAC Chair reports. Kevin?
Again, I can't give you a vote number, but one of the things that did come up from the public that I will bring up was there was a lot of concern that with the proposal of having this the opportunity for the late tag, that the public wanted to clarify that the people that get the landowner tags, that they could not select and have hunt that late season, and be able to hunt that late muzzleloader hunt. And it was clarified by the division that was not the case, that would be a draw through the limited entry bonus point system. So other than that, there was some discussion, but it went very well, so I'll leave it at that.
Dave?
Mr. Chairman, at the Southern Region, there was a motion to accept the division's proposal as presented with 2 exceptions. These 2 exceptions, I believe, were presented by SFW, and that was to extend the Wasatch Mountain moose hunt boundary to include Manti and Nebo, and to increase the bighorn sheep season date on the 9 Mile Range Creek unit to 21 days, and this passed unanimous.
Wayne?
The Northeast region, they wanted to pass the motion as approved, but they also had 2 items there, and that was to extend the southern border of the Wasatch hunt as in the late muzzleloader hunt, deer hunt. They wanted to have those permits available for people to draw and not for the landowners, and it passed unanimously. And another motion on this same motion was we had a large discussion on the collared animals with the bighorn units. And so there was a motion prepared that we accept what has been proposed and add in the language about prohibiting the harvest of collared bighorn sheep on Unit 8, the Flaming Gorge, and Mount Nebo. And also we have a Ute tribe member of their Fish and Wildlife sits on our board. He wanted it also to include Units 11 and the 9 Mile unit because they have collared animals also off the Ute tribe which go back and forth.
Gary?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, we had lengthy discussions on many of the topics within this plan. One of them was the Wasatch, or that Sandpeat extended archery, also the late hunt. That was an object of concern, and Justin, as we talked to him, what the guys in the central region were more concerned about was how many numbers, how many permits was this going to be, because we felt like we had devastating effects when we had the late muzzleloader hunt. And they were concerned, one, about the timing, that it was early in November. Even though they get to hunt later on CWMUs, the whole big general season, they needed to be early in November and a limited number of tags and just kind of see how it works. And they said that was part of the plan. So with that, and the reason stated to accept the plan, they presented in addition to that, the moose boundary would be added, and that was presented today. It passed 8-3.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had 3 motions on this agenda item and considerable discussion. The first motion was to recommend the Wildlife Board clarify language defining a mature goat in the wording of R 657-5-40, Section 3. And, for example, delete the last sentence of Section 3, and that specifically refers to the number of rings on a goat, a mature goat, so that that passed 12-4, 1 opposed. Second motion was recommend the Wildlife Board approve the remainder of the presentation with the inclusion of no harvesting of collared bighorn sheep on Unit 8. Subsequently, we had a motion to amend that motion to eliminate the limited entry late season November muzzleloader deer hunt. That motion failed, 5-4, 8 opposed. Then we were back to the original motion recommending the Wildlife Board approve the remainder of the presentation with the inclusion of no harvesting of collared bighorn sheep in Unit 8. That passed 10-4, 3 opposed.
Okay, very good. We'll go to comments from the audience, and the first one is Paul Calley. He'll be followed by Troy Justison.
So I'm Paul Cowley. I'm the Natural Resource and Planning Staff Officer on the Uinta Wasatch Cache National Forest. Today I'm representing both the Ashley and Uinta Wasatch Cache National Forest. We would encourage the board to exclude the harvest of collared animals in Unit 8. So this is the High Uinta Wilderness Area and also Flaming Gorge. And to provide a little background in that, we've been working closely with the division over the last 4 years to collar animals up there to look at that potential risk of contact between domestic and bighorn sheep that Director Sheehan mentioned today. Part of that is trying to get additional information on those animals that travel out of the gorge and then go up into the high Uintas, which is also a wilderness area. So in 2010, we funded 6 collars up there on satellite collars on bighorn sheep, trying to get more of that information. Working with the division, they also put out 6 radio collars at the time. After 2 years, those collars drop off. We were able to, working with the division, 3 were collected, refurbished, put out in 2013. In 2013, typically we've tried to do collaring outside of wilderness because of the regulations on mechanical equipment in wilderness areas. 2013, those 3 collars were installed. 1 animal died. The reasoning is unknown. 1 animal did not go into wilderness areas. The other animal did go into the wilderness area. That animal in 2013 was harvested. And yet that becomes an important link. We have had a couple of allotments over on the east side of our forests that were closed because of the concern over disease transfer. And that was a mutually agreed upon closure, dealing with permittees relinquishing their permits. So right now we're in the process of analyzing 10 allotments in the high Uintas. Bighorn sheep is one of the issues we're trying to deal with, along with a variety of others. So the information becomes extremely valuable that way as we try and better understand the science behind dealing with interactions and that risk of contact. A year ago, the division came to the Forest Service requesting authority to use mechanized equipment in wilderness to collar additional animals in the high Uintas. As part of our scoping process, we reached out to a number of groups, including wilderness advocate groups. One of the questions they related to us was, if the information you're collecting on those animals is so important that you need a variance to go in and net gun those animals in wilderness, why then are they still allowed to be hunted and harvested? We didn't have a good answer for that. And so as this proposal has come forward, we are recommending that the harvest be limited to animals without culvers at this time. So that's a little bit of the background and the recommendation that we had. So thank you.
I have a question, and it's maybe a silly question, but how old was the sheep that was harvested? Was it a trophy ram or was it a young ram with the collar? What's the, and how do you select the rams for collaring?
You know, the division, through their contractor, does the collaring. We've had an extremely difficult time in, let me rephrase that, the division in trying to collar animals in wilderness. We did give approval to use mechanized equipment in wilderness. They went out this year, flew, if I understand correctly, and the division can correct me, they flew for 2 days and were unable to capture any of the animals in wilderness because of some storms and those animals moving off the ridge lines. The one that was, I'm guessing it was a mature ram. Those are the ones we're worried about the most in the young rams because of the 4A areas and the travel that they do. But it's a difficult issue, and that those are once in a lifetime permits, and our hunters wait a long time for that opportunity. So I really can't address that question on that specific ram. I know that it is a concern with that once in a lifetime permit opportunity.
Yeah. Anybody have an idea? And those younger rams, those 2-3-year-old rams are wandering all over the place as well, back and forth between ewes and rams, so.
I don't know the age of the ram. If Dax were here, I don't know if Dax is still here.
I'm here, I don't know.
Okay.
It was a mature ram,
Yeah.
but I don't know how old.
It is a difficult question, you know, and we recognize the wait time people go through for the once in a lifetime permits, and so it's an evaluation of the greater value there.
So are those collars designed to fall off after so long, you say?
2 years. Yeah, they're designed to fall off after 2 years. They set out, kick off a charge, which then releases that collar off that animal. And that's about the length of time
2
the
years.
batteries last.
Okay.
So are these the collars that you have to collect to download the data? Are you getting downloaded data on a daily basis, hourly basis on some of those?
Yeah, with the satellite collars, as we worked with the division on those you can set right at your computer and see where they're at that day. In many of these cases, you know, they release the collars, and that's a difficulty of finding those collars, in that some of the antennas were actually snapped off. But general day-to-day information, you can pick that up right off the computer. And so, in a spirit of cooperation, we did share the access passwords with the division so that both of us were looking at the same picture all the way through.
How many total do you have collared then?
You know, right now, we only have the 3 collars that we funded. Now, the division, I know, has a number of additional collars, ones out there. I'm not sure how many they currently have on that herd.
The information that you're trying to receive, is it different than what the division's trying to do on theirs? Or are they the same?
You know, we're primarily looking at the animals that are using the high Uintas wilderness area, where I think some of the division collars are more broad for the herd there around Hoop Lake and also on Flaming Gorge.
I don't know if this is Dax or Randy, but who's the expert on how many sheep we got collared across the Uintas?
That's your pool for an expert.
I got the latest update. I think we have 7 collared rams, and I think rams is the issue here. 7 collared rams, but we're scheduled to start this week with capturing and collaring an additional 28 sheep in Daggett County area, and some of those will be rams as well. So, yeah, that's one of the issues or considerations there is, you know, we get great information having these collars on rams, but it does potentially, you know, have a big impact on limiting hunters if we restrict the harvest of rams.
The sheep that venture west out of the gorge, these ones that are in these 4A areas up towards the domestic guys, how many sheep are we guessing are up there, and how many of those, what percent would you guess are rams?
Those are great questions. That's kind of what we're trying to figure out with this study.
Yeah.
Really good questions. I don't know. we would guess it's a small group of sheep based on, you know, our mountain goat survey flights and what we see up there. But,
I think the question that the board's going to have to struggle with here is if this is where a lot of the mature rams are and this is where a lot of the hunters want to go, then how limited is that opportunity? If you go up there and there's 8 mature rams hanging out and 7 of them got a collar on, or some ratio, I guess maybe there's a guess factor. You know, would we have a hunter looking for the one, you know, lone ram that didn't happen to get a collar slapped on him one day? So that's what I don't even know that I know those numbers, but I think that's something that would be helpful for us all to have an idea.
these rams are typically hunted, you know, the hunt is in November during the rut, and typically they've left the high country, or we're assuming they've left the high country by then and are down in kind of that, you know, Sheep Creek area is where, you know, a lot of the hunters are going to be harvesting their rams from on that hunt. I think we have 3 ram tags typically on that hunt, so if that helps.
What was the situation with the Ute tribe? They have collars that they're monitoring as well?
They do, yeah.
Okay.
But
Does anybody have any other questions from Paul before he stands there all day? You good?
I also serve on the RAC in the northern region, have for 6.5 years, so I really appreciate the job that you do and the information we send you.
Mr. Chairman, before he leaves, this may be another silly question, and it might be better for Dax, but wouldn't harvesting of those rams provide us some information? I mean, we're looking for rams not in a altered environment, but in the environment that they have to live in, right? And some of those rams are then going to get harvested. So doesn't that harvest provide us some information?
You know, the main thing we're looking at is to see where those animals are moving through the year. So if an animal spends its summer up in the high Uintas in close proximity to the domestic sheep herd, and then moves down to Flaming Gorge and mixes with the rest of the animals in Flaming Gorge, the concern is potential risk of contact. And so understanding where they're moving throughout the year really becomes the key. And the information we picked up from 2010 through 2012 with those first callers was extremely valuable in understanding some of those routes that they're using and where they're moving. So,
Question. So and I think you just answered it for me. In your opinion, the information you get from the bighorns traveling is, in your opinion, more important than the harvesting of the animals?
Given the limited number up there, you know, that's a really difficult question, but I would say in this case it is, because it also deals with where we're currently having some of those discussions with livestock owners and livelihoods of communities and families. It is a real challenging situation, and so the more refined that information is and the clearer it is, it helps us better weigh our options and alternatives that way.
As I understand, Mr. Chairman, this is just on that unit 8 in the high Uintas. Is that correct?
That's what my request is, yes.
Okay, and I think that was the motion in the, Robert, is that correct, from your region? It's just in that unit, it's not statewide, it's just in that unit, to collect the information of what you just said to help protect, if you will, overall, or help manage the bighorn / domestic interface that will happening.
And that was also the motion in the northeastern region, was just Unit 8, right?
it was, but remember, it did not pass in the northeast.
Yeah,
region.
you had to split vote on
The
this
motion
one.
was there.
And that was,
But that was it, though. It was just for Unit 8, so just that one unit.
and partly, because I was there in that meeting, partly the reason was the tribe also said, oh, hey, that's a great idea. Let's include the
The
tribe.
tribe has animals at the same place, at the same time, and they want the same information.
And they're not up there.
They're in a different area.
Way down. But he said, yeah, those collars cost a lot of money. Let's not shoot collars. And so I think it clouded the issue, is what I'm saying. So I thought again, this is completely opinion, but in the northeastern region, there was a lot of positive talk about Unit 8, and then it got clouded a little bit when we added a different issue.
Okay.
Is that correct, Wayne, do you think?
Yeah, just one comment. Also, we talked about those radio collars do die at some point, and if they don't fall off, the animals still could be harvested, thus eliminating any data that was coming anyway.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Troy? You'll be followed by Lee Sorensen.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. Speaking to this issue, this scares us to death. It's Pandora's box. I mean, we understand the importance of collecting the data, but how do you tell an individual that's waited his whole life to draw a bighorn tag that the only ram he sees has a collar on that you can't shoot him? Thing we need to remember too, I know on the division side of things, a lot of these collars are funded through sportsmen's dollars, and we're willing to step up and help with that. In my mind, the better thing is let's get some more money, let's collar more sheep so they can collect that data. Another point that Dax brought up that's important, that a lot of these sheep summer in the high country and they come back down when they're killed. If they are killed in November, you've already collected that data that shows they went to the wilderness or they didn't. And so, it's just opened it up, just like we've seen in the northeastern region too, that the tribe wanted to jump in on that as well. I think you could better serve by sending out a letter to the hunters and ask them, hey, if all possible, don't harvest the sheep that has a collar on it. And I think we can accomplish the same thing. So we'd be a little bit leery of that. Speaking to the bucks and bulls once in a lifetime, we support the division's recommendations with the 3 current changes. That being extending the boundary to the Wasatch to moose unit to include the Manti and the Nebo. And then also relating to the multiple season deer permit. I don't know if all you understand that. Basically, we want it to fall in line with the elk, that those permits, the multi-season, to allow you to hunt archery, rifle, muzzleloader, or draw, that they don't apply to landowner situations. I.e. on the Ponscomp, there's 18 landowner tags. If somebody gets that voucher, they have the option to choose archery, muzzleloader, rifle. We'd rather them not have the option to select where they can hunt all 3, just to keep the quality of experience up for those people who draw those permits. So that's what we're after there. And then also we'd really highly recommend adopting, extending the season on the 9 Mile, the Range Creek, to give these guys at least 21 days to kind of bring it in line with the rest of the sheep units. And then we support the division in the recommendation to do away with the extended archery on the Stampede. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? And I don't know who to ask this to. Not you, Justin. Somebody in the division. How many bighorn sheep can be taken? How many permits are there in that Unit 8?
We have 2 hunts in Unit 8. One is kind of the western side of Flaming Gorge Reservoir, and then the other the Bear Top side. And typically it's about 3 permits each side. Those numbers fluctuate a little bit off the, I'm not sure what we'll recommend for next year in this upcoming rack, but I think this year it was 3 and 2. So it's, 5-6 permits.
Out of how many sheep total estimate up there?
Probably close to 200 total sheep, both sides. So.
And how many collared? 6, 8?
We have 7 collared rams right now, and then we have probably another 15 or so collared ewes, and then we're planning this.
But they don't hunt the ewes. These are just ram hunts. So we're talking a very small portion of the population is collared.
Yeah, relatively small.
Of the total.
Of the total. So.
Okay, thanks.
Lee, you're up.
Okay.
You'll be followed by Tom Maurer.
Okay, the numbers I was telling you about, we've increased in the last 15 days from about 27 head of bulls to 48 bulls on these properties west of Fairview. 68 cows in one bunch, 30 cows in another. There's 240 cows and bulls north of us that are on Baldy right now that have no winter feed, and they're pushing out of the fields by deprivation hunts. I met with the landowners after the The RAC meeting, there was 3 of them sitting in the back of the RAC meeting listening also. The landowners use this money. They sell trespass fees. They bring some hunters in to make money to put back into fences that the elk ruin. This is sheep country, so that elk, it's got brand new fence around it because it was all built out or burnt out. That fence has been mashed down on the one side. Before they could put the sheep in, the elk had been in there 15 days. And that was 60 head at that time. They replaced $1,000 worth of fence. It's not a good deal. We bring a few hunters in. Saturday, we had the 68, 30, and 48 on 2 pieces of property. I was able to bring on the DNR property, or the forest property, which is south of us, and the others went north. So that helped that situation. The bulls like to honey up this time of year because there's safety in numbers. After meeting with the landowners after the RAC meeting, they don't have a whole lot of money to put into these properties that your elk are ruining. So the management plan of using deprivation to take care of the problem, we have a problem with deprivation hunters. And the fact they shoot our wellheads, $4,000 we're out. They shoot windows out of cabins. Don't ask me why, we have not had good luck. You want to bring deprivation hunters in, the landowners want you to assist them or guide. That's what they would like. Also, with the number of elk that are on that property right now, we're talking 5,600 acre pieces. And then we haven't seen the influctuation of the elk that come off the manti. Once the frost is in the ground on the manti, we get bulls. Last year we went from 25 bulls, which we have pretty much year round. We went from 25 bulls, we went to 40 bulls. So that's straight bulls. We've never really had a problem with cows until the Spencer Fork thing. So, but we got 240 coming our way. So let's kill them and get rid of them, then we don't have to worry about them. I guess that's what we're looking at here. The landowners will notify, they figure they can take 12 to 14 elk on each property and still stay in business doing sheep and there's 1 cow section on there. If there's any more than that, they'll contact the central office. You have 72 hours to get them off, or they will get them off and they will send you a bill to get them off. We will look at the state laws on how to remove the elk from the property, but these guys are landowners, they're ranchers, they need to stay in business. And with 100 head of elk on 1,200 or 2,400 acres, which it's been for almost 30 days now, there's no way these guys can stay in business. That's their spring feed. So one item of information, since the RAC meeting, the guys down by Ephraim, from Mount Pleasant to Ephraim, have stopped hunting the elk by your road. You have 14 bulls crossing the road at 9 o'clock at night now. We talk about buddying up, it's going to happen again. So the problem isn't gone down by Ephraim. They will start hunting them today. They wanted to wait until the decision after this meeting. But you do have a problem down on the road. And whether you hit them all over the state or not, that's not an excuse, because you haven't hit them as long as that archery hunt's been in place. The trespass, we talked about it at the RAC meeting. I got 49 seconds. There's plenty of places to hunt in this unit. All you got to do is go ask people. Get out of your comfort zone and go ask people. And people don't do that. They want to ride out and be able to hunt. They want you, it was brought up at the RAC meeting, the landowners want you to move the elk off your property onto the DNR property. You have 1,200 acres. It's been brought up in 2 meetings now that you can move those elk. Move them. The landowners, if you go against them, you move them at your expense. But it will be guided if it's deprivation by a DNR, or they won't come on your property. We hate to go there. We hate to take a stand, but we're able to do it with a few extended archery hunters, a few cow vouchers, and a few deprivation tags. And that's the west side of Fairview.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Tom Maurer, be followed by Ben Louder.
Good afternoon. My name's Tom Maurer. I represent Bear Mountain CWMU. We're probably a good 12, 15 miles south of where Lee is located at in Sanpete County, and I'm here today to just briefly talk about the extended archery. And we're probably coming from exactly the opposite from where Lee's at. We don't want to kill them. We've watched it from when I was a young kids where if you saw a spiked bull for the hunt, that was your elk for the year. You better be able to get a shot at it. To where we have a dynamic situation with big trophy bulls on the Manti. And we've watched that, and from going back to 1998, when we had the elk first show up on the highway, it was moderately successful. Then it was successful, but it's developed into a bad situation. And around our CWMU, we have a series of bait stations that people have put around there, and they charge fees for people to come there. And the trespass has gone up for us, and the fences are in worse condition because the elk are moving back and forth across them even more. We like the elk. We want the elk to be there. And our elk are probably a little different than what Lee's experiencing. He's getting some of the Nebo elk and stuff too. But as they were talking about in the presentation, we're not even able to hit our age classification on what we're trying to harvest in bulls. We maintain probably a third of the elk that we used to on our ranch. And what it does is those elk get moved around through that private property there and cause even more damage with trespass and things like that. And so we are definitely opposed to the extended archery, and we'd like to see that shut down. And we concur exactly with what they're saying here in their study, that you can't have two management plans. So many times you hear people say, I've waited 15, 16 years, I've drawn this tag, and then you see a select handful of people who have bait stations that are, they can shoot a cow, a calf, a bull. They can hit 3 or 4 or 10 elk a year. We had one employee who told me once here years ago that he had hit 15, 16 elk and finally got one. But the big thing is there's no data collected, and you can't manage something without data. And they've done an incredible job managing on the limited entry side, but on the extended archery side, there's nothing. It's over the counter, shoot late season, bait, anything goes. And so it needs to be managed. If we want to give maybe a handful of archery tags late season, it needs to be on a limited entry basis and come out of the total of what we can harvest. I'm not opposed to late season hunting, but it has to be controlled. And I think the tools are in place that you can have depredation tags. The funding's in place to reimburse ranchers and farmers so that their needs are taken care of too. But what we've done is we've really drawn elk into private land areas, and really in areas we don't want to have them congregated in because of this baiting situation. And so we are opposed to it, to extending it any further. Doesn't mean it can't come back if it becomes an issue again. I live at Paulville Creek Canyon in Springville. We have elk on the road there that get hit too. We're not shooting them late season and baiting them in. It is a successful tool when used appropriately, but it's actually gone beyond where it's needed anymore. And then just real quickly, Troy's comment about the sheep. Last year I was lucky enough to draw a desert bighorn sheep, 19 years of putting in. Finally see that ram. If it would have had a collar on it and I couldn't shoot it, that would have been a horrible situation. I think a better situation would be to collar sheep that are less likely to be harvested, because that is a dynamic experience to draw that sheep tag. And I think that saying no collared sheep would be a bad situation. Thank you.
Okay, Ben's the last comment card we got. Unless we got some more that'd like to talk, you need to get them filled out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing the Utah Bowmen's Association. I'd like to address a couple things specifically here today. First, I'd like to echo the comment by Tom Maurer and also Troy about the harvesting of collared sheep. As a hunter, as was just mentioned, to wait half a lifetime to draw a once in a lifetime tag, something you're only going to be able to do once in your life, and then not be able to harvest an animal because you found one that was off limits due to a collar. I understand and appreciate the value of the research, but we don't support limiting that harvest to animals without collars. And then specifically to the Sanpete archery extended elk hunt, we recognize that the issue that hunt was designed to address is no longer an issue. We also recognize that, as Covey had mentioned, that it is having the opposite effect of what it was originally designed for, and therefore we support the division's proposal to end that hunt at this time. Other than that, we support the division's recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Okay, Ben, thank you. Okay, so now we're to the point where we summarize the RAC motions. From the northern region, we had recommend the Wildlife Board clarify the language defining a mature goat in the wording of R67-540. So, Justin, do we have a defining of the mature goat, or where did this come from? What's the deal here? Do you know?
Yeah, I'll read you the definition. And it says a Rocky Mountain goat of either sex may be legally taken on a hunter's choice permit. Permittees are encouraged to take a mature goat. A mature goat is a goat older than 2 years of age, as determined by counting the annual rings on the horn. So that's the portion that's under question in the northern region.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. Can you read that one more time for me?
Sure. A Rocky Mountain goat of either, well, that part's not important. Permittees are encouraged to take a matured goat. A matured goat is a goat older than 2 years of age, as determined by counting the annual rings on the horn.
we're good? All right.
Can you count rings from 300 yards, even with the scope on mountain goats?
Right.
Okay.
There's a lot of different ways to tell if it's a mature billy or not. Habitat achievement, if it's by itself. I mean, just body size. Certainly the width of the horn base, the bases of these horns, things like that. No, it'd be very difficult to sit and count. But I think what we're trying to do is just, if we say permittees are encouraged to take a mature goat, which they are, I think we're just trying to define that a mature goat is older than 2 years.
Well, there's no age restriction, right?
No. No.
Okay, recommend the Wildlife Board approve the remainder of the presentation with inclusion of no harvesting of collared bighorn sheep from the northern region. Eliminate the northeast late season muzzleloader, which failed, and so they passed the remainder of it 10-3, which included that you do not hunt collared sheep. Am I correct, Robert?
In Unit 8.
In the Unit 8. Okay, Central Region, for the reasons stated, except plan as presented with addition that the Wasatch Moose boundary be extended to include the Manta and Nebo units. That passed 8-3. Southeastern Region, no quorum present. Northeast Region, motion to approve and to extend the southern border of the Wasatch Unit moose hunt. 2, for the late muzzleloader deer hunt, to have those permits available for draw only, not for landowners. To add 8 days to the Zion 9-mile bighorn sheep unit, and that passed unanimous. In the southern region, I don't have their minutes in front of me, but I think it was very similar to the central region. We passed the Wasatch Moose and extended the sheep hunt on those 2 units by a few days. Am I right there, Dave? Okay. So now we're to board discussion and a motion.
Just to clarify on that, Justin, the moose unit change, the boundary change is now part of your recommendation.
Yes.
So we don't need to specify that. If we just accept the recommendation, that will be included.
With the exception of the sheep collared, most of those came back into your, or if not all of them.
Correct. We went through the public process. We were comfortable with what we heard, and we can certainly.
Other than the collared sheep one.
Can you throw that slide back up that showed those
Yeah.
stipulations that you were going to make? I personally appreciate the division doing that. It's nice to have you take a look at things that are said there and actually incorporate that into your recommendation before it gets to us. I think that's
A question on the multi-season dates and the the landowners are not able to, if you get a landowner tag, you choose your season, you don't get the option of hunting all three.
Correct.
Because, what's your rationale there?
What we wanted to do was model, this is already in place for elk, and so we wanted to model how we do this for deer, exactly how we do it for elk. And with elk, landowner associations aren't allowed to hunt all 3 seasons throughout the process. They just have to pick one, archery, muzzleloader, any weapon, and move forward similar to a public hunter. So.
Okay, so it's already that way with the elk, you just want to align the two together.
Correct. Yeah, if we're going to introduce this for deer, we wanted to mirror what we're doing with elk.
Okay.
Now, is the season dates are recommended to be changed here for the Range Creek unit, but what about the Zion unit?
Yeah, so the Zion, the difference there is they have a month in their early season and a month in the late. And before we made this change, you essentially had 14, 15 days for the early on the 9 Mile Range Creek and then 15 days on the late hunt. And so what we want to do is, because this is a once in a lifetime hunting opportunity, we wanted to give hunters as much time as we could in the field. On this hunt in particular, it's harder to go into December because that's when we survey, and we're hunting them in the rut, and so we didn't want to go any further to where these group sizes become smaller. They're harder to classify and count.
So the Zion extension was built into your original recommendation, is that right?
Yeah, if you look at the Zion.
Okay.
Exactly. They have a month, yeah, on each.
So you're not in favor of the 9 Mile extension?
No,
Or you included it?
This is it right here. So what we're recommending is to have at least 3 weeks for the early and the late season on the 9 Mile Range Creek, whereas before they were closer to 2 weeks.
Although they overlap 2 weeks, each one of them.
Correct. Yeah, and the reason we went 15 days in the first place is because most hunters are killing within the first 7 days, and so we felt like if we did this overlap, it would reduce quite a bit of hunters for that second hunt, because most of them are harvesting so early anyways. So.
Hey, Justin, one hard question. We double-checked all the dates, right?
Yes, I have. I've looked at the dates, and I am praying I don't have to come back to you guys. So, yeah.
Me too. Thank you.
If not, can I just change them to? I'm kidding.
I have another question. I know we've beat this Unit 8 thing. Troy mentioned that there's a lot of funding from the sportsman's group to collar these rams in the first place. Can you give us an idea of percentage of dollars that the sportsmen have put up to collar these rams versus, and he also said they'd pony up for more if we continued to allow that harvest. I'd kind of like to hear what that represents. What does that mean to me?
Are you talking specifically for Unit 8A, or are you saying all big
specifically for Unit 8A?
Without having the numbers in front of me, I think sportsmen contributed roughly $12,000 for the collaring effort up there that we have, and we've matched a bunch of that with PR dollars and things like that. So we could have asked them for a lot more, but we were trying to leverage the PR dollars that we had. Total cost to collar the 25 sheep that Dax was talking about.
Watch your six there, buddy.
Yeah, he was coming like he had a mission.
Sneaking.
No,
I'm joking.
I can probably observe that.
Go ahead.
Actually, we had an amendment on that project that I could probably add a little bit to. The Forest Service actually gave us $30,000 to help with that project, and also I went back and asked SFW and FNAS for another $25,000, and then the division's putting in, I think, about $12,000 from internal conservation permit funds.
And Troy, you said you'd be willing to put more if we continued to allow those harvests.
Need to be into the mic, Troy. Mic, so we can get it recorded.
I'd be surprised if we wouldn't be. I can't speak for Utah FNAS, but on behalf of SFWNet, I think we would as well. But it'd have to go through our management.
The record would show that sportsmen have ponied up those dollars when asked.
Correct. We have in the past.
What Bill was talking about was the project amount to collar bighorn sheep in wilderness areas only. There's another project that Dax was talking about, to collar 25 more bighorn sheep that come down. They would be on a winter range. We're not collaring them in wilderness areas. We'd collar them on the winter range, and of those, hope we get data of these sheep that migrate up to the higher elevations. And so they're two separate accounts, but sportsmen have certainly contributed a significant amount.
I have a question about that. When you, I mean, obviously that's a lot of money, and you hate to have that much expense and not have the access to data for as long a period as possible. What can you get any data, disease data, from these harvested sheep? Can you take blood samples immediately after the harvest that would be some kind of an indicator on things that they may have been exposed to? And I know that's very difficult to do and link that back to domestics, but is there any kind of effort like that that's being made that you could do as additional info?
We do it on the front end. So when we have the animal in hand and we're putting the collar on, we get some of that disease profile information before we put the collar on and release it. So yeah, every animal that we radio collar, we will have it draw blood and nasal swabs and things like that. So.
But there's no comparison to a harvest situation and what they may have been encountering during that time from the time that they were collared until the time that they were killed.
Yeah, from that time, what we're focused on is movements. Where are they going? Are they venturing to these wilderness areas, or are they not?
Calvin makes a point, though. If they are harvested, they're going to get the collar back, and they can refurbish and reuse that collar. It's not like it goes away. It just, they start over with a new sheep.
I was more interested in whether or not you could get disease information, because if you got sheep that are wandering around, maybe they're not going up into the wilderness areas, but maybe they're going to places where domestics are, and if you have those markers in there showing what kind of diseases they've been exposed to, if they didn't have them when you collared them and they do when you shoot them, then there's been some kind of an issue.
And to clarify, we have done some of that. When we have radio collared animals die, if we can get to them quick enough, we'll certainly collect some of that information. If not, we'll look at the lungs, and you can look at different exposure signs doing that. But it's really difficult to get to these animals within 12 hours of when they die. And at that part, if it's hot enough and things, a lot of this stuff deteriorates so quickly. It's really hard. But in the cases that we can do it, we do.
Well, and if you have a hunter that's there on the site. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're probably through this discussion, unless there's one other comment from you, Mike.
Which discussion? The whole thing? If we're talking about the whole thing, I still have one question about the extended archery.
Okay.
And I heard 2 or 3 times the word baiting come up, and it was never explained what baiting was, what that entailed. So that seems to be, I mean, it was on the slide that was presented. Heard another individual mention baiting 2 or 3 times, and I'm just curious as to what we're talking about when we're talking about baiting.
Using alfalfa hay and other things to bait the elk into where they can be harvested, bait them onto private land.
And then my other question related to that is, are some of those same areas where this baiting is occurring, are they standing up asking for depredation considerations?
Most of the landowners down there haven't asked for much. We rebuilt some fences. So this is, I guess we need to distinguish, most of the area we're talking about is rangeland. It's not agricultural, cultivated land. And we have helped with some fences there. We built some fences between us and mowers this year. We provided all the materials. So
You didn't do any on mowers.
I guess.
Okay, Lee.
Springs and us. Sorry. Anyway, so yes, we've provided fencing materials and we've helped out there, but it's not agricultural land; it's rangeland they're being baited onto for the most part.
I still have a concern on the extended archery. I know why it was put there. I know why they want it off, but I still understand the frustration that the landowner has. Range land or farm ground, it's still land. You still have the animals there, and there's still an expense to the feed that has been consumed, and also to the fencing repairs. Been there, done that. I still deal with the same issues myself. So I don't have an answer. And I don't think I've got the answer from the division that they've got the management plan in place to keep the animals off. But I know why they want to do away with the extended archery, because it's kind of a twofold in the area. So I'm still up in the air on that one.
I can understand you being a landowner and a rancher and whatnot, coming from the sportsman side of it and having lived down there and spending a good part of the year down there still. There's a program in place to deal with this kind of stuff, and Covey's went over that with, whether it's payments, depredation payments, fencing. There's a program that the rest of the state uses, the CWMU program. You can formulate landowner associations, and I mean there's ways to deal with this within the management plan, and right now it is not within the management plan. It's going 180 degrees from what it was intended to do. So, but on the same side, I mean, it is a bit of a loss for some opportunity and stuff. But and it is a tough one. But looking at the rest of these issues, I had a whole list of things here I wanted to talk about, and Justin, in his genius, has included them all has gone through the racks, and the things that they're good with has included them, like the Range Creek and the Moose unit boundaries, and I'm having a hard time finding anything else to talk about. And so I would be, unless anybody else has anything to bring up, Mr. Chairman, I think we're probably ready to make a motion. And I would do that. I would make a motion that we approve the presentation as presented by Justin.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by John Baer to approve the Bucks and Bull Once a Lifetime 2015 season dates, application timeline, and amendments as presented. Including the public input that was brought forth today by Justin. That's how it was presented. And that was seconded by Kirk. Do you have any other discussion?
Yeah. Does that address the Unit 8, the collared animals?
It does not.
I am adamantly opposed to limiting somebody from shooting a collared animal. I can understand sending them a letter asking them not to. If they do and the sportsmen need to step up and replace that collar, I think there's better ways to do it. But if I'm the guy holding that permit, it took me 20 years to draw, that's my sheep.
Do we need to, if we approve limiting shooting that collared animal, do we need to have double the amount of collars? I mean, I know the information's valuable. Do we need more collared animals so if one does get shot that we have more information? Can we get the same? And that's a question I don't have the answer. The next question is, can we get the same information even if we do harvest the animal? Can we still get that same information?
Here may be a way of looking at it. If there's very few tags, I don't know if doubling the number of colored animals, you got a lot of ewes and things colored. But what if, and I'd ask maybe Justin, if one of those were killed, now we have a collar that's been returned to us, could we commit to doing an equivalent, getting one back on? I think that's what you're saying. Sure. Now I know it's expensive to mobilize, but maybe in the soonest opportunity that would make sense. Or
I think the challenge is collaring the right animals. And as Paul brought up earlier, we spent several days in the high Uintas earlier this year and came up empty-handed in some cases. And we radio collared some that were outside of wilderness during that time frame, and they ventured into wilderness later on. And so it's really hard to say if you harvest a radio collared ram that you would go replace it, because you can do that. It's just getting it on the right animal, and that's why we've worked to do a larger radio collaring effort later on this year to put radio collars on these animals that would be on the winter range, because we didn't have a lot of luck in the wilderness. But we'd certainly write letters to these hunters and be more surgical that way, letting them know the intent of what we're trying to accomplish with the collaring effort.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm gonna call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All against? 1. Motion carries. We're going to lunch. We'll resume at 2 o'clock.
That's when I was still on the right.
I have a question for the public. Bryce, you're included. Okay, I want to know, when you guys get an email from the state of Utah, does your email always start with UN?
What?
UN. Unsuccessful. How many of you get those all the time? Anybody ever get a successful? Judy, will you please go into some of our accounts and take the un part off? I don't have that many years left. You got to change that.
When she sends one to me, it just says choose your tag, so I just respond and away we go. I put that on there, Bryce.
All right, we're ready to rumble. Item 8. Lindy Varney, how are you? Great. Be better in about 5 minutes.
Me too. Thanks for having me today. I'm Lindy Varney, the Wildlife Licensing Specialist, and I'm here to present a change to our general season deer preference point draw. So I kind of wanted to start off with giving you a comparison of what preference points are and what bonus points are, because there seems to be some confusion out there. Preference points are designed to allow all applicants to draw a general season permit every few years. They work the best when there are more permits in larger areas, and there's also no waiting periods tied to the preference points. Now, bonus points work best when there are not a sufficient number of permits for all applicants to be successful every few years. And under this definition, successful applicants do accrue a waiting period. So, since the general season deer draw is a preference point, I wanted to give you the background of what a preference, when it all began. So it started in the year 2000, and at that time, a point was earned if you were unsuccessful for any choice, and you lost your points if you were successful for any hunt choice. This process was changed in 2009. A point was earned if you were unsuccessful for your first choice only, and you didn't lose your points if you drew out on your second through fifth choice. The reason for this change was to help reduce the remaining permits that were from the drawing, help remove the potential for the system crashing, and to also fairly distribute permits through our drawing. So I wanted to show you the trend that we've had over the last little while of our leftover general season permits. So you can see back in 2006, we had over 26,000 permits remaining from our drawing. And each year we would decrease that number, but it was still a lot of permits. And then we made that the change for 2009, where you you kept your points if you drew out your second through fifth. And as you can see, we actually cut permits almost by 50%. So we went from 16,194 to 8,646. And then from each year, we did cut permits by a few thousand. But in 2012, when we put the 30 units in place, you can see that we did spike up just a titch. But then after that, people kind of figured out the drawing and how the 30 units work. Our permits remained from the draw went down. One thing I'd like to point out is that in 2013 was actually our first year not to have any leftover remaining permits that were rifle tags. And that also was in 2014. We didn't have any rifle tags left over. So as you can see, that the change that we made in 2009 gave us what we wanted. We wanted to reduce the remaining permits, relieve the pressure from over the sales counter days that we have in July, and to also fairly distribute permits through the drawing. So I kind of wanted to show you how our applicants apply. This is from our 2014 drawing. We had 127,142 general season deer applicants. 47% of those applicants just applied for one hunt choice. So we give them 5 choices, and they only selected one choice, so one area. 21% of those applicants selected 2 different hunt choices. 12% selected 3 different hunt choices. 5% selected 4, and 15% of the applicants apply for all 5 hunt choices that we offer. So you can see that 53% of our public apply for 2 hunt choices or more. So based on the concerns expressed by the public over our current preference point draw system, the division recommends a change so that all preference points are lost if a hunter is successful for any hunt choice. So I wanted to address kind of explain what the concern is. A couple years ago, this was an action log item brought from you guys on the board of the concern of that hunters were drawing a preferred unit and also receiving a preference point for next year. So over the last couple of years, we've come back with our studies over the years, and this is what we came up to help solve that concern that's been brought to us. But if this recommendation goes through, there are some pros and cons to consider. If it goes through, this will make all of our preference point drawings consistent. So like our antlerless sandhill crane, swan, and I'm missing one, grouse. Also, if it goes through, it resolves the concerns that is expressed that our public has of hunters drawing a preferred unit and also receiving a point. It could mean that we have more permits remaining after the draw. We're not quite sure, if they go up or down, just because we don't know how the hunters will apply. If we do have more permits, that means there will be more pressure on our sales system and also can create longer lines at our agents and at our wildlife division offices. There's also the re-educating the public, letting them know that you lose your points no matter what hunt choice you draw out of. And there also would be some reprogramming with our contractor, which is not a big deal because, like I said, it would make all of our draws consistent for preference points. And also some may think hunters have lost his or her preference on what the hunt or weapon type they want. Another recommendation I'm making today is just some housekeeping changes to our 657-62. One of them is when we went to the 30 units, we got rid of statewide archery, and it still says statewide archery, so we need to remove statewide, and also add convention to our waiting period section in the rule, where you don't, if you draw out your limited entry permit, you don't get your waiting period for those limited entry permits. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board? Those awake?
I'm awake, man.
Questions over here? Questions from the rack chairs? Questions from the audience? Wow.
Lee Tracy, United Wildlife Cooperative. My question is there is a study now going on or prepared to go on for combining the bonus points and the preference points with deer. How will anything we decide today affect that? Will that make a difference?
With the statewide plan that just was passed, it would not, just because we're investigating. In the plan it says we're going to investigate options to combine the points. So it may take a year or two to investigate different different choices of way to do the draws. So this won't impact it right now.
Any other questions?
We did this originally to reduce leftover tag sales. Do you think that'll spike right back up? Because I'm seeing people putting in for one choice only, like we used to do.
It could potentially go back up. How much, I'm not sure. In that slide where I said 53% of our applicants do apply for 2 hunt choices or more. And we looked at those applicants, and a lot of them are same unit but different weapon type. So they may change the way they apply. It's hard to say, but it may go up. I don't know.
Lindy, help me remember. All of the deer permits went in the draw this year, the rifle ones. But did they all also go? I'm trying to think. It wouldn't be with the first choice people, would it? Because the direction that we do the draw. But
yeah.
I guess what I'm getting at is I'm not sure it's going to make that much of a difference if you
I don't think
if you
it'll
put
put-
a second choice or not. They're probably all going to be gone.
Yeah, especially rifle. I don't think if it does go up, it'll only be a couple thousand. I don't think it'll go up 10,000 permits because people want to hunt, and that's the survey that Kent showed you guys. People want to hunt, so I don't think it's going to change dramatically.
But didn't we look? Weren't there enough first choice people to take all of the rifle deer tags this year?
Yeah,
Without going to any second choice. So I don't know why it would go to 10,000 left over when right now
Yeah.
regardless of any change that may or may not happen here, they're all going to be gone
They will be, yeah, I believe.
on the rifle. Now maybe
On
not
the
the
rifle
archery or
itself,
muzzle.
yeah. This what I'm showing you is kind of how people apply by weapon types. I showed this to you guys a couple months ago.
Any other questions? Okay, so we'll go to rack chair reports. Wayne, you want to start us out here?
Northeastern region, we passed the motion unanimously to accept it as presented.
Okay. Dave?
Mr. Chairman, the southern region was being difficult.
Dave, will you pull your mic up to you?
The southern region was being difficult as normal, and they were not in favor of the plan as presented, so they made a motion to change the preference point drawing to the following, and that was to draw all first choices, starting with the highest preference point first, working down to 0 points, and then from there on, start to draw the second through the fifth choices, and that they would also retain their points if they did not draw the first choice.
Kind of how we do the limited entry. So, right now, as Lindy explained, we go through all of the choices of all the people with the most points in a unit, 4 points or whatever. So that kind of changes direction. So let's talk about all the people's first choices. Doesn't, if you got 4 points, 3, 2, 1, 0, go all the way down through that. Then let's look at 2 through 5. So that's actually how we do the limited entry, right? Isn't that the motion they had?
It's kind of how we do limited entry. We don't, we do the 50% to the highest point max.
Right.
But
taking that out. Yeah.
But then, so right here, we look at everyone's 4 points first, and then we go through their points. And we look at everyone's with 4 points, their first choice first, and then we look at their second choice, and then their third choice. But everyone within that 4 point category, we look at everyone's first choice. The way that we took that Southern is saying is we look at everyone's within the 4 point category, look at their first choice, then look at the people with 3 points, look at their first choice, and then go down, kind of like we do with limited entry, and then go up to the second choice.
Go to that limited entry slide. Kind of more like that.
This. But the draw number would be the point range instead. Like if you looked at that says draw number, that would be 4 points.
Kevin, you got any comment there?
Again, without a committee, it was hard. But one of the discussions that we had that I gathered from our group was that after Lindy did a very good job of explaining how the system we are in now works and how the system that it would go to works. And there was Troy Justison with SFW explained their proposal. And after our group had discussed, it almost felt like they thought that there was a really, really good system mix between those, but it hadn't come out in a proposal yet. But we didn't have any votes or anything, but there felt like there was a real good solution with a little more time put into it.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion from the northern region was to recommend the Wildlife Board approve the big game preference point recommendations as presented. It passed 10-4, 2 opposed.
Erie.
We had a tremendous amount of discussion about this in the central region. You know, there were people, including myself, that took exception to the fact that, well, if you get your second choice, that you got a preferred tag. Well, second choice isn't a preferred tag. Second choice is what I was willing to settle for if I couldn't get the first one and go hunting with my boys. You know, it's that kind of thing. And so we were adamantly opposed to losing your opportunity to actually set it up how you really wanted it to be because you happened to draw your third, fourth, or fifth choice. So anyway, I didn't think that was kind of a fair way to describe that, but it's how the motions went. We didn't feel like these are a couple of ideas, but as far as getting them completely fleshed out and coming up with something, we had the first motion to keep it at status quo, and then ask a division to explore more options for next time. And then we had a second, that one passed 10-1. Then we had a second motion that the preference point system be changed to start with the highest and fill the first choices, then go to the next. And then when all the first choices are filled, go to second choice, and then so on and so forth, kind of like we do limited entry. And that passed 7-3 with one abstention.
So that's similar to the. Okay, we'll go to comments from the audience. Lee Tracy's first, be followed by Ben Louder.
Lee Tracy, United Wildlife Cooperative. Our group had the same mixed emotions, I guess, as some of the other RACs did as well. I spoke up and failed to introduce myself as the representative for the southern region United Wildlife Cooperative unit, and I guess it was perceived that I spoke for the general unit or the general group, but as it turns out, the majority of the United Wildlife Cooperative members, once they heard about the other option that we had to pick all first choices first, and then at the different levels, and then start with the second. That is the way that we would like to propose any changes to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing the Utah Bowmen's Association. We do not support the proposal by the division. Rather, we support the proposal that was passed in the central region by Carl Hurst, correct? And to reiterate and outline what that proposal was as our understanding, all first choice applications would be processed first, similar to how we do our bonus point proposal. If you draw a tag, you would lose your points. If you do not draw a tag in the first choice application, you would gain a point, and then all second through fifth choice applications would be processed by random draw. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all the comment cards I have. So, Northern Region voted to approve the preference point recommendations as presented. Northeastern Region also did the same. Southeastern Region, there's no quorum present, but they would probably looking at different options as what you got out of that, Kevin, am I right?
Yeah, probably a combination of what Lindy presented and SFW's proposal. But hearing Lindy explain some of the options, we felt really comfortable that there was an easy solution, but just be a few changes to the current proposal.
Okay. And then the Central Region and the Southern Region, even though their wordage was a little bit different, I think they're very similar, which was pretty much what Ben Lauder just described a second ago. So that's kind of where we came out of the RAC meetings. I guess my only problem is if we have one rack change the way the division wants it, do we decide on that today, or do we take it back through the rack system again?
Well, I don't think it needs to go back through the system again, because sometimes you do grab hold of a concept that one of the racks or more had, and you go with it. I got a question for Judy or Lindy, one of you. What's the costs of reprogramming some of these different options?
It's $8,000. I gave a proposal to our contractor, Judy Tutterow, licensing coordinator with Systems Consultants, and they said they can make these changes, and it's about $8,000.
To do any of the above?
To do? Well, we talked to him about one that we recommended, and pretty much if we stay consistent across the drawings, then it's an easier change. But if we ask for a lot of changes, then no, then it's not. But Monty seemed to think that, yeah, he could make the changes.
So kind of where this whole thing morphed into is the original action item that the board presented to us was, should we just drop the business of earning a point if you don't get your first choice? So we came out with the recommendation of, that's fine, just drop it, because we know they'll all be sold anyway, probably early on, because of the vastly increasing number of applicants we're getting for general deer tags everywhere. But where it kind of morphed into is, why don't we just do the whole draw different? And I think that's not necessarily what we saw coming through this process, which is, why don't we try running the draw this way or that way, or randomizing everything, or doing a whole bunch of other things. And that kind of evolved as we went around the state, and I'm not really sure where we as a division ended up with our thoughts on all these different options. Ours was, do you want to keep the point or not if you get your second, if you don't get your first choice? So, a reality, I've presented these sorts of things for a long, long time around here, and there's only so many permits out there. We're just deciding how we're going to divvy the pie up different. I was able to attend a couple of the racks this last go about and hear some of the dialogue, and a lot of people have a misconception. Well, if we did it different, then this way my kids and I aren't going to be broke up, or this will be better for the youth, or this. The reality is, as long as we have X number of permits, anything that's making somebody better off is making somebody else worse off. We're not going to grow any more permits based on any of these changes that we have today. So I don't know what our final recommendation is. Again, our first one was what came to us as an action item, which is, should we drop this earning a point thing or not? And we did. Beyond that, if you want to have discussion, we'll entertain whatever. But I think it might be a little messy to start rearranging the whole way we do all these draws. I don't know that anything is vastly broken here, whether you leave it the way it is now, or drop the point thing, or do one of these other new inventions. There's still only going to be a certain amount of permits. So.
Okay.
I think Gary had a comment.
Go ahead, Gary.
Why was accruing a preference point for not getting your first choice becoming a problem? I'm just not seeing that with how it was going.
I think I can answer. I don't know that it was a problem. There was a perception by some that those with a whole bunch of points were putting in for a unit like Thousand Lakes that only has a few tags. And so you could have 3 or 4 preference points put in for a really hard unit like 1,000 Lakes, still not draw it, but then get a Pine Valley or some other unit that was important to you. And then next year you keep going up. The reality is, though, sooner or later, you're going to get 1,000 Lakes. You better even get a map out and figure out where that is if you don't know, And so, because you would get it eventually. But that's where this all started. It started rising to the top when we went to 30 units a couple of years ago, and people are like, hey, it's hard enough now to draw without, rewarding somebody for getting a second choice. So.
That was a concern I was hearing from guys, is that they weren't hunting, and there was guys still gaining bonus points that were out hunting and killing deer. So
chose one choice.
Well, there
probably.
was guys hunting and killing deer on their fifth choice. Well, not their fifth, third choice, second, third choice, gaining bonus points when other people put in for that unit as their first choice and didn't get it.
That's where the suggestion to do the
yeah.
first
That's where it
choices
came to
first
the
came.
board, yeah.
Well,
It was a good lunch, wasn't it? Okay, it's time for a motion to move on. Lindy, do we have any future ideas coming from you guys on which direction you'd like to go in the future? If we
Well,
table this for a year or whatever.
well, we are, with the statewide plan you guys just approved, we are going to investigate new options to run the drawing. And so, you know, that's our plan. Starting the first of the year, we have already started discussing options. We're thinking about maybe doing a survey, sending out to the public about the, you know, draw system to see how people think, so we can start already investigating new ways for the draw
So
system.
if that was the case, if we leave it the way it is, then you guys don't have to spend any money on reprogramming, and the direction that you'll go in a year might be different than what we vote on today.
It might be the case, yeah.
how expensive is it going to be if we pass what you presented? Is that an $8,000 deal?
Well, no, what I presented to just remove. It'll be a cost. It'll be somewhere up to that 8,000. Yeah. She gets the cost proposals, I don't. It'll be a cost to make that change that we presented.
Are we putting a Band-Aid on something here if we change? I mean, we could be back here doing this again in another year. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if
That's why
we're
I
better
asked the
off.
question.
Yeah, I don't know if we're better off fixing it or doing something now when we may be going a totally different direction a year from now. I mean, I wonder if I'd be pretty comfortable just leaving things the way they are and see what information you come up with through the surveys and whatever, and then
If you keep changing it on the public, you're gonna make them more mad.
we never make the public mad. What are you
That's what I'm saying.
talking about?
I'm preventing that. But the coins seem to be a hot topic, and I noticed that going through the racks.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it affects what they do.
exactly, yeah.
I don't know. I wonder.
Why change it if we're going to change it?
I mean, do we just?
But other than the survey that you just proposed, what new information do you have by, what we passed today? So what makes next year any different than this year? I mean, are you going to come to us with a much better?
I don't know.
founded-
We're gonna, with what was brought through the racks, all the comments from the public, we definitely, we're gonna look at this proposal that they have made through the racks. We wanna, go through the pros and cons, because we really haven't had time to think all the way through. We've talked to our contractor about it, but we actually haven't really dived into it and, looked at it. But we may come back next year with the exact same thing, or we may come back next year or in a year from, 2 years, saying, let's go to a one-point system, or let's do this, or let's do that. We want to, see what's the best for the public. And I think our best way is to start off asking what the public thinks.
If it was if all the racks had come back and said we want to go this direction, but they're kind of split right down the middle.
So they are.
And so.
They were 2-2 and no quorum.
Yeah, and.
No quorum wasn't for necessarily the change.
So
Well, they were for some change. They just,
Well,
some
for the
hybrid of the
proposal
change.
for
The only
division.
reason I mentioned that is that why do, you look at changing things, if the division's looking at doing something different in a year, someone's spending the money to do it, in a year or two, you go a different direction.
I mean, if there's going to be we're going to put an $8,000 Band-Aid on it, maybe just do it once, give it a year and look through everything. Like you said, you may come back next year with this exact same thing, or may adopt one of these other proposals from one of the other racks and feel things out a little better.
You know, an example of what's in the deer plan is, should we have general applications and limited entry? Maybe you ought to just morph it into apply for whatever deer unit you want. You can apply for Henry's or Pine Valley or Cache. Don't know we're going there, but that is the kind of thing that they ask us to look into is how many kinds of deer hunts do we need out there? Should deer preference points turn into bonus points, or should bonus points turn into preference points? And those kinds of discussions. And I don't know that we have any opinion. That will be a very social discussion. It's certainly not going to be a biological discussion. So those are the sorts of things that Lindy's talking about. We'll ask in a survey, and they'll get people good and wound up. I can guarantee you that. You know, so.
We're kind of going in circles here. I want to first off thank Lindy. I think you did a very good job. You did exactly what was asked and did a very good presentation. Just kind of see where we're going here. I'm going to make a motion that we table this for a year.
Oh, I just comment that sometimes just all that work and exercise that she just went through helps us understand better what we were asking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or until they come back to.
Yeah. I'm gonna scratch that. Dump that motion. I'm gonna make the motion that we don't do anything, and if the division comes up with something better after they go through their information and do their surveys, then they'll bring that back to us. So I make the motion, we just leave it status quo.
Okay, so we have a motion by John Baer to leave the big game preference points recommendations as is for this year until we hear further from the division. That was seconded by Steve Dalton. Other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Okay.
On my presentation, I had a second recommendation. Some housekeeping, and so if you go to status quo, wrong way, then those ones don't get addressed. Because I make a recommendation to remove statewide archery and just leave it as archery and then convention. Okay, so those are, okay, never mind.
They don't need an action on that.
I don't have to make a motion. I'll do it for you, Lindy. I would do it. Stacy killed it. All right, we're good.
All leave, please.
Did we offend sportsmen? Is that what
All right.
happened just then? They got hungry.
Scott, you're up. You lost your crowd.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Probably good news on your part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Scott McFarland. I'm the Private Lands Public Wildlife Coordinator for the division. And this afternoon, I'll be presenting the 2015 CWMU Buck and Bull recommendations first off. Every year, we receive basically three types of applications for CWMUs. We have new applications, and those would be applications that have never been in the system before. Brand new CWMUs, but also current CWMUs or past CWMUs that have changed land ownership or acreage. More than 34% would go into that category also. We also receive renewal applications. Currently, the CWMUs are on 3-year management plan approvals, and so every 3 years they need to reapply for the CWMUs for approval of their management plans. And the last type is that we receive change applications. Every year, the CWMUs have the ability to change their certain items in their management plans. And the things that require RAC and board action are any change in permit numbers, change in permit allocation or the public-private ratio, or any change in season dates for the CWMU. So kind of as an overview, for 2015, we received 17 new applications. 4 of those were due to land ownership changes or an increase greater than a 34% increase or decrease in acreage. We had 13 brand new applications. We had 1 application that was withdrawn. That's the Milford East Bench CWMU. And 1 application that the division recommends denial of, and that would be the East Zion. We had 82, this is the big year for the CWMUs for reapplying. We had 82 of the CWMUs applied for renewal application for 2015 through 2017. We had 3 CWMUs that submitted change applications that required RAC and board approval. 2 of the CWMUs did not reapply and dropped from the program. So we have a total of 102 CWMUs, or 102 applications that were submitted this year requiring approval. As an overview, if based on the approval of our recommendations, if all were approved, statewide we would go up to 126 CWMUs. And as a breakdown between the regions, the northern region has the bulk of them at 76 CWMUs. The northeastern region has 6 of them. Central region 13, southeastern region 19, and the southern region would have 12. This represents over 2.26 million acres that are enrolled in the CWMU program, of which 96.5% of that is private land. We have 606 private landowners that participate in the CWMU program. So as an overview, statewide and all of the CWMUs for 2015, the recommendation for permits would be for buck deer. We'd have 1,963 private permits, 261 public permits. Management deer, this would be on the Alton unit. We'd have 2 private permits and 1 public permit. Bull elk, 931 private permits and 140 public permits. Buck pronghorn, 87 private permits and 64 public permits. Bull moose, we would have 43 private permits and 41 public permits. For a total of 3,026 private permits that would go to the CWMUs, and 507 would go to the public on these CWMUs through our draw process, which represents 14.3% of the total. We've got quite a few of these on here, and what I've provided is a list of all the CWMUs that were requiring action that has all the permit numbers, the season dates, and everything. But there's so many of them. What I'll do is I'll just put them up on the screen. Anything that needs a specific action, I will highlight, and so I won't go through and put everybody to sleep after lunch here. So I won't read each of these. But the northern region had 8 new applications. 6 of those were brand new applications, and 2 of those were new because they decreased acreage by greater than the 34% allowed. So. And the division recommends approval of all of these. There's quite a few renewal applications, particularly in the northern region. By rule, it requires that any changes to the previous applications on their renewal applications be identified. And so in the changes column there, some of those didn't change. The CWMUs didn't change anything from their previous application, but some did. What I've done is noted these changes in that column. And I won't read all these also, but the division recommends approval of these as it is on the board here. What's highlighted in yellow is some of the CWMUs have requested season extensions on their bull elk seasons. Most of these have already been approved, but through the renewal process, they need to be reapproved for their next 3-year application and management plan. The Deseret, the East Fork of Chalk Creek, and Ensign Ranches have all requested bull elk season variance requests to extend that beyond the October 31st general season that they are granted. Northern Region renewal applications continued. State Corner is also requesting a blowout season variance request from September 1st to November 20th. Division recommends approval of all these. The blowout season variance requests have gone through the regions. They demonstrate that why the season variance is necessary, and they've done that to the region. They do it in writing, and the regions have approved and agreed with the season variance requests. The last one, Weber Florence Creek, is also requesting a blowout season variance request. And the last of the Northern Region change applications. The last one is the Woodruff Creek South. Oh, excuse me, this is the Northern Region change applications. The first two, Grouse Creek and Junction Valley, are more informational. They don't require board action on these, but there are significant changes, and I thought I would just highlight these. The first one on Grouse Creek, they requested a name change to Riverview Ranch LLC. That's a pretty significant change for the CWMU. And Junction Valley added 29% increase in acreage, added 6,641 acres. Pine Canyon requested a change in permit numbers. This does require RAC and board action. They requested increase their buck deer permits from 20 total with a split of 18 private and 2 public to a total of 30 permits, 27 private and 3 public permits on the CWMU. The Woodruff Creek South, the recommendation from what they did is this is not up for renewal. This is a change application. They decreased their acreage. They had entered into, by 4,208 acres, they had entered into lease agreements with landowners for their CWMU, and these they're on their first year in 2014 of their 3-year management plan. Some of those lease agreements were withdrawn, which left a pretty important key piece of property, made it non-contiguous and non-conforming with the rule. We do have a process in place for acreage configuration variances, and they went through the process. It was done on November 12th. We had a CWMU advisory committee meeting. Part of the process is that we have a division recommendation, and then it goes through a CWMU advisory committee. The recommendation from the advisory committee, let me back up just a little bit. They don't need the acreage to meet their minimum acreage. Even with the acreage decrease, they're still over the minimum 10,000 acres. But they're requesting a variance to the contiguous acreage requirement. And probably best if I read this.
Can I ask you a question on that, Scott? They had the contiguous acreage until one of the leases was yanked, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they had contiguous acreage. It was all a contiguous CWMU until some of the property was the lease agreements were terminated midstream, and so they kind
of left them in a lurch there.
Yeah, they kind of left them hanging in the air there. So, and it is a critical piece of property. It's a good hunting piece for the public and the private. The recommendation was from the CWMU advisory committee. First they didn't want to set a precedence here, but where this was already in a CWMU, it's not a new application. We felt that this is not setting a precedence. What they recommended to do was to let them use the non-contiguous parcel through the duration of their management plan for another 2 years. So in 2016, they would have to reapply. And if the property was still non-contiguous at that time, then the variance would go away. It would be a non-contiguous. It wouldn't be included into the CWMU. Also with that recommendation that they required that the CWMU escort any of the hunters across and show them the boundaries during that time. So this would just go through the duration of their 3-year management plan through 2016. That was the recommendation from the advisory committee. And the division agrees with that.
What did the operator, I'm assuming you've had these conversations with the CWMU operator.
Yes.
They're all right with that?
Yeah, the operator was represented at the CWMU advisory committee to state the reasons why they wanted the variance, and it was there for the decision, and they did agree with that. So. Okay, for the southeastern region, they had 4 new applications. The Jump Creek CWMU also needs specific action from the board. This is another one that has had to go through it's for a non-conforming, well, this is for an under acreage CWMU for elk. This CWMU was part of the Schofield East CWMU, and it was represented that the majority of the elk were harvested on this portion of the CWMU. It did go through the CWMU advisory committee, and they came up with a recommendation, which I'll read here. For the Jump Creek CWMU, the variance approval conditions were that they have a 3-year time frame to achieve the acreage minimum. If they're unable, the CWMU must return and reapply for a variance by February of 2016. They also have to maintain a satisfaction rating on bull elk harvest of 4 and antlerless of 3. That's from a 1 to 5. Satisfaction index, 1 being very unsatisfied, 5 being very satisfied. We must have in the management plan to maintain an antlerless harvest success of a minimum of 15%. So the CWMU variance advisory committee recommended approval of that with those conditions.
So tell me about this 15% on antlerless. Is that really low?
It seems a little low to me, but that's what the committee.
I mean, even our general season antlerless permits have a higher take than that. Why wouldn't they approve something a little higher on that?
I think the CWMU agreed to take quite a number of permits, and they wanted to make sure that they had an achievable success on there, and not to. They were agreeable to taking quite a number of antlerless permits on the CWMU for such a small piece of property. So I think it had to do with having an achievable success on there. More than likely, that success would probably be maintained quite a bit higher than that. Okay. So the division recommends approval of that variance with those conditions on there also. The southeastern region renewal applications are such, and Hiawatha is also requesting a bull elk season variance. And southeastern region is the end of their renewal applications. The division recommends approval of all these also. Southern region new applications. They had 2 new applications. The East Zion is a new one. The division recommends denial on the basis they had a section of public property that was included in that did not meet the requirements, the legal requirements to be included in the CWMU. Without it, they could not come up with the minimum acreages. Their acres were 4,945, but part of the acreage that was included in that became non-contiguous, so there would be another 300 acres in there that could not be included in that. So the division recommends denial of that application. Milford East Bench had some issues with contiguous acreage also, and they withdrew the application with the intent of working on making those properties contiguous and trying again next year. The Southern Region renewal applications are of such. The division recommends approval of all these, with Booby Hole and Old Woman Plateau requesting Bull Elk season variances. Central Region had one new application, the Crab Creek. This is not a new CWMU. It was previously, the last time it was in the CWMU program was in 2010. They've reapplied, they've met the conditions with the region, they agree. And the division recommends approval of the Crab Creek. It's a 10,200 acre deer and elk.
Got a good question on that one. Is that under new management ownership? Anything changed there? Is it the same landowners, same operator?
I'll probably have to refer to the region on that if you want them to address that right now, or because I don't know. I think that
He's given me the don't ask me, so I won't ask him.
Covey will give you a one-word answer.
Whether he knows what he's talking about or not, anybody knows. But.
They brought this last year and we denied it. It didn't even get presented because there were still some names on the tax notices of some people that were involved in some illegal activity before. And when they brought it this year, those names were removed, so they weren't on there.
Okay. Thank you.
Scott, I know you're not quite through these, but through a couple of the regions you've covered so far, there's been variances to extend the seasons of the elk.
So that the landowners can utilize those elk. The earlier season really doesn't have a benefit to them, but once they do migrate in onto their or later season or winter ranges, that's the main reason why they request that season variance. So they contribute a significant amount of habitat and things, but a lot of times it's just later in the year for them. So I do have a list of the variance requests for various reasons.
Are they allowed to pick whatever dates they want in the variance? It looked like a lot of them ended somewhere around November 20th on the elk.
Yeah, the latest one is November 20th, and I think the earliest extension is November 10th. So anywhere from the 10th to the 30th is what they request, depending on probably when their migration of elk comes in there. With this variance, also the public has to have the ability to hunt during that November time frame, the same as with a deer season variance also. So, okay, so Central Region renewal applications are of such here, and the division recommends approval of all of these. Central Region had one change application that requires rack and board action. It's the Deer Creek CWMU. It's a deer and a turkey. I left the turkey as a species off. They requested to decrease their turkey permit numbers from 8 to 4. The turkey permits are a 50-50 public-private split, so there would be 2 public and 2 private permits on there, and the division recommends approval of that. Northeastern Region new applications, they're Moon Ranch and Sand Creek. I believe there were one CWMU, but they've split. They still have the over 10,000 acres to meet their minimums for deer and elk, and the division recommends approval of both of these. The renewal applications, there's Antelope Creek, Bennequin, Buckhorn Ranch, and Little Red Creek. We recommend approval of those also. Well, with that, thank you. That's all for the CWMU recommendations.
Questions, Kirk?
Yeah, on your very first change slide, you had one that increased by 1,600 acres, but they wanted 10 additional buck deer tags. So they went from 20 to 30 just for 1,600 acres. Is that typical?
Sometimes it is. A lot of it has to do with increases in population also. If, as deer permit numbers are increasing generally statewide, sometimes that they are asking for increased buck permits, but they increased acreage and probably increased populations also, therefore had more opportunity. So
So do those decisions come from that region?
yes, they do. Yeah, that's.
You.
Yeah, they come from the region. Normally what happens is the regional biologists will sit down with the CWMU operators or presidents and work out permit numbers. If it's a limited entry permit, they have a certain formula they have to go to. If it's a general season unit, which the majority of them are, it's just an agreement between the region and the biologists on how many permits that they have. Usually the CWMUs are more restrictive than we would have them be if we were making recommendations. So normally they manage for quality. So.
That was going to be one of the questions that I asked, but I didn't know whether you knew the whole state, but like on our elk 5 to 6 year old bull units, for example, we talked about that earlier today. On them CWMUs, do they tend to be a little bit higher in age class, or do they stay about the same, or do you know?
Yeah, generally the CWMUs that are in the limited entry units are still going to be held to the same age requirements, and they're part of the whole package. For a CWMU to qualify for example, bull elk in a limited entry unit, they qualify by acreage, by percentage of acreage of what they have in the entire unit and they go by a habitat on that. But they qualify as a percentage of acreage as compared to the whole unit as habitat.
Right, I understand that, but what I was wondering is their age class, is it brought in similar what the limited entry general elk permits are, or do they kill a higher class bull, I guess?
I think the majority of them kill a higher class bull, just because they're more restrictive on the hunting, but there's a few of them that are below that. And I think one of the examples was looking at it was the one in the central region that we talked about with the archery season variance, Bear Mountain, right? They have a lower late. They've been killing lower than the age objective, but I think that's the one that kind of stands out right now. But most of those are equal or above the.
The reason I ask is when I run into some of those guys, they're always saying that they kill the bulls are less quality than what the age plan thing says is. So I was wondering what kind of.
Without looking at the data specifically, that's just the general impression that I have, is that most of them are at least equal or above the age limit on there.
Questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? How about from the audience? Okay, Robert, we'll start with you this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion from the Northern Region was to recommend the Wildlife Board approve the CWMU management plans and permit numbers for 2015 with the noted corrections as presented. It passed 11-4, 1 opposed.
Gary?
In the central region, the motion was to approve the CWMU permit numbers presented and it passed unanimously. There was also a motion made. We had a region-specific thing to accept the Landowner Association recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously as well. That was the contiguous piece he was talking about.
Okay. Wayne?
Okay, the Northeastern region, kind of two parts to it. Part one, the CWMU management plan motion to accept as presented. Landowner Association permit to accept the division's recommendations on the CWMU. Both passed unanimously.
Dave?
Mr. Chairman, Southern Region, both proposals passed unanimous as presented by the DWRM.
Kevin?
I'd feel comfortable in saying that we did have some questions because there was one in our region, the Jump Creek, that did ask for a variance because it had been recommended by the advisory committee to be approved. Much of the discussion was very much for the division's proposal.
Okay, so I don't have any comment cards. Does anybody have any out there? Okay. We don't, so we have a board discussion. Well, I need to summarize the motion, but everybody was pretty much in favor and passed unanimous all the way through the rack, so. We're to summary and motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept it as presented.
Have a second by Bill Fenimore, motion by Kirk, second by Bill. Any other discussion? All in favor? Carries unanimous. Like you're up again.
The next item I'll be addressing is the Landowner Association voucher recommendations for 2015. Statewide, we had 15 applications for landowner associations that were received. The division recommends approval of 12 as received. We had 2 split recommendations and 1 recommendation to deny. So this is an overview for 2015 for landowner associations for Bucks and Bull vouchers. And we call them vouchers because that's how they come to the landowner associations. The vouchers are redeemed for permits by whoever receives the vouchers. We had, out of the 15 landowner associations, it would equate to 116 deer vouchers, 1 management buck voucher, 73 elk vouchers, and 8 pronghorn vouchers. On split recommendations, we had 3 of those. We had 2 split recommendations. The Panguitch Lake Landowner Association requested 10 permits by acreage and use. They qualify by rule for 7 permits, and the division recommends 7 of those 7 permits on that. The Vernon Landowner Association requests 35 permits every year. I believe that because that's how many landowners they have. It is actually an increase of 2 permits from 28 to 30 this year. They qualify for 30 this year, and the division recommends 30 on that. The Pilot Mountain Landowner Association, this is a new landowner association in the northern region. They requested 1 permit every year. We have a formula by rule. It's the landowner association qualifies for a percentage of the permits based on the amount of acreage that is enrolled in the landowner association. What they qualify for with adjustments and everything is 1/4 of a permit a year, or 0.25 permits per year. So now the landowner associations are on a 3-year application basis. They're approved for 3 years, and so over the 3-year period, they would qualify for 3/4 of a permit, or 0.75 permits. Because of our rounding process, they would be able to qualify for 1 permit every 3 years. The division originally recommended denial of this application because the landowner association was not in agreement. They were requesting a variance to allow 1 permit every year. We have since visited with the landowner association and representative, and they've come to agreement that they would accept the 1 permit every 3 years. So the recommendation would be not necessary to deny that, but the recommendation would be 1 permit every year is what they qualify for. With that, that's all for the landowner association permit numbers.
That last one that you had on there would qualify for a permit every 3rd year?
Yeah, 1 permit in every 3 years. Because of our rounding process, over a 3-year period, the Pilot Mountain they have 6 permits. 3 go to Nevada and 3 go to Utah. So there's only 3 permits that are available in Utah. And so they would qualify for 1 of those permits every 3 years, taken off the public's total. So.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Questions from the audience? Okay, the rack chairs. Gary?
Motion was made to recommend the rule as adopted, and it passed 3-7.
Okay. Wayne?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that was part 2 of our CWMU, and it did pass unanimously.
All right. Dave, same thing?
Likewise, at the Southern Rack, motion was to accept the landowner proposal as presented, unanimous.
Kevin, your thoughts?
Yeah, the discussion was very much would have been to accept as proposed.
Robert?
Thank you,
Water?
Mr. Chairman. Trying to eat a pretzel to stay awake. So, the motion from the Northern Regions was recommend the Wildlife Board approve the Landowner Association permit numbers for 2015 as presented with the DWR recommendations and 1 bull tag per 3 years for the Pilot Mountain Landowners Association. That motion passed 10-4, 2 opposed. Then we did have an additional motion. Recommend the Wildlife Board encourage the division to set up a variance procedure for landowner association permits. And that passed 10-4, 2 opposed. We did have a lot of discussion on the agenda topic, and we wanted to try to come to some agreeable solution with the landowner association there at for the Pilot Mountain, so that we could continue to have the elk there. They're using their private land, that habitat there. We felt that the 1 bull tag per 3 years fell within the existing rule because of the way it would round up. And potentially in the future, if there was a variance procedure, then you could work around some issues that were close but didn't quite fit the rule.
So Scott, in your landowners association, don't you have a variance committee there?
Not for landowner associations, we don't.
They don't have anything like that? It's all through you guys?
Currently, we don't
Okay.
have that
All right.
in the process. Can
Okay.
I add one thing in here? There's
You
one thing
bet.
I failed to mention on the Diamond Mountain Landowner Association. They also did request a variance to the public access part of the rule. This is the same request they make every year. So I just failed to mention that the division's recommend is in agreement with their variance request on that. And what that variance is there's part of the rule that says that for every voucher that's redeemed in a landowner association, that they need to allow an equal number of public access to landowner association properties. And they've got a variance to that in order to distribute the hunters out on their properties equal AAS. So that's the reason they did that.
So I have one comment card. Dale Christiansen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time. My name is Dale Christiansen, and I represent the Pilot Mountain Landowner Association and the TL Bar Ranch, which is the majority landowner within the association. We have had subsequent meetings to the RAC meeting where we did have some what we believe were beneficial discussions, and we would be agreeable to accepting the 1 every 3 years with the proviso again that, and to give you some background on this, I don't know if you're familiar with the Pilot Mountain unit. It's on the border of Utah, Nevada. It's very isolated. The ranch is bordered on one side by the Great Salt Lake Salt Flats. and then on the other side by the Pilot Mountain Range. The Teal Bar Ranch is the only working cattle ranch in that unit, and as opposed to somebody like in Sanpete where you have 50 owners, we are it. And so this is an old problem that has been ignored for many, many years. The elk come onto the ranch basically in summer on the ranch for the whole summer. And because this unit is a jointly managed unit with Nevada, I know you guys can only address, what Utah can do, but we haven't convinced the Nevada elk to stay on their side of the border yet. But so we really, in addressing this from a fairness standpoint to us, we believe that, we want to work with the division, and if we're able to, get the one every 3 years, but then work with the division to increase the number of available permits in this limited entry unit, that by working with the division and Nevada and making those available, that would be acceptable to us in going forward. And again, the ranch has been, has not had any hunting on it for 40 plus years. In the time period that we've been involved, the ownership of the ranch changed to the J. Tanner family and our family within the last couple of years. We have opened up the ranch for more opportunities. We've worked together with the division to establish a CWMU for antelope, and would look forward to working with the division and maintaining critical habitat for wildlife. And so I again thank you guys for the opportunity, and look forward to working jointly to improve those wildlife opportunities.
Okay, hang right there. Any of you guys got any questions from Dale while he's up there? Mike, you surprised me. No. Okay, we're good, thanks.
Answered all your questions. Good.
Okay, so to summarize the RAC motions, Robert, you might have to help me out again, but on mine it says recommend the Wildlife Board approve the landowner permit rule as presented. Am I looking at the right one?
Recommend the Wildlife Board approve the Landowner Association permit numbers for 2015 as presented with the DWR recommendations, and one bolt elk tag per 3 years for the Pilot Mountain Landowner Association.
Okay, and then the rest also passed unanimous with the exception of the Central Region, which is 7-3, right? Am I looking at the wrong one? Can't go any further, that's all I got. Okay, so board discussion and vote.
I make a motion we accept as presented.
Second by John Bear. Motion by Steve Dalton to accept as presented, with the second by John Bear. And Mike, you have a question?
Yeah, I do have a question. I apologize because I stepped out for just a second. So does the recommendation then from the division do what was just discussed? Allows for the one?
Yes. Uh-huh.
That's right, isn't it, Scott? One every three.
Yeah, be one every 3 years. We're on 3-year management plans right now. And so I guess they would be able to pick whichever the 3 years they want, but it'd be one permitted for during the 3-year term of the 3-year plan. So.
And we're committed to working with them. There's that's a tricky unit, as Dale mentioned. We share the permits in the hunting area with hunters from Nevada. This is a ranch, so they're trying to kind of get jump started again after a few years, sort of struggling a little bit, and I think they're making some good efforts. So we want to be good partners out there and acknowledge what they're doing to help the elk and wildlife out there. And I think this is maybe a first show of our ability to work with them on that by granting a bit of a variance here. So.
I appreciate the operator being here to address this as well, so that we know that things are good and that you've worked it out. I appreciate that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I know Scott can be hard to work with.
Have a question for you, Scott. If you receive a voucher, you take that then and redeem it for a permit. So whoever holds that voucher can get a permit. So if you end up with the voucher, you can, or if it's given to you, you can sell that, trade it, keep it, whatever. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Landowner Association.
The Landowner Association can do
with
that.
it, yeah.
Once you trade that in for a permit, that permit's yours and that permit is not transferable.
That's correct.
Is that
yeah.
correct? So these other places that get a permit, you get a permit that only you or your family can use, but if it's a voucher, you can sell the voucher.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so now we need to vote on the motion. All in favor? Motion carries unanimous.
You ready for the next item?
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Do all of them at once.
Okay. Okay, the next item we have is changes to the landowner permit rule, R657-43. And the main thing on this is the establishing of the landowner appreciation permit. That's something new that we've come up with. Basically, the overview of the recommendations to the landowner permit rule, there's four things that we're changing. First off, there's clerical changes. For example, the use of unit instead of region, and the use of eligible property instead of private lands. The second thing is the creation of a landowner appreciation permit. Third item would be the clarification regarding public access on the private properties within the limited entry landowner associations. And that's clarifying the public access on the private property for limited entry permits and the permit calculation, a clarification on the process we use for that. And the last item, the fourth item, would be some new bookkeeping requirements for the landowner associations, documenting our public access on there. So the first thing I'll talk about is the landowner appreciation permit. This is the biggest item. It's been stressed many, many times, even in the mule deer plan, the contribution that private lands make to our wildlife herds in the state of Utah. There's areas in the state where private property provides substantial contribution to deer populations in helping meet the management objectives. Some of these private lands don't meet the requirements for the general season landowner permits currently that's in the rule, and that has a 640 acre requirement and is a little bit different system. So they don't meet the requirements for that, but they are critical for our migratory deer. And they also, these private lands, what this appreciation permit would do is provide opportunity for these landowners to purchase general season deer hunt, to hunt the applicable general season unit where their property is located. And that is the purpose of this permit, is to provide these landowners an opportunity, landowners that provide habitat, an opportunity to not have to go through the draw, that they qualify for one permit per property, for eligible property, without having to go through the draw. And that'd be for their immediate family members only. And I'll explain the qualifications. Okay, this is the landowner appreciation permit would be for private lands only. No lessee or landowners, and it's for their landowners and immediate family, and that's defined in the rule, who the immediate family. It doesn't include lessees. It's for 100 acres, a minimum of 100 acres of cultivated and mechanically harvested croplands. The property has to provide habitat for migratory deer, and the division will establish a map showing the crucial corridors. This will be done in the regions. For the herd management objective, to meet the herd management objectives, We'll have things like locational requirement, land characteristics, and land ownership requirements. Otherwise, in other words, the regions will determine the qualifying properties based on these maps that they establish. The specifics, the applications will be available by May 1st. The applicant must choose between a general season deer hunt, archery, whether it be archery, muzzleloader, or general season rifle. They'll be on a first come, first served basis based on the application dates when they're submitted to the region. The successful applicants are ineligible for general landowner permits, and vice versa. The general season landowner permit currently requires 640 acres of deer habitat, a minimum, and they can qualify for one permit for every 640 acres that they own, and that's a general season permit that they don't have to go through the draw for. There's only one permit per eligible property. There are no vouchers, and in the spring, since we've gone to the 30 units statewide, and we have quotas for each unit, these numbers will be developed or agreed on in the spring after the big game permit number recommendations go through. The permits will be in addition to the annual cap, and they're not to exceed 2% of the permits for each unit. Okay, the second items we're doing is going away from the landowner appreciation permit. These are some clarifications to the rule that we needed. The permit calculation is based on the lands enrolled in the landowner association, not all of the private lands within the limited entry unit, but the lands that are enrolled in the landowner association. The landowner receiving the vouchers, the second item would be the landowner receiving vouchers must allow an equivalent number of public hunters onto his or her private land for the limited entry unit. It was not really clear in the rule whether it was the public hunters had to have access to all of the lands within the limited entry landowner association, or if it was done on an individual basis. And this clarifies that it's done on an individual basis. So, for example, if you receive 3 permits or 3 vouchers from the landowner association and you use those or assign those, you would be required to allow 3 public hunters onto your property for that hunt, and it'd be on a first come, first served basis.
Is that no cost trespass fee?
That's correct, yeah. And then landowner associations who handle the distribution of the proceeds from the vouchers must provide public access to the members receiving the benefit. For example, if some of the landowner associations where they have maybe just 2 or 3 elk permits, the landowner association sells all of the properties that are enrolled, all of the people who would benefit from the proceeds from those vouchers, their property would be open to an equal number of public permits. And the access it should be required on a when requested basis. And then this is still the modifications to the limited entry landowner permit program. The last thing is the bookkeeping obligations that were created for a landowner association. Their obligation is to document the members who receive vouchers, the members of the public who request access to the private lands, and which members provided the access. What this does, it provides an avenue for the division to document the public benefit of the landowner permit program. With that, thank you. That's all for the landowner permit rule. Thank you.
So, go ahead, Mike. Maybe you're going to ask the same
No,
question.
my only question was when you issue these permits, these appreciation permits to the landowner, is that for that general unit or do they hunt on their property?
The permit will be good for the entire unit where their property is located.
Okay, so back to that last slide. On the bookkeeping, document members who receive the vouchers, members of the public who request access. So when can that person start requesting access? Today?
The public, they would have to, it'd be after they receive the permit, obviously. Anytime after they receive their draw permit. This is the public draw permits for the rest of the unit, for the limited entry unit that don't go through the limited, or through the landowner association. So it's basically the public permit. As soon as they draw the permit, they could begin to request access through the landowner association.
Okay, so, but for the people, okay, so you give one voucher, and then you have to allow another person in to hunt on that property.
Right.
When can that person who didn't have the voucher request permission?
I'm not sure what you,
I mean, as soon as they find out they've drawn the permit,
Right.
they can start requesting access if there's a piece of private ground they want to hunt on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when
Yeah,
they make
that's-
that contact, make that.
No, but maybe what I'm saying, I haven't followed you correctly. If, say the Panguitch Landowners Association, they have like 7, okay? And they allow 7 people to hunt, or have 7 vouchers, were they not allowed 7 more people to come on their property to hunt? Or did I read that wrong?
well, what it does is it creates a requirement that, for example, if they have 7 permits, and for simplicity's sake, they had 7 landowners there that each received 1 permit or 1 voucher that they used themselves or redeemed, they would require, each landowner would be required to allow 1 public access on each person's property. They wouldn't have access unless the landowner association would allow it. They could allow access to all of the landowner association properties, but that would be their requirement, to allow the minimum of 1 public hunter on there, onto each individual's property, and it'd be on a first come, first served basis.
Scott, what's the change here? That's always been the rule.
It was a clarification. It's not a change. It was being interpreted both ways, to where the public would have access to all of the landowner association lands, which created a problem where if there's one landowner, it could be impacted by all of the permits if they all wanted to go on his property. So this is more of a fair way to distribute the hunters on the private lands.
So how does that affect the Diamond Mountain Landowners Association? Because that's why why they ask for and receive a variance every year is to try and avoid that problem.
To be able to distribute the hunters, right? It has the possibility of decreasing or of eliminating the need
For the
for
variance.
that. Yeah, this is that was the intent of the rule when it was written, and so we made the clarification. So the Diamond Mountain may not need to do that anymore. There's that possibility. Yeah.
I have a question, Scott. This would affect the Sandy Ranch permit that they get one every 3 years for the Henry Mountain unit. They've got several parcels of land that are included as part of the landowner association. But these are parcels, one here, one there, one over there, one over here. So what does that do? You have to let one person come in on each of those parcels, or one person on any one of those parcels, or how do you interpret that?
Well, if all of the parcels are benefiting from the proceeds, then, and I'm assuming that the permit is being sold, it's not used by any one of the landowners,
Yes,
it's being sold.
it's been sold in the past.
So the proceeds are distributed among the landowners that are enrolled in the landowner association. So by rule, that the one permit, the public permit, would have access to all of those lands of the landowner association members who receive the benefit from that. So it wouldn't be one individual, it'd be all of those lands, because it is being
Be able to
distributed.
utilize all of those lands that are within the association.
That's correct. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs? Wayne?
Yes, I have one. With that thought that you're letting one person go to 3 different landowners that has a private tag that has a tag he's bought from the state back onto that unit. That's going to upset landowners. I guess that's all I'm seeing. Because one landowner may say, yeah, that's okay, and the other two may say, no, that's not okay.
Yeah, we had, in that association, there were 8 different landowners that are all getting a percentage of the monies that are derived from the sale of the voucher. So some of those are only 2% of the monies, and they have a small parcel of land involved, and 200 acres, and so I don't know. It just looks like a can of worms to me. It's not very well described or very, very well written here how to manage that.
This is a really difficult part of the rule to address, as to how to include the public and have the public benefit to the landowner association program. And as it was originally written, it was being interpreted both ways, for the access onto the private lands. But basically the public had to derive some kind of a benefit from the operation of the landowner association. And so the access was part of that.
Well, let me tell you, when I was the president of the landowner association there, I wrote, we sold the voucher right through the expo, through SFW at the expo, and I wrote right in there that they would have permission to hunt the private land on Mount Ellen proper, on the Sandy Ranch property. That was written right in there. Part of the permit that they bought was gave them permission to trespass on that private land. They can hunt the rest of the unit as well, but only that one private land area was discussed. And what happened this year, the ranch changed hands. So I contacted the guy who bought the permit and told him that I was no longer in charge of the landowner association. I didn't work for him anymore. And but I told them what I had done with the voucher when I sold it, and they were in agreement to allow that hunter to go onto the private land to trespass. Well, in the meantime, the new ownership of the ranch sold the hunting rights to hunt the private land to other individuals, and they went up there and told that hunter, yeah, he can go in there and hunt, but he's not allowed to go in there and scout, and he's not allowed to drive the road. He has to walk in access only, and he can't go in there in front of the hunt to scout for it to see if he wants to hunt there. And that was contrary to what I had done in the past, but they didn't honor that. So what I see happening here is just going to be really hard for you guys to try and enforce anything. Who gets the preference? The first guy that asks?
Yes, it's on a first come, first served basis. First person that asks, basically. I mean, it has to be documented through the landowner association. The landowner whose property they've asked to access, and who the public is that requested that access, and if they were let on or not.
Will they have the latitude to say when he can go in there to scout or anything like that, or is that only during the hunt?
It hasn't been defined that closely, so.
I guess my thoughts are, any of these landowner programs always are kind of on eggshells with the public and elected officials and others, wondering what we've created here. And this concept of landowner appreciation says, okay, if you're the private guy and you get half the tags and the public gets half the tag, the private guy can go on the public can go on the private. It's a shared effort. I think the more we continue to gravitate towards the private can go on the public, but the public can't go on the private, it starts to make the public wonder what that benefit is. Maybe it ought to just carve it in half and say, the private guys hunt on their ground and the public guys hunt on the public ground, but it's not really a two-way street right now. And I don't think that the private guys want to have a rule change ultimate. It says, here's the tag, and you can only hunt on private lands, because sometimes those deer, elk, or things might be on some of the public lands. So I don't know that this solution's going to get us all the way there, but I know that if we keep being pushed to do more and more that way towards only those private landowners, it's going to start to put pressure on us to wonder what these programs are that we've created that sort of are not sort of a two-way street. So, you know, when we on the CWMU program, it's entirely different. We kind of leave those folks hunting on that private ground, but this landowner one, they get both, and we need to make sure there's sort of a benefit for both, so it's not going to look like it's got any integrity behind it. So.
I guess what I'm seeing is you're creating an issue here with the way this is described. I don't know that what was wrong with the way it was worded before?
Well, what was wrong with the way it was worded before was that it was not clear whether it's on a entire landowner association basis or it was on an individual landowner basis. It could have been interpreted both ways. The intent of the law was, as we dug into this, was if one of the members of the association redeems some X number of permits or vouchers, then he would be required to let that many of the public on there. And the public can go to several landowners and request access too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's...
I guess with the Henry Mountain unit, we had one permit every third year.
Right.
And you've got a whole bunch of landowners in the association. So I see an issue there where, well, I guess if it was understood up front, that if they're a part of the association, that they're going to have one permittee come in on their property if he chooses to. At their discretion, I don't really understand how you're going to do this. Which permittee is that going to be? Is he going to have written permission from all of the landowners to be on their property to hunt during the hunt, or?
He would have to have permission from the Landowner Association president to hunt there, and hopefully he would disseminate that information to all the landowners that there is one person that would be going to be
They
hunting
join
on
the
that.
association, they would have to agree to that
Right.
beforehand.
Yeah, but it's required by rule that, I believe it's always been required that if the landowner association distributes or sells the permit, and all the beneficiaries of the proceeds of that had to participate in that with the public access on their properties.
Okay, I never understood that initially when we set up the landowner association. Didn't know that. I'm not involved now, so it won't be my fault.
Okay. What I will do is, because of the rule changes, I will send a letter out to all the landowner association presidents clarifying what is currently in rule and the changes also.
Well, the other thing that's taken place is present ownership of the ranch has sold the hunting rights to somebody else. So now you're saying if they get a landowner association permit, that agreement that they made with somebody else to manage the hunting rights on their private land is no longer valid, because you're gonna have one hunter on there that's not paying a trespass fee to hunt on their private land.
There could be
There
a
could be
lot
several.
others, right?
Yeah.
If they want to pay a trespass.
Yeah, and there could be a bunch of hunters on there that are paying the trespass fee already. So it's not an exclusive use of the resource for the person that buys the permit from the landowner association. You understand what I'm saying?
This has been the rule for a long time, though. And now we're just trying to clarify it and put some teeth into it. And it's going to be there's going to be some instances that are problematic. But I hunted a unit on a public permit and went to the landowner and says, "Have you given access to anybody for your 3 landowner permits? Have you given anybody public access?" And he says, "I don't have to." I said, "Well, I can show you in the rule where it's kind of required." I tried not to be too big of a jerk because I knew he'd just tell me no anyway. And he says, "That may be in the rule, but nobody's ever asked me. I don't have to, so get lost." So I think I can understand where there could be some rough spots in the road. It is the rule. I don't think it's unfair whatsoever to require these landowners to do this. It's been required for a long time, and I think the right thing to do is to try to document and put a little bit of teeth into it, because some guys are doing it. They're living up to their end of the deal, and some are not. I think it's only fair that we try to get everybody to. So it's tough. I don't envy your position on a few of these situations, but like on the Henrys, I'm sure for the $100,000 that I sold their permit for, they'll work it out.
They'll probably figure that out.
I'm sure they'll work it out. So,
In order to keep their permit, they would probably work it out. But we, prior to having the bookkeeping requirements, we didn't have any way of documenting whether the public was receiving their access benefit through the program or not. So this is just a way to ensure the public has that.
Will you back up one slide on this, Scott? The bottom paragraph says landowner associations who handle distribution of proceeds from vouchers must provide public access to members receiving benefit. Must provide public access to members receiving benefit. Am I reading that correctly? Access, it says access is on a when requested basis. So somebody, maybe that's what really had me confused when
Maybe
I
it
first
should
read
say
it.
members' property is receiving the benefit.
Well, if you belong to the landowners association, and you sell a voucher, it goes across the board. Everybody gets a percentage. Then they're part of that. Then they've agreed then by taking that funds that they have to allow access on their private ground, and whether they hunt it or not. And when I read this, access is on a when requested. Hey, I'm in possession of the permit. I want to go out a month ahead and scout. I can go out and scout. Not just when it's the hunt.
Yeah, but just one person.
Yeah, just one person. Yeah, one private, one public.
I don't know that it necessarily entails scouting. I don't think it entails scouting. I don't.
But I read when requested.
Well,
can you
if-
say no?
if
You
I-
can
if-
only come during the hunt.
I have one permit on the Book Cliffs every so many years. I'm like the ranch back here. I have one deer permit on the Book Cliff about every 3 or 4 years. And if somebody comes and says you have one landowner permit and I want to be the public guy that you let in, I can let him in there to hunt. I don't have to let him in there all summer long. I let him in there to hunt.
So he asks you, you give him permission, he goes on all of the landowner's property within the Book Cliff?
No, he goes on mine because I have one permit.
That's, I guess.
He asked me and then the guy next to me, he gets 3 permits. He lets 3 guys on. Sometimes nobody asks, so I don't let anybody on. But if somebody comes and asks, then I'm encouraged to let one person for every permit.
With your one permit.
Yeah. It's not that tough.
But it's not.
I don't let him on there.
If he comes the 1st of July and says, I want to scout, you can say, no, the hunt's from
this
day to this
There
day.
ain't no deer on there till October anyway. So, and I just tell them you're wasting your time. But no, you don't have to. It's not a never-ending access to all your property.
Okay, because that's when I said, that's what I read. Access is on a when requested. So if I request to come on early to scout,
The hunt starts this day. The gate will be open. Until then, you can scout from across the road with your binoculars.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the when requested would mean is the request that you access the property, and that would be for the hunting season.
Here comes our legal authority. Thank you very much.
During the permit season, during the dates of the actual season, I added the when requested here for the presentation to maybe put a placeholder in there that if the landowner association isn't contacted by public hunters who request access, they're not required to go out there and search out people to actually bring them into the landowner association to hunt. It's only if the public hunters contact the landowner association and request access. This when requested section isn't in the rule itself. It's not part of the proposed changes. It's just part of the explanation that's in the PowerPoint.
So it's similar to what John just said. He comes and requests access, and John says, yes, the hunt opens on Monday, closes on Friday, you're good for those days.
Exactly.
But if nobody comes, John doesn't have to go out there and publicize, hey, I'm I'm open for business from this day to this day. He doesn't have to do that. It's
Exactly.
only when you as the permit holder come and request that.
Exactly.
And he's only obligated to grant through the hunt season.
During the season.
During
And
the
only
season.
to the
Okay.
number of people for the permits I
Yes,
have.
right.
Yeah.
It's not for everybody, it's
I
only
have
for
one
one.
permit, I let one person.
And again, this is
And the
not
first
a
person that
change.
comes gets access.
Not a
This is the
change.
way it's
This
always
is the way
been.
it's always been.
You know, it's the first person.
What's the first person?
Clarification.
Person that
Yes.
contacts John.
Better send a certified
Because it's,
letter, I think.
I'm the one answering the phone.
Yeah, but what if it's not the person you want?
You haven't called me yet, so that's not been a problem, Jake.
Well, no, I talked to your call screener.
Yeah, that's.
I guess that's where the bookkeeping comes in, huh?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of responsibilities put on the Landowner Association president because he needs to keep the books and make sure that, so if we request that, so that we can make sure the public is receiving the benefit from the Landowner Association program. So, yeah, there is a bit of a burden that's put on them.
Okay, I forgot where we were at. I'm sure that we've gone to questions from the audience, so haven't we? Lee?
Lee Tracy, United Wildlife Cooperative. I have a couple of questions. Maybe I missed that, but are these new permits, landowner permits for deer only?
Yeah, they're for deer only.
Oh, okay. The other thing is that each parcel of acreage qualifies if it has 100 acres. Suppose a landowner owns 2 parcels that are separated. Does he get 2 tags?
It'd be only one permit per, regardless of the amount of acreage they have under this program, you could only receive one permit for eligible property or properties per landowner. So if they had 10 100-acre parcels, they would still only be qualify for one permit.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, now we'll go to rack chairs. Gary?
We had some landowners that had some of the similar discussions to what you guys have just had at ours, but as the motion was presented, it passed. It was not unanimously, but it passed.
Wayne?
Northeast region, the landowner permit rule was passed unanimously.
Kevin?
Dave had to catch a flight, so he gave me his information also. So for the southern region, there was 9 in favor and 1 abstained. And for the southeastern region, there was agreement.
Robert, you in agreement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we, our motion was, no, I lost it here. Looking at the Southern Region's motion.
I lost it.
Our motion was to recommend the Wildlife Board approve landowner permit rule amendments R657-43 as presented, passed unanimously.
Okay, so none of you guys caught on. I tried to get this passed like 20 minutes ago because I was on the wrong page. So, all right. I have one comment card. Gary Call from Levan. Let me give you the phone number. You're on.
Thank you. As I said, I'm Garrett Call, actually representing the Utah Farm Bureau today. And just wanted to speak in favor of the landowner appreciation tags. Private land is critical, provides critical habitat and feed for these deer. And we think this is just a small way to show some appreciation and some thanks to those landowners. Hopefully a little bit of compensation as well. So we just want to be on record at Farm Bureau as supporting this new tag and would support the adoption of that. So thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you sitting through all the meeting today for that. You need to talk to Stacy. She just left. Okay, so all of the racks passed this, so we're ready to rumble with a motion, if you guys aren't.
Apparently, we have 4 minutes and 11 seconds to pass this. And counting. Mr. Chairman, I'd make the motion that we accept as presented.
Motion by Mr. Bear, second by Calvin. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries unanimous. Stacy, you're up. 5 minutes. 3:49 on the count. Mike?
Like winning the lottery around here. Waiting all day, nothing.
Please start the timer.
What? Okay. Oh, I left the timer on. All right. I am Stacy Coons. I am the chairman for the Certification Review Committee, and I'm here to present the variance request from Stephanie Bates of iGrow Eco LLC, and she is here as well to answer any of your questions. Her request is for the commercial use of tilapia in a aquaculture system, which will be built out in Eagle Mountain. The committee met with Ms. Bates on October 6th to discuss all of the criteria. There was no significant concerns over the health, welfare, or safety of the public as we went through our list. There's just a few stipulations that the committee would request the board put into place. And then I will give Stephanie just a minute to give you a brief overview of her plan. The committee recommends that when the facility is completed, that the Department of Agriculture and the Division of Wildlife Resources form a inspection on it. We also have asked Stephanie to provide the division with a detailed map, including all springs, creeks, and open water facilities around it. There's really not much. It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. So we are recommending that all tilapia be sold as dead, that it cannot be transported live outside of her facility. And we're recommending that the COR that allows her to have the commercial use of tilapia not be sold with her business. If she were to ever sell her business, that COR would become void. So I will give Stephanie just a few minutes to kind of let you know what her business venture is.
Quick question, don't run away. So if it becomes void, does that mean if somebody was to buy the business,
They would have to
they
come
would just
before
have
you.
to reapply?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I am Stephanie Bates, President and CEO of iGrow Eco LLC. Appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak with you today. So the purpose of our facility is to produce fresh fruits, vegetables, and fish in an aquaponics system. And aquaponics, for those of you who may not know what it is a combination of aquaculture, which is the raising of fish, and aquaponics and hydroponics. So hydroponics is the raising of plants in the water. This is a closed loop recirculating system that would allow the fish and plants to be raised together. So the fish waste would provide fertilizer for the plants, and then the plants would then clean out any nitrates, any toxins to the fish out of the water, and then it would circulate back to the fish. So our facility is enclosed, it's all indoors. It allows us to grow year-round. It's not like your typical greenhouse today. It's made of an entirely different structure, and we can control the climate inside. So the reason we're asking for tilapia is because they're hardy, they're quick growers. We can harvest them more quickly than we can other fish. And there's also a demand for tilapia in Utah. We've spoken already to some grocery stores, to one of the local food distributors, and they are interested in purchasing our fruits and vegetables and tilapia, or whatever other types of species of fish we might decide to raise, which would obviously be those types of species that are native to Utah. But there's also a local fish company who is interested in purchasing the tilapia here, since it would be fresh and it's not shipped in and frozen. So that's the reason for the variance on the tilapia. Like Stacy mentioned, nothing would leave our facility alive. It would be whole on ice. And within our facility, we'll have security. Our whole facility in Eagle Mountain, which, by the way, is 11.3 miles away from Utah Lake, that's the closest open water source. We'll have it all enclosed. It'll be fenced. Our facilities are biosecure, so it'll be a double entrance and foot baths that everybody will have to enter and step into and sanitize hands and whatnot. Then they'll proceed through another doorway to help eliminate any insects or anything coming in on your feet or following you in, so that we can eliminate any type of disease or insects inside the facility. We welcome anybody to come out to a test facility we're putting up right now in Draper, which, by the way, would not use tilapia. Too many water sources nearby, and Eagle Mountain is the site that we've been discussing only for the tilapia. But the facility that's going up now, you're all welcome to come out and see it if you'd like. Would open up our facility out in Eagle Mountain for any inspections at any time, without notifying us ahead of time, so that you can see that what we're doing is legitimate and not something we would do to risk any opportunity to possibly have tilapia here. So I hope that answers some questions you might have. I'm happy to answer any others.
Me and the director have a question. Is that a North Salt Lake accent?
No. Been in Utah my life, but not North Salt Lake.
Where are you
South
from?
Jordan.
South Jordan. You're from South Jordan.
No, well, it's where I live now.
That's where you live
But
now.
I've never lived in North Salt Lake.
Okay, just wondering.
I have an accent. I thought you had an accent.
Yes, he does.
I don't.
He does.
I don't know why everybody thinks that. I don't.
He's from Manti.
Did you bring us some tilapia?
No, because we're not allowed to have any. I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, we could bring some, from a local restaurant. Yes, it's good.
Any other questions? Bill?
Well, will the USDA regulate you throughout the year as you're operating? Or what, some other agency?
We will have, well, obviously the Division of Wildlife, but as far as aquaponics goes, we would welcome them to come in. I don't know that we'd be regulated specifically by the USDA, but I would think that we would be, because there are specific requirements that we would need to meet in order for us to sell safely our food and our fish, so yes.
Your entire operation is enclosed, it's in a building? So climate control, no opportunity for contamination or anything to leave there, huh?
No, we will monitor it very closely, and also all of any plumbing or any drains, anything like that will be screened in the event that there are any fish that fall on the ground or whatnot. But we will have it managed closely. Originally, we're hoping to have our manager living on site so that that person can help manage the facility, and if not, we'll have security 24/7 that will help manage that site as well, so that we're always watching whether or not there are fish leaving the facility, and we'll manage that ourselves with security and with cameras and whatnot.
Okay, thank you.
Because we can't have them getting in Utah Lake competing with our carp. Can't have that.
I've heard about your carp in Utah Lake.
Yes. So.
Okay, so
Ready for a motion?
Do we have a motion to move forward?
I would move that we approve.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the variance request from Stephanie Bates of iGrow.
I'll second that.
Calvin, all in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for putting up with John.
I'm on work release. I'm really not supposed to be here.
Greg Hansen, you're up.
Greg, you're in trouble.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Is it evening yet?
Close.
I'll move quickly. I have a fairly straightforward stipulation and order to present to you regarding the hunting and fishing privileges of Chauncey Filler. In 2013, Mr. Filler applied for and obtained a Camas bull moose permit under his twin brother's name. Mr. Filler even went as far as fraudulently obtaining a driver's license in his twin brother's name and was successful in his moose hunt. DWR was notified that there might be some fraudulent activity going on and investigated, and eventually found out that Mr. Filler was not who he said he was. The initial administrative action took place after Mr. Filler pled guilty in criminal court, and the hearing officer entered a 14-year suspension of all hunting and fishing privileges. Mr. Filler timely appealed, and in discussing the case with him and his attorney, we've come to a potential resolution of modifying his suspension period to be 14 years for all big game, but reinstating his small game and fishing privileges effective immediately. This was approved by both the investigating officer and DWR's law enforcement chief, and we feel that it fairly addresses Mr. Filler's actions and present it for your approval.
See, me and Greg were going to try this, but he said I didn't look old enough. So.
About a foot taller.
Really?
I mean, this is pretty calculated. He spent a lot of time thinking
Bonus
through this.
points.
So why are we being lenient on that?
Yeah, that's.
There were some unique arguments that his legal counsel presented.
Sounds like a smart guy.
And in discussing the investigative process and how we've treated similar cases, 14 years big game privileges is consistent with some of the other actions that we've seen. The small game and fishing privileges was a token that we offered and was initially accepted. So you guys do have the flexibility to consider it as you see fit, but our law enforcement does feel that this is fair.
Far be it from me to disagree with law enforcement.
Or attorneys.
Or attorneys, yeah.
Motion to approve the stipulation in order from Greg Hansen. What was the gentleman's name again?
Mr. Chauncey Filler.
We sure that's his name?
Sure?
I don't know if it would do any good to check his driver's license.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
Bill.
Calvin? Bill? By Bill Fenimore, second by Calvin Crandall. All in favor? Kirk? He did it. All right.
Thank you.
That's only for law enforcement.
Okay, so I have
That's
another
it.
card there that was gonna discuss under item 14. I thought we had one. Bill, do you wanna bring it up?
Oh, no, she's gonna come back in May.
All right, come in May, never mind.
That's good timing.
Yeah, because I'll be here. What?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
maybe
will.
I will.
You'll be here.
Real quick, I mentioned the pronghorn capture, antelope capture down on Parker Mountain. We'd really like to have some of you attend that if you could. Let me give you the details.
Kevin will be there.
Teresa, I saw her leave a few minutes ago, but it's the 16th, and we'll meet down there the evening before, or you can drive down that morning. It's up to you, and get you out there doing that. So I don't know. We can chat some more, but it's a fun experience.
Okay, so I want to make one comment, and I'm not cutting anybody in a division, but sometimes I get an email from Mr. Hadley on a Friday.
Yeah.
We're doing a sheep transplant the next morning.
I tell you.
Maybe they didn't want me there.
Bingo.
But is there a way that we can get that out so we can put it in our planners like you did today, you know?
Right.
We're at least 16 days away.
Yeah.
But last Friday, I get one that we're doing the Zion on a Sunday. Mark, and I got it on a Friday.
Zion
There's no
Sunday.
way to. Mr. Baird, I'll call on you when I need you.
The helicopters descended from heaven on Sunday.
Just a way to get that out so we can have more participation.
Okay, I apologize if
All day.
that wasn't out there. So we'll get you more of this. We have a whole lot of transplants and things coming up. We'd like you on, so it'd be good. We're gonna get you out there ice fishing too, Jake.
Go home.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we adjourn.
We're adjourned. That means.
I got a question for you.